All right, welcome folks to Belmont Live, presented by EquinEdge here, also sometimes known as the Stretch Run. Today we bring you thrilling horse racing action from across the country, including Gulfstream, Anita, Woodbine, and several other tracks. All of that leading up to the 157th running of the Belmont Stakes, the final jewel of the Triple Crown. Also known as the Test of Champions, even though we will not be testing the champions by going a mile and a half today. Welcome to 2022 NHC champion David Harrison, Emily Gullikson from Optics, if I said that correctly, as well as Derek Huneau, for frequent guest and EquinEdge analyst as well. And Emily, if we can have you take us to Gulfstream here and talk about what you see here.
Well, they're going in the gate right now, so I don't think we're going to have much of an opportunity. The last horses or the last couple horses are loading in. But just in terms of the top two choices, I think they're capable, but a little bit short numbers. Horses that present value, number 3,
and
Not Justify. Ran a good race going 2 back. That race has been productive. The May 11th race that they come out of, slightly higher race par, so they've got a bit of an upgrade. Number 9, Starship Bella, also maybe is a little bit weaker in terms of class, but I think they're a horse just based on their physicality that's going to move up on the turf. And then looking at number 6, Alluring Serenity, they looked good just kind of warming up in there. So if there's there could be a little bit of an upset in here of the favorite with those double layoff lines and again with the race shape, but that's it. They're already going.
Yep. All right, I'm going to put
Justify is 4 lengths behind that one.
That.
Ocean Star comes up on the outside of Justify. And then it's Sweet Science, the first-time starter, has about 8 lengths to make up around the clubhouse turn. And then it's Starship Elation, the gray, who's second last. And the early trailer is Wellness. They head onto the backstretch. It's Starship Bella with the lead. Bohaka Blessings relegated back to second. Alluring Serenity takes that 3rd spot. In between runners there is Kaya. Up on the far side comes Ocean Star with Justify in the yellow colors towards the inside. The opening quarter was 24 1/5 seconds. Half is up on the board in 49 2. As they head down the far side of the track, it's still Starship Bella up top 3 parts of a length. Bohaka Blessings second. Kaya's in third. Alluring Serenity's dropping back through the field. Ocean Star's trying to make up some ground. Wellness is outside of that one. Starship Elations come under a drive as they come to the quarter pole. It's still Starship Bella, but here's Bohaka Blessing right up to the outside of Starship Bella coming to the top of the lane. Bohaka Blessing takes the lead away off the turn. Starship Bella's back to second. Kaya's trying to roll down the center. A furlong to go. It's Bohaka Blessing with a 4-length lead. Kaya's trying to cut into that margin. It's still Bohaka Blessing with the lead. Kaya's running out of time. Bohaka Blessing to win it. Kaya was second.
All right, so chalk to open here.
A little exciting with that first-time turf horse running a big number, double digits to get in the mix, but
for sure. So we got our off the turf Wonder Again Stakes Grade 2 at Saratoga, coming out of the old Wilson chute. David Harrison, what are your thoughts here? I know it's tough on a 3-horse race.
Well, I could probably hit this race and box the triple and guarantee you a winner, but obviously there's no triple wagering. It's a very uninspiring 3-horse field of horses that are turf horses. I'm wondering why they just didn't cancel this race, because we have no form to go on off tracks, right? So it's basically just a guessing game. You're looking at the GSRs here. You got the Nitrogen with the 75. Nitrogen, to me, looks like the speed from the outside. I don't know about Bessie Abbott on dirt, but getting.
Oh, they're stable. They're stable mates too, so they're unlikely to kind of duel each other, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean, what do you say about a 3-horse field, Oldy? I was thinking of you maybe using one of these and just playing a double into the True North with the 2 horses I like. But I'm like, what's the purpose of that? I mean, Bessie Abbott could win this race and that'd be out. So this is a race, in all honesty, that's been decimated. I have no interest in the race. if I was forced to make a play, I would play Nitrogen. And I have no reason. I think that he will be the first, maybe Bessie Abbott does have a lead, but Nitrogen to me is probably most likely to handle a dirt course. I don't know. Well, anybody else have an opinion on this 3-horse affair? I apologize, but I usually don't bet 3-horse races. So
That's not what I've heard about you, David.
What's that?
I said that's not what I've heard about you.
Oh,
Like Bessie Abbott is the longest shot in this field, and I know it's a stablemate in Nitrogen. Nitrogen's had a couple good trips, and obviously makes sense as the favorite. She's got only has the graded stakes form, but Bessie Abbott's race was good. She had to close against the flow in there. She had trouble at the start. She had trouble in running. It was slow early, slow late. The horse that won the race, Al Jafara, that's the horse. If that race had been as advertised early on, is the horse I would have definitely used in here. So I don't know. I don't think she's as bad, but I'm gonna echo the kind of pass sentiment in here. Nothing really jumps out as overly exciting.
Yeah,
right. You can say that she ran a good race last time out, but I mean, this is not just dirt now that she's racing on today. It's a sloppy dirt surface. We don't know how any of them are going to handle it, right? Yeah. So it's really a guessing game. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's the least exposed and the biggest number. And
well, right, and also the strategy of longest shot in a 3-horse field. We always have the expression longest shot in a 4-horse field, and how many times has that happened?
I mean, they had entered a runner in the juvenile fillies back at Kentucky Downs. That's $1 million race. That would have been first time stateside, so obviously thought something there. And they were going to run at Horseshoe Annapolis last month and scratched when that race came off the turf. So I guess if you're going to have to run in an off the turf race, you might as well take on your stablemate, one other horse, and
sure.
$300,000 versus $150,000 to pick up even a share is worth it.
Correct. All right, they're in the gate and they're off on my end here. I'll turn my sound off.
Under again, and Bessie Abbott is sent hard for the lead and gets it. It's Bessie Abbott in front. Nitrogen came away smoothly and will sit a length and a half back second. And Mayday Ready is at the back of the field. So they go in.
Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Stretch Dylan Davis.
Yeah, we can.
And Bessie. Overstay.
Now we can.
Entering along on this nice winning streak. 2 lengths clear of Mayday Ready. The opening quarter clicked off in 24 and 4/5 seconds. And it is Bessie Abbott in front, maintaining a 2-length cushion. Nitrogen under an ice hold, and 2.5 more back to Mayday Ready as they move into the far turn. And they start to quicken a bit. 47 and 4 now for Bessie Abbott. Bessie Abbott, Nitrogen right off her flank though, within a half length, moving in stylishly. There goes Nitrogen. She could wait no longer. Inhaling Bessie Abbott. And Frankie Dettori gets all over Mayday Ready, trying to make up some ground on Nitrogen, who is just cruising into the stretch. 111 and 2. And Nitrogen is just so far superior. This will be her 5th in a row as Nitrogen just gallops through the stretch for an afternoon workout in the Wonder again. Jose Ortiz just puts on the brake.
I mean, that's barely even a gallop at this point.
Close to 15 left. Nitrogen, all alone in the Wonder again. Abbott and Mayday Ready.
The thing I will say, the track does, I mean, it's probably going to change. It doesn't look like there's going to be any more rain, so it'll probably dry out a little bit. But it seems like it is playing more fair today than it was yesterday, in my opinion, as far as horses handling it. So that's at least a good track.
Yeah, we saw, especially in the 5th race, we saw some horses make up a lot of ground. The horse that finished second, Ridgewood Runner, I thought was done because he usually likes to be close to the pace. Well, he got the perfect trip coming up the rail. So I don't think the rail is bad. I've seen a couple of horses come up the rail. So, but again, when you're trying to predict who's going to get that rail trip, right, with the 11 post, right?
And the winner was outside the whole way. the 7 horse was wide
Right.
that whole way. And then so that's the race that I was like, okay, the track's playing fair, because not only can you make up ground, but you can make up ground from the inside and the outside, and the pace setters still stayed on. So
Right.
it was like, seems like a very honest run race, and horses aren't compromised inside, outside, forward, backward, all around. And that's makes it very playable.
Right. And again, you some of these races, it's maybe a little deceiving, because when horses win by, so far, by 6, 8, 10 lengths on these sloppy tracks, and you're saying, oh, it's speed favoring because he had the lead. Well, maybe the horses behind him just didn't handle the slop. They couldn't stand this. There's some horses that just can't stand up. This is not just a sloppy track. There's a ton of water on this track. So sometimes these performances are a little deceiving, in my opinion, because they look dominant on, maybe they love the slot, but maybe everybody else just hated it, right? So
I just think that that in this case nitrogen was just the only option. I mean,
right.
and I had heard, and I didn't get a chance to say this, but I had heard that the 3rd horse, the second Cassie, was kept in that race for the purpose of keeping the race from being canceled. Because had they gone down to 2, they were planning on canceling, is what I.
And listen, it's not the worst thing in the world. She got the place money of a
exactly in a $300,000 race. So if anybody got the paid workout, it's that horse.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And I just want to say hello. Hello, Alan. Hello, Wiz, Sylvain. Yeah. Thanks for joining. Scott, what's up? Mike, what's up, my friend? And Wiz, Chris, hello, guys. Thanks for joining in. Always appreciate your.
So I'm going to throw a little bit of an audible here, because Laurel is running behind, and they must have slowed down to allow people to bet that Saratoga race. They were supposed to have gone off already. They haven't. We got a maiden special weight 3-year-olds here. Derek, do you want to take this one, or do you want the next one at Monmouth?
I prefer the Monmouth one, but I mean, yeah. Go ahead, you can go.
I'll take Laurel on this one then. So Drill Baby for Compton here failed 3 times at this level already. Currently 6-5, which is what the morning line is. If I run the sorry, friend, the last 2 races will run tomorrow at the end of the day. But all pick 5s and pick 4s are being that were already in effect will be treated as alls. All that were supposed to be placed today, there is no late pick 5, late pick 4, mid pick 5, any of those wagers today. Sorry. The 7 wins the race sim. First time starter for Gregory Sacco, I'm sorry. Has some big work, ships in from Belmont, but look at those works, David. 2 of 143 and 2 of 227. It seems like this horse might be able to run. I think that's where I'm going to go here. I think 7-2 is a fair price, and I like this horse better than what I'm seeing out of Drill Baby in his previous performances.
Yeah, I'll chime in here. I do have interest in. I looked at this for about 10 minutes before we came on the show, and I agree with you on the 7 Oldy. But the trainer doesn't win with a ton of first timers. But I have a little interest in the 11 coming off the 2 sloppy tracks, getting a fast surface today. I mean, he's 1% to win last time out. Now he's 25%. He got off slow and was through early. I mean, those were. And again, 56 SOR the last time. Now he drops into 46. I like the outside stalking post here. So I think he's going to run better. He had the 1 post last time out, which may have compromised him at 7 on a sloppy track. So I like that outside draw today. So give me pediatrician.
On that day at Churchill Downs, they raced under the lights on that very wet track. And it seemed like the inside was not the most ideal place to be either. Right. They were inside the whole way.
Right.
Welcome the manager. Chris Couples, good to see you. Mike Saletta will be on with us later.
Excellent. All right, good luck, everybody who's got any action at Laurel. They're off.
Well, did I not turn the sound on? I did not.
Pediatrician hook
First
head-to-head,
of
the
many
opening
times I will
furlong.
do that today.
Artist Mark on the chase from third on the inside. Opportunity Woo is next and breezing up, follows that on the outside about 5.5 lengths from the front. Veneto is followed by Drill Baby, who's back in the pack now, about a dozen lengths off the lead. Regala Perfetto, and the two in the back there are Kitty's Son, second to last, and Snowy Night on the inside. It's last of them all with 4 furlongs left to go. Pediatrician fires on that pace. Pediatrician from Artist Mark by a length as they race into the far turn. Mike's Magic is in third. On the outside, Drill Baby's made progress into the 4th position. Then it's breezing up in 5th, another 2 to Veneto and Opportunity Woo. Followed by Regala Perfetto drifting off the inside. Kitty's Son out for a 4-path, and Snowy Night trails the field. They race on to the top of the stretch. Pediatrician, Artist Mark trying to get by, driven on the outside. It's 3 back, and Drill Baby is in third.
You got
and Mike's
this,
Magic inside 4th. Breezing up is 5th, but Pediatrician in front, widening now, putting away. Artist Mark to open up a 3-length advantage, a furlong left to go. Drill Baby, Veneto guided toward the center of the track on the left lead, running along for a share. Pediatrician powerful with a 16th to go. Pediatrician, solid win.
Nice one.
All right, good call, David. Way to
Good job,
2-0 so far to start off the day.
What was that?
I said you're 2-0 to start off the day.
Oh, there you go. With a 1 to 2, does a 2 to 5 shot count on nitrogen?
A win's a win, as they say in.
Okay, I'm on a roll.
sports.
I'm on a roll.
All right,
Jason.
let's go to. We're 5 minutes from post, so we actually have time to talk about race 5 at Monmouth. Derek, I know you play
Yes.
Monmouth, so I was gonna kick to you for this one.
Perfect. Yeah. It's been a little chalky so far at Monmouth. I'm alive to my single in the pick 5 of the 4. So it's good jockey trainer stats, 23%. So I like that horse. The horse has had some couple good runs. Lost last time as a favorite, but was right there and had a little bit of trouble that isn't mentioned in the lines. So I think this one is going to come back and, probably the one I'm most scared of is actually not the favorite. I don't really like the favorite in this race. I like the 2-horse next, Goldfire. So as my hedge, I'm gonna do a 2-4 exact the hedge out. My pick 5 is only, if I win, I think it's gonna pay like 150 or something. But it would be a win to start the day. So that I like the 4, and then I like the 2 in second.
All right, I will run the race sim real fast while I take a look here. But Emily, any opinions here?
Yeah, I think the 2 makes sense in here. So nothing really creative. A horse is just finding significant class relief from their 2 most recent starts, and they were entered on June 1st to run in a $16,000 conditional race. That race was carded for the turf, so they were probably hoping that race would come off and kind of sneak one by. This is the right level where this horse can compete. Slight flow upgrade from their most recent start, in addition to the class change. Nothing too creative in here.
And I believe Carlos David has been very hot as well.
Yes.
And I'll just add, Oldy, I'm on the same page as Emily. I think Goldfire's got a big chance here. And the other horse that I would try to get in, if I was going to play this race, I've been on this horse, Brown Don't Stop, 1 for 19, but 5/3. Sometimes this horse, can go 2 turns. I don't know what happened the last time out, shipping down to Monmouth for the first time this season. The horse was 50% to win and was bet off the board. It just pressed the pace. I don't know if there was a speed duel there. But I think this horse might rebound and run well here. I don't know if it's good enough to get second, but along with Goldfire, I try to get stopped a Brown Don't Stop in there to beat the 3 stick shift.
All right. I'm with you guys on the drop and the trainer change there on Goldfire. I think Just Be Honest has a shot, David or Derek. I like your exacta, but I also think Chapala, am I saying that right? Moving back to dirt here may have a little bit of a look as well after breaking maiden against much weaker. I think this horse also has the opportunity to close for a piece there, so I'd be 2-4-1 for my try there.
2-4-1. Okay. 2-4-1. All right.
All right. And let's see where they are here, and we'll take a look at them on the track. Okay.
Thank you, Willie. Welcome aboard, my friend.
Not surprisingly, they're on the track. But it could be a Charlestown situation. You never know, where they could be circling the paddock at 0 minutes to post.
So,
But,
Oldy, one horse I want to
minute
kind of throw out there for third, maybe second or third, to watch out for is the 6. It's raced at this distance once and came in third. You're getting it's the longest shot on the board, so it's not like, if it doesn't come anywhere near, I wouldn't be shocked. But the horse is going to be running at the end, so I wouldn't be surprised with these types of horses, low levels, that this horse picks up some of the pieces of these other horses dropping back. So that's a horse to think in third.
Which horse is that, Derek? I'm sorry.
The 6.
The 6, the 22-1 long shot on board. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, and the 3 is was the morning line favorite and is getting that, but I just don't know how good this horse is. I mean, there was a good effort at Fairgrounds, but so I'll come back here. Good effort at Fairgrounds, but I think I would have liked to seen more out of it at Evangeline or in that race at Delta. And for the most part, if it hasn't been close, it really hasn't had a shot, and it has a lot of slow breaks in here. So I'm wondering maybe Goldfire, who's not the greatest breaker either, gets an easier lead, or somebody surprises us here.
Yeah, I mean, Goldfire's races, they're not, he's not that great, but they're also shorter. So I think even if he does break a little bit slow, he's going those one-turn races. They'll be able to kind of recover. Yeah, the 3 is going to, based on the double wheel pace, is going to stay favored up until post time. The race that they won at the Fairgrounds, it was a second off pattern. They had a perfect trip. It was a much lower race par than today's race. Pretty moderate pace down inside. They were 10-1 that day. The other races, yeah, they thought the horse was a turf horse. Yeah, he's kind of.
All right, let's go back to them here, and I know they're nearing the gate.
It was a good effort from a horse at Woodbine just now. That Border Star horse. That horse was bet down from the morning line. Had to overcome a pretty messy break.
Well, and the previous race,
Goldfire walking up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. At the price, the 7 horse to me now is worth a win wager at 9-1.
I was going to say
you need at least above 6 or 8-1 for that horse. 9-1 now you're getting value. So
just be honest.
The previous race at Woodbine, I think people were on the wrong Cassie. I thought that from the beginning.
Too bad.
The batting didn't make sense to me on that one.
And to the outside post, Brown don't stop.
The five was that won the race was like favored all the way up to post time and just ticked up to the second choice right as they left the gate. But yeah, it was a big effort.
And NYRA stick shift wins the start. Goldfire up on the pace as well. These two contest the early lead, and Brown Don't Stop runs in the third position. Tap Oracle right behind him. Just Be Honest down on the inside going into the turn. Lake Chapala at the rear. 5 off the pace as they corner. Stick shift. And the 2-path leads the way, tries to clear off here. Goldfire on a hold to the inside, a half length off of him, wants to get after this front runner. He's a bit keen here. A little bit of a tight spot, but he's still down on the inside. Stick shift now clearing off, opening up the lead to a length and a half. Goldfire takes a hold. Brown Don't Stop now passing Goldfire. Brown Don't Stop into second to press that front runner. Stick shift
We come back to Just Be Honest. Fourth already sent along with 5 furlongs to go. He's 2 clear of Tap Oracle. Lake Chapala is joining him down the backside. 6 runners separated, still by 5 lengths, and Stick Shift with a half mile to go is on top by a neck. Brown Don't Stop right there to engage as they go into the turn. Length and a half to Goldfire. Appears to be going a little bit better when in the clear now, and he's third. Sent along his Stick Shift. Just let it out a notch. Opened up 2.5 lengths. Brown Don't Stop is plummeted back to third. Goldfire gets a giddy-up reminder and comes after Stick Shift, who now gets sent along on the inside. Goldfire's right up alongside, and these two hook up at the top of the lane. Brown Don't Stop. He is stopping third, backpedaling in the wrong direction. The others well out of it. Down the lane, Goldfire in front, pushing by Stick Shift, who's back to second, retreats to that position. Goldfire opening up. 3 lengths with a 16th to go, and Matty Olver and Goldfire have this one won. Goldfire by
Nice.
4 coming to the line.
That was a great bet. 9-2 on kind of the most likely winner of the race.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah.
Yeah.
And again, sometimes these favorites just get overbet, right? And to me, I couldn't use the 3. The 2 is the only other horse. And again, I try to get the 7 in as a wise guy. But yeah, no, logical. Good call.
And, you know, it was in my mind, a bad morning line to begin with, too.
No, I mean, the morning line was correct. They bet the horse as the favorite.
To 2 to 5?
Well, I mean, just in terms of like, they had the horse favored, and the horse went off as the favorite.
I mean, the late money coming in there.
Yeah.
Well, we'll go back to Gulfstream here. We have 8K non-winners of 2 lifetime. David, do you want to take this one at Gulfstream?
Yeah, I'll defer because I've got to get back to another screen so somebody else.
Oldy. I'll start off first. I mean,
Right, go for it.
I think the 8 is probably the most obvious, but I would not bet the horse at 3 to 5. One horse that I'm looking at is actually the 1 horse, because you have the kick up in GSR, which is a good sign, and also you have the square pace. I think when you get those 2, that's always and you can get a double digits or close to double digit odds. I always like to put a little play on that. So I'm gonna put the 1. I'll probably do the 1/8 exacta also, but I'm probably gonna play a couple smaller triples with the 1 on top, and maybe hope the 8 doesn't get there and the triples pay big. So I'm going to do a 1/8 exacta and then the 1 on top and some triples.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with you on the 8. I don't see why the 8 has to win. The 8 looks like it's burnt a ton of money as well, other than when it broke its maiden. Emily, do you have any thoughts on this race?
I have a crazy thought. I'm gonna poke on with the 9. It's crazy, but looking at the plot, it's a weird one because it's a fire contention, but it's a lower speed rate, so it doesn't necessarily set up for a closer like the 9. But the fact that all the horses are like bunched together, that can sometimes just create like a stressful situation for those horses, and that kind of bunch includes 3, 4, 1, 8, 7. So if they all kind of bunch up there, and the 9 sits back and makes a run. Now, as far as their form, the race 2 back is kind of sneaky good. They had to run against the flow that day. They have back numbers that fit. It's a horse that certainly does not like to win. You have to go back to March of 2023 to find that win. But sometimes it's just kind of maybe the right time and place. Is it $8,000 non-winners at 2? Yeah, the 8 is the most likely winner. They're probably going to stay on as the best of the speed in here. Number-wise, they're right on top. They're in form. But if some of those other horses coming out of those sprints, the shorter 5.5 furlong sprints, make their life a little bit tough, maybe that 9 comes running. At least it's a good horse to key in exotics, if for nothing else.
Yeah. So I'll throw another horse out there. I'm kind of interested a little bit in Grand Jefe, the 4 horse there. It's dirt going 1 turn. It's an inside post. You know, I think this horse has got enough ability, tactical wise, to be able to press or stalk a little bit, and might not, if there is crazy contention, might be the one to take back a little bit. And I think Edwin's one of the better jockeys left in the colony. So I'll take the shot there. I think 3-1 is a fair price. If it dropped below that, I'd probably lose interest as well. I think maybe, you look at the 2 for Crichton as well, might be another one, but, and similar to your 9, probably needs a pace setup there as well. And maybe needs more than just a pace setup, to be honest.
Right. And Oldy, I'll concur with you. We're on the same page. Grand Hefe to me is the value here at 3-1. I'm not ever going to bet a 3-5 shot or a favorite that prohibitive in an $8,000 claimer. This horse now, the second time at the 8K claiming level, dropped previously from a 17.5. 48 SOR group in the last race, now a 44, has some positional speed, could get a real good trip here going to 7. And so that's the horse I'd be interested in, Grand Hefe.
All right. Let's get Gulfstream up here. They're on the track. Welcome to any new people to the Stretch Run / Belmont Live here, presented by EquinEdge.
Just hold on 1 second. I just have to be back in a minute.
It's Grand Hefe, Scotty. That's funny, Dan. I think I turned them.
What's coming up after Gulfstream? What's the next race we're going to look at?
Let me take a look at my schedule here. It was supposed to be, let's see, this is Laurel race 7, but they seem to be behind. So let me just take a look at what the live posts are saying. No, that's going to be wrong too, right? Woodbine's
off. They're in 18
The horses
minutes.
have reached the starting
Yeah, we
gate.
might be going to Horseshoe
Post
Indy.
time here for race number 5.
Horseshoe Indy. Okay.
Yeah, that
7
was
of
not
them
on the
going
schedule,
7
but
furlongs.
the
Favorite on the
post
board is
times
still
in
the
there,
number
the
8
times they're
Endrick,
actually going
currently
off
at
seem
1
to have
2.
been altered on me.
Second choice number 4, Grand Hefe at 7-2.
And I'll double check that as soon as I can.
Yeah. It's a big full field.
Happy
though.
Flyer has gone in.
Plus, we get to hear John Dooley. Yeah, it does look like they're 2 minutes to post, so that should be perfect. And again, thank you to the first group, to Horseshoe, to Monmouth, and Woodbine for allowing us to show their racing live today,
Zeno has gone in. Here's Vindicated Tiger coming up.
as well as the Maryland Racing Authority.
Grand Hefe will be next. Here comes Titan to gate number 7. 2 back, just waiting on Endrick and Ambush to the far outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. And a fast start for Endrick, who goes right out for the front end. Vindicated Tiger comes out running second. Happy Flyer towards the inside is third. And then it's Grand Hefe who's racing in fourth. 2 lengths clear of Titan, who's fifth. Another 4 then back to Ambushed. And the early trailer is Zeno. They head up the backstretch. It's still Endrick up top with Happy Flyer right there as well. The opening quarter was up on the board in 22 and 2/5 seconds as they go by the half-mile pole. It's Happy Flyer along the inside who's now up for a short lead. Vindicated Tiger splits those with Endrick 3 wide, ranging up now. And then it's 4 more lengths back to Grand Jefe. Titans outside of that one. As they round the far turn, it's still Endrick up top 3 parts of a length. Happy Flyer tries to battle back along the inside. Here's Grand Jefe looming up into 3rd. Back to 4th goes Vindicated Tiger. Then it's Titan as they come to the quarter pole. Endrick's opened up 2. Back to 2nd there. Towards the rail, Happy Flyer. Grand Jefe's going to try and produce a challenge. As they come off the turn, it's Endrick past the 3/16 with the lead. But Grand Jefe's right up to the outside, coming to the 8th pole. And Grand Jefe goes by. Endrick tries to battle tough along the inside, but Grand Jefe waves goodbye, coming to the 16th pole. Endrick 2nd. Ambush is flying for 3rd. But it's all Grand Jefe in race 5, won it by 3. Endrick was 2nd. Ambushed up for 3rd. Happy Flyer 4th.
Good call, Oldy. Good call, David. Oh, I usually don't toot my own horn, but it's a good call, Oldy. 7-2.
7-2.
And that 9 came flying at the end, Emily.
I know. A little bit too much. A little too much left to do, but that was definitely Chalks ran 1-2. That was the horse that's going to make you money in that race.
Yeah.
Let me get Horseshoe up. See where they're at. They're on the track, but they don't seem to be near the gate. So let's take a look at that race. Here, if I can find it. There we go. And I know, Emily, you got a opportunity to take a quick look here. So did you have any thoughts?
I mean,
no?
yeah, honestly, I'm kind of compromised here a little bit. We don't do the notes for Horseshoe Indianapolis, so I feel like kind of the biggest tool I don't have available. So going off just kind of average handicapping. And again, just starting with the favorite. I mean, the 7 makes the most sense. It's just run consistently. The race they come out of is a good effort. They're the only 4-year-old in the field. They're in good hands. That's clearly the horse to beat. Every other horse in this field could certainly improve. It's like all first-time starters, second-time starters, the other kind of obvious types. I guess just looking at some prices, I mean, the 12 looked okay, just like giving a look at them from a physical standpoint when they were warming up as one of the first-time starters. And then the Clock Runners are both pretty cold on the board, which I found kind of interesting. The 10 is another first-time starter for the Randy Klopp barn that is getting a little bit more wagering support in the will pays than they are on the board currently, but that just could be based on the morning line and the connections. Their stalemate number 2, Oh So Fancy, is kind of interesting because that horse is getting completely dismissed, which is a change from the debut where they were 5-1. They're kind of backed just a tick short of 9-2, and they scratched out of a race. They scratched out of a race on May 15th. That would have been kind of the same condition, but with Sandra aboard, and now Contreras is back aboard. So I don't know kind of what to read on that, but it seems like that horse is kind of sneaking away in here for a second start. But all that said and done, I don't really have a big, strong opinion here. A lot of these horses kind of look the same.
So I'm going to go Oh So Fancy on top, and let me tell you my reasoning here, guys. Reese Ranch, the owner, is my coworker. And I believe he was 56% last year as an owner at Horseshoe. And he's been very high percentage since moving to Klopp as his trainer. I am just going to play it based off that. I did not have a chance to text him or find out if he thought the horse was live.
So, Oldy, I like the 2 also. Was bet in the first run? It was 5-1.
That's what I just did. Am I muted?
Yeah, I don't know. But then I was going to say, but my long shot is the other Klopp horse. The Klopp. I like the 10. You're getting a good morning line versus morning line.
Orlando Mexico with Bits of Candy, 4-5 favorite.
And I'll just chime in here. I probably would have, if I was betting the race, I'd probably have a little interest in the 8 Kippy 2. Had an awkward start last time out. Was bet down at 3-1 in a 10-horse field. So, the barn stable must have liked those. The owners liked them. goes from a 5% win that day to a 17% win today. So I have a little interest in the 8 kid. That's 7-2, second choice. Now 4
The Esquivel Partners, no self-control, drew 4. Old 12 run. Pay me later. Santo Sanjo on the Saturday score sheet. Alberto Burgos with Swift B in the blue.
I hate the condition wet fast.
Swift B coming up.
Yeah, I agree.
Candy holding.
No
We're on the
such thing.
same page. Yes.
I'm looking at some of the patterns. Randy Klopp already has one second-time starting winner that drifted up from the morning line with Contreras aboard. That was a winner. Maiden special weight condition.
Track here remains labeled wet fast, and one more.
I'll tell you, Dennis doesn't run. Reese doesn't run a lot of 3-year-olds, so he must think a lot of this horse. He usually waits till a horse is 4.
Sudden rise.
This is another. Yeah, they've had a couple second-time starters or second off the form cycle maiden special weight winners.
No self-control, was awkwardly away. Sudden rise drifts back to last on debut. Sharp start from My Strong Heart. There's Bits of Candy, and on the outside, Crumble is right there showing good debut speed with Orlando Mejica. Bits of Candy to the early lead from Crumble, who pursues past the half mile. Michelin is up into 3rd. My Strong Heart in 4th. Swift B in the white cap is 5th. Also Fancy is running in 6th as they enter the far turn, and Little Rom is running in 7th. Then Vortex Express in tight quarters with the rail. Vortex Express just hit a roadblock with inside 3 furlongs to go. No self-control racing between fillies as they round the far turn. Farther out then is Sudden Rise, along with in between horses Kippy 2. Beaten for Speed, Pay Me Later trails the dozen. The quarter was 22.45 seconds as these maiden fillies head for home.
This 12 might not win today, but this horse you can definitely watch for next time.
Crumble continues to charge hard on the outside, and Crumble on
Crumble's got it.
Bits of Candy.
Yeah,
Still past the 16th. My Strong Heart is dropped back, and on the outside, Swift B now into 3rd. They're close to home with Joe Ramos. This newcomer by Tabature. Crumble.
Nice.
1 by 2. Bits of Candy was the runner-up. Then Swift B with Pay Me Later
Hawthorne.
and My Strong Heart.
All right, it looks like Laurel is next here.
Wow, that exacta is going to pay. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's what, $69 for one, 69 to 1.
So
Nice, as the kids would say.
it looks like it's cheap speed against a Ness horse here, who's won pretty easily, but needs to. It definitely needs the lead. If Goodbye Note can outbreak Cake's Arrow here, you could get an upset just off that form. Here, so
Yeah, that horse looks. The 2 looks kind of vulnerable in here.
let's see what we have here. But I'd be looking at somebody like Understudy Kitty, the 3, the Scotty Longshot, or the 6 Go To Kingdom coming off the pace there. Any thoughts? Let's go to Derek on this one. I know you.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I don't have much on this, but I do. We have the same horse, and my only reasoning is there's a little gap in the morning line versus E morning line, and also it's my favorite Kitten's Joy. I fortunately bet a lot of the Kitten Joy horses on the turf, so always was one of my favorite horses. So. But I do like the 3 a little bit. So I'll probably just do 3 with 7-2.
3-7-2. Okay. Emily, any thoughts?
I'm looking at it right now. My first thought is that I think you can beat the 2 in here, and I think it's worth trying. I was looking at the 3 as Derek was talking. That horse makes sense. They ran a good race 2 back.
Feeling a bit slow to go there.
And it's just a little bit
Cake's
too
Arrow
tough, and
right
now
to
they're
the
second
front,
of the form
Understudy
cycle.
Kitty
That
away
horse makes
second,
so
and
much
then
sense in
Final
here.
right there, the chase 2.
But the other horse.
The 7 should move up on the turf. A little bit concerned about the trip for them, but they took that, so I think that horse has a shot from that position. I know it seems weird
This
to
is
say that,
racing
but
the
I
fourth
wouldn't have
spot as
liked
they
them if
round
they
the
were going to
turn
be
St.
forward,
John's
but in that
Rail.
spot, the 7
Next
can
is
run a big
Go
race.
to the Kingdom Crossland. Back of the pack with Villain and trailing the field. Hey, Chief. About 13 lengths will cover the field. Cakes, Arrow, Goodbye Note on the outside, trying to heat up that pace. Another 5 back understudy. Kitty is in third.
Well, if you were hoping for a pace
St.
duel
a good
to
9
beat
to
the
10
two here,
lengths off the
you're
pacemaker. Is back to
getting
Crossland on the
everything you could
outside.
ask for.
Go to the Kingdom is next. And then it's Hey Chief and trailing the field. Villain has a lot to do. Heading to the 4 furlong mark and now past it into the far turn. Cakes, Arrow from Goodbye Note trying to heat that one up to the outside still. Cakes,
No
Arrow,
excuse for the
pressure is
3.
on from Goodbye Note
No.
into the turn. Understudy Kitty sitting a great trip from third if good enough. Lentharis is next. The back markers have plenty of running to do, including St. John's, who's ridden along on the inside, a good dozen from the front. Cakes, Arrow, Goodbye Note. They've been 1-2 throughout. Understudy Kitty swings in
Go
action
3, come
on
on.
the far
Not
outsiders.
3.
Understudy Kitty toward the center of the course. Lentharis is racing fourth. Cakes, Arrow at the 360s pole.
Get
No
this horse
signs
up.
of stopping. Cakes, Arrow. Understudy Kitty trying to take one more stab for the second spot. But here's
Oh, how
Cakes,
good was
Arrow.
that,
How good a
too?
form is Cakes, Arrow in? Now late run. Lentharis to the far outside. Cakes, Arrow holding on to win. Cakes,
Well, as
Arrow.
good as the 2
Lentharis
was, is
surges
about
to
as
second.
bad as the
Understudy
3
Kitty,
was,
then
because
St.
no
John's
excuse for that horse, especially not to not get second. But the 7 ran very well in there. Very sneaky trip on that horse.
For sure. Let's take a look here. We got 5 minutes to Woodbine.
And 8 minutes to the True North.
And 8 minutes to the True North. So let's talk about Woodbine for a minute. Then I'll kick it to you, David, for
Okay.
the True North here. So I'll have you take Woodbine here.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't have anything amazing to say on this. In my pick 5, I just have the 2 favorites, 1 and 3. I don't think there's much difference between them. So the only thing that scares me is they could burn each other out. And if that happens, I'd be looking for someone, maybe like the 2s, you're getting good odds on the 2 at 11 to 1 right now. But my pick 5, I have 1 and 3. So I don't know if anyone has anything better.
The 5 furlongs gives it a better chance to not have somebody close. I think that's what's weird about this race at 5 furlongs. There's a lot of horses in here that are kind of 6 furlong speed.
Yep.
So it's like it's a tough read, which is totally different than 5, especially for the level. That helps them.
For sure. And, I do think there's more speed here than just those 2 horses, because the 5 needs the lead too, I believe. And really does not seem to want turf. I think that the 7.
That's one of those 6 furlong speed types, though, not a 5 furlong speed.
I do think the 7 Super Sunday has a little bit of a look, has been close at 5 furlongs, not being on the lead and stalking and almost gotten home. 16 to 1. I think if you got a pace duel, that horse has a big shot there. I think that's where I'll go here, even though it finishes second to last in the race sim. David, any thoughts? And then we'll go to.
Yes, I do have a thought. This race is at Woodbine, the 5th race. It's 5 furlongs on inner turf. That's my thought.
All right, well.
And all I have to say, we could be in at the NHC, and a race could be coming up, Oldy, and you'll ask me. You don't even have to ask me. You know that I won't have a optional on a 5 furlong race. First of all, Woodbine is not a track that the NHC uses, not the time of year. But yeah, I don't have a pending here. To be in all honesty, I'm actually looking again at the True North. So,
all right. Let's go to the True North, the Grade 3 True North at Saratoga. At Belmont here, or Belmont at Saratoga, the other way around. David, why don't you kick us off with your thoughts on the True North?
Sure. True North's always been one of my favorite races, and I've had a pretty good success rate because you're dealing with a dirt race at 6.5 furlongs, which, if I look at my historical racing results and my ROI, I'm much better on dirt than turf. And again, I will start off with the one Concrete Glory because I've heard some love for him from handicappers that I respect, but I just don't see, in all honesty, I don't see the one Concrete Glory. I think he obviously speed from the rail. He's got the highest pace metric, but to me, he looks like cheap speed. Also Crazy Mason, the 2, the 3 Surveillance. I mean, the 3 comes out of the NYRA, the 2 comes out of the Carter. Those aren't the Carter and the Gen we know in the past with hard hitting, grade 1 or grade 2 horses coming in. They're kind of weak fields. So I'm looking at the class. To me, this race boils down to 3 horses, the 4, 5, and 6. I know I'm a long shot player. There's no value there, but you match it up in exactas or what have you. But so the 2 horses I'm focusing on is let's go to the one who I think is the most likely winner, and that's Mulligan. He comes off a layoff. He was in the Cigar Mile and ran a bang up race at a mile. And the question that day, Oldy, was that could he really get a mile? I wasn't sold. I was on post time in that race, but I was impressed the way that Mulligan ran. He probably just didn't want it. Really, he's not a miler. To me, he's a 6 to 7 furlong horse. So look at his comeback race on May 3rd on the sloppy track on the Churchill Downs, grade 1. He had the extreme outside post in 11-horse field, which had to compromise him. I mean, he rushed up to battle with that in that pace duel, and really the race kind of fell apart at the end. And look who won the race. I mean, Mind Frame, and they were just flying at the end. You get a dead heat between Vanishing and Nisos. That's a good race. So, and I'm not sure that he appreciated the slop either. So he gets slop today, which is a question mark. But off that race, you look at the workout on June 1st at Keeneland, 47-4 breezing. I like that work. So I think he's very logical, a must use. And I'm just going to my other horse is Nakatomi. Irad picks up the mount, comes from Maidan. I mean, that Golden Shaheen, he was flying. You had a blanket finish. He just missed. Good race. The question is, how is he going to be shipping in from Maidan? I think he's ready. You got these 2 bullet workouts on May 24th and May 31st. I mean, that horse is working well. He's 2 for 3 at Saratoga. He won a race at 2023 on a sloppy track at 7. He won the Vanderbilt last year and beat Skelly. And that was a really solid race. So he likes the track, and he's 3 for 4 on a wet track. So to me, it's either the 4 Nakatomi or the 6 Mulligan, and that's my strong exacta. I'm leaving out the 5 Bookham then.
All right, Emily, what about you here?
Well, we were initially talking about the 1. I am going to kind of retract that a little bit. I still think that he could probably have that pace advantage, but I agree with David that he's cheap speed, and a horse that just refused to break is just such a negative. I just can't. I mean, 13-1 is also just kind of cold on the board. So I'm actually going to go the other way on the outside with Nutella Fella. And I almost think that they probably should have scratched this horse at Keeneland. I mean, the fact that they were going to run in the Commonwealth, he was very reluctant to load. He was balking at the gate, rearing up. I thought they were going to scratch the horse that day. And this race might be the race that they were pointing him to. As soon as they came out of that race, went to Saratoga, right to work, got the stamina work out of the race. It's been like a stamina work, speed, stamina, speed. This horse is pointing. Is he as good as some of these others? I don't know, but he's at least proven at 7 furlongs, proven at Saratoga, has the intent with that form cycle. And coming back to Alvarado, who's been aboard the horse in the past. And I don't know if the horse is the most likely winner, but that horse is playable to me at 15-1.
All right, Derek, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm alive again, and my pick 5. Hopefully, I do better here for I think it's for 450 for this to win 450. I'm singled to Nakatomi, so that's the horse that I like the most. That's what I mentioned. 2 things. 1, the Woodbine race went 3-1-2, so basically what we said.
Mhm.
And that Laurel race that that I just saw someone else in the comments mention it. That triple, if you just bet straight through what Scotty picks, or even the win percentages, was for $1, paid $91, which is pretty good for the three choices that we said there. So that wasn't bad.
Yeah.
But if I had to go, I mean, I'm shocked that the 6 is still 3-1, and keep seeing. I can't believe that's David's probably like salivating over there getting 3-1 on Mulligan. I can't. I mean, that was not what I thought would happen. So you are getting very good odds there, but I'm sticking with the 4. If I had to go with a long shot, I would go with the 3 to maybe come in second. If the 6, if 4 goes and 6 kind of hangs back, and so I'm going to go with the 4 on top with the 3-6.
All right. Well, I'm going opposite of all of you. I'm going to take the 1 who I think just is going to be too fast early for these. Could be
if he leaves the gate.
Yes, if he leaves the gate, or if no. Same thing about Natalafella, who I like, and is Team Contessa, and we have somebody we know who Chuck Brower, who is part of Team Contessa as well, but may not even load. So there's always something if you're getting a price. But I just feel like this has Safi stealing a race all over it. He typically has these horses on big days ready to fire. It's an inside post going 1 turn at Saratoga. It's tough to close at times here. It's been tough to close the last couple of days. I know it's looked a little more fair early, but I wonder if that's just the property of lower quality horses in lower quality races. So I'm actually going to say a Concrete Glory Mulligan Exacta here.
Okay.
Which is
Concrete Glory Mulligan. Gotcha.
Which I can tell you is paying, help if I looked at the exactas. It is paying 61-1 right now.
That works.
That's an entertainment play.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I've ever made an entertainment play on any True North in my life. And again, I'll repeat. Unfortunately, the weather put a decimated some of the races, and now you got the 2 stakes races that are gone. But I remember so many years going to Belmont to go to Big Sandy, and I would load up, and these are the races I can, these dirt races, and it's just a special day for me. And I wish I was there, obviously, but I think the way the weather held up, that it's probably for the best that I'm in Rochester.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I feel for you that you're not able to go today, but I know there's a good reason as well. So,
Hi, Matt. Yeah, Matt. I'm sorry, Oldy. Matt. Yeah, I'm looking at this 3-1, and I am kind of just bewildered, to be honest with you. So what I do in that situation I'm a long shot player, but I'm getting 3-1's an overlay. I thought this was to be 2-1.
Well, even 2-1, I think is fair there, but we haven't talked about Bookham Dano, the top pick there, but and did win the Woody Stevens, and then they weirdly went away from the top races there and went to the Jersey Shore. They've done some odd stuff with this horse that makes me wonder how good they think the horse is.
Right. And let me just add, Matt, good luck. I saw you were in. I haven't looked at the leaderboard. My apologies. It's been kind of hectic here, but you were in second to Tony as I looked last time at the leaderboard in the Belmont Challenge. So good luck, my friend.
Matt will talk about this later, I'm sure, but he wasn't going to play that contest either.
Yeah, a little surprised to see him in there. Third or so. Okay, good. So you got a decent bankroll. Yeah, I'm sure you weren't happy about both the 9th and the 12th being canceled, because I thought there were some opportunities there that I was thinking of entering. And in retrospect, I entered it last year, the 2-day tourney. I played on track, and it was a great contest. But in retrospect, I liked a couple of things that were scratched already. The 2 turf races, I liked States Rights, and I liked Crystal Quest in an earlier race. So it worked out for me. So good, but good luck, Matt. It's you got the rest of the day to charge it up.
All right. Well, they're still kind of mulling around. They're not really all that close to the gate yet. As I'm watching here, we might be another couple minutes here before they go to post.
We didn't talk about the 2, did we? Or somebody on that horse?
We did not talk about the Grade 2 Carter winner, Crazy Mason. Which, of course, was my nickname in college. But Emily, you want to talk a little bit about? Do you have some thoughts on Crazy Mason?
I think he's kind of an underlay right now. It's obviously a horse that's in good form. He does have a win at Saratoga where he was on the lead and a good race, but it just might have peaked in their form cycle. I guess they're coming off the 3-month break, but again, if you're kind of following that pattern, it might be a horse that tends to kind of race themselves into shape. Had sort of a flow-aided trip that day. I feel like he's like the one step below of Bookham Dano, like a type of just kind of like overachieving type who just kind of gets trips. But Bookham Dano kind of seems like he's just a little bit better. But overall, I didn't think really either of those horses were fair odds for who they are. I think 5-1's kind of an underlay on the 2 on the win end, and same thing 2-1 on Bookham Dano.
All right, we're going in the gate, so we'll put the sound up here. Let me switch the...
I'll just add real quick. I just had a friend text me, why don't you like Bookham Dano? I think he's a lock. I'm like, well, he took advantage of a pace duel last year. That was an incredible pace duel. And he's a good, hard-hitting horse. But to me, it's a 3-horse race, and I think the 4 and the 6 are both better than him.
Yeah.
Good luck, everybody.
The hopeful winner at 2, Nutella Fella walking up. Right up to the gate is Nutella Fella. Just a little hesitant. Going in. Distance starters go to bring him a little nudge. The rest of the field very well behaved. These are some serious professionals in the starting gate. We're going to open the front of the gate now for Nutella Fella.
Well, here we go again with Nutella Fella and going in the gate.
Going in.
As Yogi Bear once said, it's deja vu all over again.
They're in the gate.
That was not nearly as bad as last time, though.
A little bit of movement inside there.
The 1 looks fractious.
Concrete Glory settles down.
I saw that.
And they're off. Nakatomi was left and is last. Nakatomi will face a very tall order as Concrete Glory speeds to the front. Mulligan came away beautifully. He's right off his flank in second. Surveillance third. Bookham Dano close up. Just 3 lengths off the pace. Nakatomi rushes into contention, has 6 to make up. He is followed by Nutella Fella and stretch running Crazy Mason at the back of the field. It's Concrete Glory to the half-mile pole. leading over Mulligan. The opening quarter zipped in 22 1/5 seconds. Those two heads apart as Mulligan makes his move right now. And Mulligan puts his head in front. Bookham Dano asked to get after the top pair. Third, Surveillance. Fourth, another 4 back to Nakatomi, Nutella Fella, and Crazy Mason. 44-3 for the half. A quarter of a mile to go. It's Mulligan in front as they turn for home. Chasing gamely is Bookham Dano in second. Surveillance on the outside. 1 furlong left. Mulligan, Bookham Dano alongside. Bookham Dano and Mulligan. Bookham Dano, Mulligan, Bookham Dano in a thriller.
Bookham Dano got it.
Bookham Dano.
Was wrong there.
Paco Lopez to win the True North.
But
Bookham Dano just gets
a late kick.
puts himself in like the right position, right time and place. I mean, Mulligan ran huge. He ran huge. He had to do all the dirty work in there.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes. And I didn't anticipate, obviously, Bookham Dano being closer to the pace than Nakatani. But, yeah, he ran better than I thought. And he's a game horse. You're right. The 6 just ran his heart out at 5-2.
Well,
But he also
Yeah.
did get a pretty crazy pace to run into there, too.
yeah. The 4 had a complete excuse. I mean,
Yeah.
missing that break,
Yeah.
rushing up into the 22 quarter, coming off a layoff. You can give that guy an excuse.
Right. So that's the issue. The 4 doesn't get off slow. And he was just done at that point. It's fortunate.
Yeah. All right. We have, let me take a look and see what is actually coming up. Looks like Gulfstream Race 6 is next on the board here.
Gulfstream Race 6.
It does seem with this track profile that if you are gonna close, you need to save ground.
Yeah.
Because Nutella Fella closed well, but being outside, he had to work a lot harder. And Bookham Dano kind of sitting. You can be wide. It seems like you can be wide if you have some tactical speed. But if you're wide trying to close, that could be trouble. And I'm saying that because I don't. What's the Derby winner? Is his 2-horse today?
Sovereignty.
Sovereignty. Yeah, like what trip is he going to get? I don't know if he wants to close. I don't know if he wants to close inside, right? He's more of a horse that wants to be outside of horses. He'll row to close inside horses. That's for damn sure. That horse just takes dirt in the face every single race. He's fine, but I'm not sold that they're going to want that same thing for Surveillance. I mean, not Surveillance. Sorry, I'm looking at a horse called Surveillance. 3-horse there. Sovereignty.
We'll get you there eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah.
High neurodivergent day for me today. So holding it together.
So I'll also say we'll talk more about it later, but I'm against Sovereignty today as well. And I think you could see an upset. I think that you're going to have to be more forwardly placed today than Sovereignty and Journalism like to be normally. But that's a potentially discussion for later. Is there anything we like here other than the 3, 6, and maybe the 7 at Gulfstream before they go off?
Not really.
I mean, the 1 self-taught looks
1.
slow. Okay. I mean, I guess the 1 did almost win at this level, 2 back, and then didn't.
Wide trip.
Yeah, and then didn't run a lick last time from an inside post. But
he also might have been like peaked in his form cycle that day because he ran so big. He was like going in a forward progression into that April 13th race, probably just like peaked. So now he's kind of second of the form cycle.
So I know it's a bad trainer change here. On but Scott Acker's not bad first off the claim, and this 4-horse who had won 3 in a row going into that last race, I think maybe with the apprentice aboard might have a shot here. Looks like it's been tactical in the past. I'm going to go with the 4. Come Dream with me.
Okay, at 24-1. Oldy's
I'm going
reaching
with
out
the
for a long
Oldy.
shot. I'll just. Oh, too late. I'm just going to go with Dune Road. Many memories made on Dune Road.
I
There's
apparently
Dune
left
Road
the
as well.
volume on.
Self-taught
And
towards
you've
the
won at
inside. 4 of
25%
them
off the
line
plane.
across the track in the opening furlong. And then it's Looney Sema who's racing in 5th, just in front of Come Dream With Me. And the early trailer is Belton Brooks, who's at the back. Swashbuckle has the lead as they head up the backstretch run from Silent and Violent and Self-Taught right there as well. Opening quarter up on the board in 23 seconds flat. It's Swashbuckle who's emerged with the lead. Towards the inside there, Self-Taught. Silent and Violent now takes that second spot. Self-Taught's back to 3rd. Dune Road is 4th. And then it's Looney Semo who's racing in 5th. Come Dream With Me has dropped out to the back, and Belton Brooks has advanced a spot. They round the far turn. Swashbuckle's up top a length and a half. Silent and Violence come out of the whip in 2nd. Dune Road's trying to range up 3rd, is within a length and a half of the top. And then it's Self-Taught who has a room up the fence if good enough. They're a quarter of a mile from home. It's Swashbuckle with the lead. But he's got challengers from each side. Self-Taught to the inside.
I like your
Here's
one
Dune
here, Emily.
Road, who comes with the lead past the
Coming up the
316.
rail.
Dune Road with the lead, coming to the 8th pole. Down towards the
gonna be
inside.
tight.
Self-Taught tries to battle back in the center there. Swashbuckle.
too
But
plotty.
Dune Road has put this race to bed past the 16th. It's Dune Road coming to the line. Miguel Vasquez. They're going to win it by 2.5. Self-Taught was 2nd. Swashbuckle 3rd. Silent.
Bona 25% off the claim, now 26.5% off the claim.
26.5%.
I'm not a mathematician.
Nor do you play one on TV. It looks like Laurel race 8 is going to be next. You have a pretty heavy favorite in the 4 New King. Here, I will take this one, David, and then after this race, if you want to talk a little bit about anything else you like, because I know we're getting to the close of your time here. But
Sure.
You're going to like it, Saratoga, not Sarasota. See, now I'm doing it, Emily. All right, so New King, been in a grade 1, was in the Knicks Go. This is a big drop in class here into allowance non-winner of 1 company. This is not a claim. It's just a straight allowance race. Probably too good for this group, it looks like to me. Anybody have a differing opinion? You think maybe the 3 Bull Diversion or the horse of the moment right now, Addie's Laddie TNT, maybe? Any thoughts?
I mean, I could say I just had New King. But I skipped the race. I looked at it and said, too big of a favorite that's going to win. So I kind of just passed on the race as a whole. So.
Yeah, I mean, if New King doesn't win here, I don't know where this horse will win. He's following in every other pattern. You mentioned the class relief. They're cutting back in distance as well. He's a flow upgrade from the Knicks Go in the slop where he was outside up close to a fast pace. I mean, I don't even know how this horse fits his condition, to be honest. I'm like reading it. He's never won a state bred sire. I don't know. Anyways, this horse is finding too much class relief. They know how to read the condition book better than me, apparently, to how this horse is eligible to even run here. This race kind of just looks like a pass.
It looks to me like it's a Maryland bred that hasn't won a state bred race because it wasn't running in Maryland until it came to Brittany Russell from Baffert. So that's just a guess. But I did see, so the a straight 4-6 exact is paying about 9-2, $4.5. The 4-3 is paying 6-1 right now. Now down to 5-1, but I think those are decent prices if you were going to play a straight exacta here and take a shot at one of them. That's probably how I would play this here. All right, we're going in the gate, and then we'll have David talk about some other Saratoga
starting
thoughts
gate.
here.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'd like to focus on the Manhattan, the Met. I still call it the Met Mile, and the Metropolitan Handicap. I'd like to just make a few words on it, and then we'll talk about that real quick.
Of course.
Rapidity.
And I miss it being on Memorial Day. That was a tradition. after going to the parade, going to the Met Mile, having a picnic at Belmont.
Bold diversion. New King.
Doesn't this condition say, though, that and has not won 2? I don't know. There must be some weird something.
New King. 1-2. Addie's Laddie TNT. Straight to water. And they're off.
Oh, it's upward 4.
Rapidity
The
from
first
the rail. New
condition.
King is sent up for
Upward
early
4
speed.
Maryland
Addie's
Braves.
TNT is right
So it
there.
doesn't
He's
matter
bold
that the horse
diversion.
has
The
already
gray
won
splitting
2.
horses
That's
now taking
crazy.
that 4th spot, only
Yeah,
a
they're
length
really
and a
good at
half
reading the
off that
conditions.
front
They
runner.
think
New
they
King,
wrote
the
the race for
favorite.
this
He's
horse.
straight to water is last of them all on the outside.
It
Heading
looks
over
like
the far
gone
turn,
already.
bold diversion, a bit of cramped quarters there. Steady back just a bit. New King from Addie's Laddie TNT second. Rapidity is in third. Bold diversion in between and straight to water with a clean sweep on the outside. 3 wide, the red cap. Into the far turn, New King the favorite to catch. Addie's Laddie TNT moves quickly to second and straight to water. On the outside is in third, and Rapidity and bold diversion. New King, the pressure is on at the top of the lane. Straight to water, fires up 3 wide. Addie's Laddie TNT is right there. Bold diversion re-rallies now in between horses at top of the lane, and bold diversion has a good split in between rivals. Running on very gamely is bold diversion, but New King is still there. New King, bold diversion, Rapidity down to the inside. New King turns them all back though. New King and Sheldon Russell. New King sharp, super sharp. New King by 3 by 4. New King scorching home.
For some reason, that gave me the thought of the Lion King, when they go, no king, la 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 la. I'm getting a shake of the head there from Emily, but somewhere I think Matt Miller's doing a dance over that one, though. All right, let's David. Let's talk Met Mile then.
Perfect. I'll read Matt's comment there because I want to get right into the Met Mile. Fascinating betting angle for the Met. If you're against Fierceness, Dutching win bets between White Barrio and Just a Touch Pay, slightly better than even money. Good thoughts there, Matt. Thank you for your input. I think first of all, let me just say that the Met Mile is like, again, one of my favorite races. I go back to like the late 70s. Forgo winning that race, being a great train coming from dead last. He looked like he was hopelessly beaten with that. And then came this outside run like a freight train. You're like, hey, he's not going to get there today. And then just kicked it in. So I've seen many Met Miles. Saw Conquistador Cielo on a sloppy track, parlaying that into a victory in the Belmont Stakes. So it's a great race. We got a small field this year, and I think what happens here is the track condition just throws things out a little bit. And let's go to Fierceness first, because to me it's a 3-horse race. Fierceness is 3 for 3 over the track. Obviously, love Saratoga. However, it's a shame that they have to run the Met Mile out of the Wilson chute. I don't like that inside post. It's tricky. You got a gun. If you don't get out right, it's not the easiest post. And here's the question with Fierceness. His worst race, besides the Kentucky Derby, was his Champagne. All right. He was 3 to 5 that day and encountered a sloppy track and he got off to a troubled start and just never fired. And he basically finished almost last, 20 lengths behind. So how do you bet a horse that had such a bad race on a sloppy track? I mean, with any confidence. So I just couldn't use him in here. Now, and White Barrio.
Wait, pause real quick. But his debut was on a off track at Saratoga, and
but it's a muddy track, Emily. That's a totally different surface.
Well, even a sloppy track at Aqueduct isn't the same as a sloppy track at Saratoga.
Absolutely. Yeah, granted. But my point is that the muddy track normally in at Saratoga, mud favors speed. slop, there's a lot of standing water, and there was a ton of standing water on that day in Champaign. And, it sometimes helps closers. It's more of an even track. So I have concerns there. So I'm not going to use fierceness.
I have concerns as well for the other points. I think it's less of the track. That's just
okay. So I have that concern. And Barrio, I'm not sure if he's going to move up on and off track. His only sloppy track was Cigar Mile, which was a really good effort. But I'll get to the horse that I really like here, and that's Just a Touch. I mean, this horse off the layoff since the Iowa Derby last year, where he just missed. Now, again, the Iowa Derby is the Iowa Derby. It's not the Met Mile. It's not the Breeders' Cup. And if you look at that Iowa Derby, the SOR was 68. Off the layoff, he just aired in both starts. His horse is ready to move up, in my opinion, in class. The question mark, he is going from a 70 SOR up to an 82. He's facing the big boys today. But based on those last races and how high that Brad Cox was on this horse, I just think this horse is going to move up in the slop. He has a bullet workout on May 31st at Churchill, 58-4 breezing. I just think this horse is sitting at a gigantic race. He's going to stalk the pace, probably the first one to take the lead coming down the turn. And I just think this horse is going to show up today and compete against the big boys. So I do like Just a Touch in the mid.
All right. So pardon my French here, David, but and I said this the other night, you might as well just take a pile of cash and light it on fire if you're betting Just a Touch here. Number one, he's not in the top in the post 1 through 3 in the Wilson Shoot. Which but if you're not on the lead and not in post 1 through 3, you have no shot in the Wilson Shoot according to the numbers. It drops from about 25% to about 3%.
Have you narrowed those figures down to that percentage on a sloppy track on the Wilson Shoot?
I have not, but I've gone back to 2022 looking at it.
Yeah.
I think Raging Torrent's the one that you guys are overlooking.
I'm with you. Wire to wire.
If from you can win on the lead from post 5. You can't win behind the lead in the Wilson Shoot, and it's because of that weird turn, that half turn there. But for me, it's either Raging Torrent or White Barrio. I love Fierceness, but I can't use him at 3 to 4 right now. He's Walter Payton, but I think that he ran that record race in the Ali Sheba at Churchill. He's going to bounce a little bit here. White Barrio's gotten his rest. He's working extremely well. It's a horse that I've loved since he was a 3-year-old and winning the Florida Derby. And then we actually have some connections with Seth Wilkie, who is one of the people who helped raise Raging Torrent. And he says the horse is doing exceptionally well.
So I kind of agree with you, Oldy, with the 5, except I'm putting the 5 right behind Fierceness. I know everyone's going to give it Fierceness every reason he can't win. This horse is, to me, head and shoulders above these other horses. I am concerned about the post, and I'm also a little concerned it's a half a furlong too short, but I think this horse is so far above all these horses that I think he wins going away.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm kind of a little bit with actually all of you guys, but really when it comes down to, I don't disagree with what Derek said about Fierceness, but the thing that I will say is anytime that you have those buts, but this, but might want an extra, but that, he's favored. So you need some price compensation for all those little buts. And unless you think that is going to be fair odds, maybe not. I don't know. That's kind of the knock there. White Barrio has the least amount of knocks, so he's kind of the most logical type coming into this race. He's checked the boxes on class. The distance is 1.5-ish turns, so that's fine for him. But yeah, I mean, you didn't quite say it all the way, but pardon your French, I'll say it. Florent Geroux sucks. Like, he's the part to me that I question 3-1. Like, that is, I need some meat on the bone. I don't know what's going on here. And just in terms of trip as well, I mean, Raging Torrent, you know what he's going to do. He's going to try to take this field gate to wire. His speed, if horses like Fierceness and Just a Touch try to run with him, maybe they get cooked in the process, and that only helps a horse out like White Barrio. Castle Chaos, he's just a little bit, he's slow. He can maybe clunk up in that type of scenario. But yeah, I mean, really, that's what it came down to. Just as far as Fierceness and Just a Touch, they're just a touch too short on the odds. And I'll take a shot with Raging Torrent, who's just kind of right about fair odds right now, to have his shot to wire the field, and then the most logical type, White Barrio, who's fair. That's
and on the subject of fair odds, too, we have a 1-2 E morning line number on White Barrio, and he's currently. I'll
I see it. Okay.
blow this up a little bit here. Sorry about that. Let's see, where is that zoom here?
No concern with Raging Torrent having a 48 GSR, Oldy?
I mean, obviously I'm concerned, but does have a win over a good track at 7 furlongs at Churchill last year. So I'm not that concerned about the wet track. You know, maybe the going a mile, but won at a mile in Maidan. So, you know, if this was 2 turns, I think I'd be a little more concerned. And we don't break out 1 and 2 turn miles.
Right.
So, Scotty, if you're out there, how about that in the new GSR as well? But I think that, first of all, for a 5-horse race, you rarely see fields with heavyweights able to throw punches like this in a 5-horse field like this. So tip of the cap to Saffy's connections and to Pletcher, and why am I drawing a blank on the owner of Fierceness? Rapoli, for not talking each other. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I have to vent with that with the Patrick comment. Thanks, Patrick. Rapoli against the Stewart, and you know, I follow both of them on Twitter and X, and it's enough, guys. You know, it's about the horses. It's not about you guys, right? What happens is that it's like, my horse beat yours. Your horse never finished ahead of my horse. It's not about the horse. It's not about you guys. It's about the horses. All right. And I never usually block anybody who follows horse racing, because it's a niche sport. We all love the game. We're all trying to benefit and you know, get the game more popular. And it's just too much. I just had to vent there. I apologize. Usually I'm not negative, but you know, I'm almost to the point. It's just enough, right? And I got to block these guys or just mute them for a while. It's just too much, guys. A multi-millionaire and a billionaire arguing about who's better. So, okay, I vented. Let's move on. I apologize for that rant.
Anything else before I know we got to let you go pretty soon, but any other races you're interested in?
Yeah, of course. I wanted to touch on the Belmont. You know, now I'm hedging all over the place. So, because of the track condition. And when I started doing that, Oldy, you know me for about a year and a half, and you know what I'm going to say. Yeah. I am going to pull back on any of my wagers. It's not going to be a major race for me to bet. It's obviously a big race. I'm really excited to see it. I don't know who to go to. I think the sloppy track may hurt journalism more than Sovereignty, but Sovereignty is going to be coming from so far back. And I'm looking. I don't like Rodriguez. He'll be setting the pace, and then Crudo. I hate that horse. I just think he's got no chance. He's just going to add to the pace and probably fry Rodriguez. So the horse, I think, and again, it depends on the odds. I'll be looking probably 5 minutes to post. I'm not making any major wager here, but I think I'm going to give a shot with Baeza. I mean, he may be the one here with the most upside. He did show that he can handle a sloppy track in the Derby. Now, was it a function of the pace that he rallied into, or was it a combination? Did he like to slop, or was it just strictly pace? That was a tremendously fast pace. But I think with the 6 posts now, it's a smaller field. He might get better. He'll get definitely better position. And I mean, he's got a GSR in this race of a 99, and so do Sovereignty and Journalism. It's going to be a good race. I think it's a 3-horse race, and I would lean towards Baeza, but not a lot of confidence. So this is going to be somewhere between an entertainment play and my normal Belmont Stakes plays. So not telling you too much there, but that's the way I see it. And again, I don't have a lot of confidence.
Yeah, and I'll talk more about initially I had Journalism on top, but I'll talk more about this later as well. But Emily or Derek, if either of you want to chime in with your Belmont picks as well, as we're talking about this, and we've allowed Sanita to go off here, so we'll just keep rolling here with the Belmont talk.
Go ahead, Emily.
I'm on Hill Road. Hill Road is a horse that when I was clocking out at Breeders' Cup before the juvenile, it's a horse that caught my eye. He was first dirt at that time. And that race, speed figure wise, given the fact that he was a juvenile, is actually in long. It's not far off. It's fast enough to win this race, and it's not far off the numbers from the big 3, from Baeza, from Sovereignty, from Journalism. He's coming into it the right way. He's second off. He has got tons of stamina, as I mentioned early. He's taken dirt in the face before. He's the right price to play. And I just have some knocks on the big 3. I mean, they're valid as individuals, but just in terms of timing, Sovereignty, as I just kind of talked about the trip, I think they're going to, from the draw that they're in, they're going to probably have to drop back and then go wide, and we'll see. And he got everything kind of his way, the right time and place, peaked. I get why they rested. If you look at the time between starts, he's about 35 days. So he's got 35 days into this race. By contrast, Journalism doesn't have that. He's not only had those trouble trips, but he's had to work hard in both those races. Maybe he's just better than those other horses, but at a short price. Again, I just don't want any question marks if ever it's a horse at a short price. And pretty much is the same thing with Baeza. I think he's too short. He's a horse that he's good. I think he stacks up with those other 2 runners, but he still wasn't quite there. I thought his trip in the Derby was good. He had to make a couple moves. He was probably on the better part of the track. I think he wanted to be outside. That's where he was. Again, I think that effort's good, but he's going to have to do it again. He's going to have to do it at just another short price, as kind of being that alternative to those other 2. And just Hill Road to me is the horse I'm going to mess with and take a shot. And maybe he gets beat by those other runners, but I think he's gonna run his race. And he's a good horse, and he belongs in this field.
Nice. All right, so I'll go. Hill Road's it's a nice. You're getting good odds at 12-1, so that's a good choice. I'm gonna make David laugh.
That's borderline for me right there, 12-1. I mean, it's good that he's taking some money, but he's the big 3 on the big 3.
Yeah. So I want to make David laugh here because I think Huneau has a shot. I really do. I think he's the better speed than Rodriguez. I think he's better for the distance than Rodriguez is. He's going up in GSR. Now I also think Journalism is 100 times better than all these other horses. Truly, I think that last race was extremely impressive to me. My only thing is he's had 2 grueling races, and is he going to be beat? Is he just tired? So I'm going to do Journalism on top, and I'm going to throw Huneau right behind with Sovereignty. I'm tossing Baeza. I think he just kind of picked up the pieces at the end. of that last race. I don't think it was in the Derby. I don't think it was as impressive as some people do. Also,
I think you have to go back and watch that race.
Yeah, I think Baez is also the smart horse, and that horse never wins, in my opinion. Everyone's always like, with whether it's in the Derby or whether it's in the Belmont, when people start saying, when everyone's talking about a horse, that horse usually does not win. So I'm going with journalism, and I'm putting Sovereignty and Crudo behind, and I'll do a Crudo journalism exacta box just in case Rispoli again does something extremely dumb with the horse and he can't catch up to Crudo.
Can I book that Crudo exacta box? Crudo to me finishes dead last year, gentlemen.
Really?
But I'll leave you on that note since Justin's joining. And if I was almost going to say, hey, my friend, how's it going, brother? I haven't seen you in a while. I was just going to say, if Crudo wins the Belmont, I am definitely going to shave my head. I'm just not. No way
I'll do it with you. I'll
Me too.
I'll shave mine too.
I'm not going to produce any hair out of it, but I'll do a double shave that morning. So Crudo's got no chance.
David, I'll be at Saratoga 4th of July weekend. So if Rodriguez, you said you like Rodriguez more than Crudo, right? If Rodriguez finishes ahead of Crudo, I'll buy you a beer.
Okay, Rodriguez will finish probably maybe a neck ahead for last and beat out Crudo. I thought you said you liked Crudo or Rodriguez better on the speed. Yeah, I think Rodriguez is a better horse by far than Crudo. I think Crudo has absolutely no chance. He's too slow. He's fast early, but he's just not going to win. But I will just leave you on this note. Thank you so much, everybody. It's been a great show. I had a great time. Emily, always love your looking for value. That's where I lean. But sometimes I just go with, when I don't see value, I don't push it. But thanks for your insight. You're a great
Always good to see you as well.
Yep, Derek, thanks. And Oldy, thanks you for the opportunity. And everybody listening in, it was great. And I'll just leave you on this. Just the Touch wins by at least 5, okay? 5 to 7 lengths today. So enjoy the races, and I think we'll see how smoke clears out. But thanks for all your valuable insight, and we'll catch you again sometime.
All right. Happy birthday.
Right.
Happy 10.
All right. To Connor O'Reilly. Yes, thanks. Been a pleasure. Good luck, everybody. Hit the Belmont.
All right. Welcome in Justin Sampson, 2024 NHC Semi-Finalist, final day competitor. And 23, did I say 23? I mean 24. But welcome, Justin. We're 0 minutes to post from Gulfstream here. And I know you do our notes for Gulfstream, so I was hoping you had some thoughts on the not surprising stakes. Surprisingly,
I looked here. I'm like, always been a long time. It's a good stakes race, Oldy, for 3-year-olds. Yeah. I mean, I did. Tank's been nice. Harmio Rides has speed on the front end, Oldy. I think we'll run a good race. I ended up putting the 4 on top, which is just getting crushed with Safi, but it looked like 4-3-8 to me. But I thought Nemo could still improve. I mean, from a top GSR perspective, Oldy. So, might sit the trip. I think you probably have a few minutes. I don't know if you can see the video, but this is a good race.
They're actually going in the gate.
In front of Louis the Champ in 4th.
Okay.
The rail goes night out. He's 5th now.
Yeah, I think the 4 is a good horse in here. His debut was really good to win, and then he stepped up in stakes company. He's got some quality. I think the 8 will run well at a. Oh yeah. Did they just bet that horse down?
To complete the line to the far outside.
Yeah,
they're in the gate.
But I like the 4. I think the 4 is good value.
The 8, the 4 float up. Tank's stuff going to be tough up front, but the 4 I thought could still improve.
They're off.
Yeah.
And a good start from the inside for Baker Street, who goes out for the front end. Back in the saddle is also flashing some early speed. Tank is right there as well.
Forward again. That shows quality, shows class.
Be 4th the first time past the wire. And then it's Nemo who's back of that flight. On the far outside comes Classic, of course. They're lining up into the first turn, and they've gone 5 or 6 lengths clear of Bluff, who trails the field. Into the first turn they go. It's Tank. The favorite's up top 1.5 lengths. Baker Street to the inside, just inside of Last a Bit Longer. And then it's the gray back in the saddle who's racing in 4th. Nemo's tucked in between runners. Classic, of course, is on the far side in 6th. And still 5 more lengths back to Bluff, who trails the field. Opening quarter up on the board in 24 seconds flat. It's Tank leading the way narrowly here to Last a Bit Longer, who's in 2nd. Nemo then takes that 3rd spot. Classic, of course, is on the far side with Baker Street tucked toward the inside in 5th. And then it's back in the saddle, who's gotten shuffled back a little bit. Is still 3 lengths clear of Bluff as they charge into the far turn. It's still Tank, the one to reel in. Last a Bit Longer. Nemo shaking up for more in 3rd. Baker Street up the fence. Classic, of course, goes 3 wide. And then it's back in the saddle in Bluff as they come to the top of the lane. 3/4 up in 1:10-1. Tank cuts the corner, goes for home with a 3-length lead. Last a Bit Longer down the center. Classic, of course, trying to close as well. But an 1/8 of a mile from home, it's still Tank. And he's widening the margin, coming to the 16th pole. Baker Street closing up the fence. But it's Tank and Jaramillo to win the not surprising by 3. Baker Street was 2nd. Last a Bit Longer was 3rd.
I think the 4 and the 8 going wide on the first turn, it was over for those two, and then they just helped the 3.
Well, that was not surprising, apparently.
No, I mean, it really was. The 3 looked tough. We didn't get tucked too much, but I mean, Carlos David had been on fire. It was an Arndale homebred. I mean, and has been running really well. I mean, won the stakes last out versus this group. So, you know, and Amicio is so good on the front end, Oldy. Like anytime you see a pace like that and you have him there and he can get the lead like that, he's nearly impossible to beat at Gulfstream because the speed's so tough on the front end.
Agreed. And, you know, I knew when I saw the time for the opening quarter that people were going to be in trouble there with. They let that horse just get too easy of a lead there. So we're 1 minute to post here approximately for the Matt Mile. Justin, I had been doing the sound, but can you possibly do the sound on the...
No, I got you. So I just came from baseball, so I haven't even watched. That was the first race I've watched all day. So what's the deal? I think my buddy said that has it been raining and just really bad weather?
Yes, correct. It's been the weather, as the saying goes, has been frightful.
But it's been clear for probably the last 2 hours or so.
Yeah,
there's been no rain for the last 2 hours.
And then they're supposed to, and I haven't had a chance to check the forecast again, but there's supposed to be more rain later in the day. I'm hoping that's not true. But I don't know if you had a chance to
the turf races.
So that they took the non-graded stakes ones off the turf, or non-grade ones off the turf, and they moved today's graded stake grade ones to tomorrow at the end of the card. No pick 5, no late pick 4 today. So, and it's an all for anybody who played a 2-day wager and was still alive.
Interesting.
Do you have any thoughts on the Metropolitan Handicap, also known as the Matt Mile here? Anything you liked?
No. I don't have a preference in this race. I mean, my only comment, I think the thing is on the mud, Oldy, if this track's off, that's what I just don't really know. I mean, my initial, if Raging Torrent is the speed of the speed, then could be very dangerous and upset this group. But the GSR is like brutal. So, I mean, that horse is going to get the lead and show a lot of speed on this dirt course. But, I mean, I think Just a Touch could win, and I think White Abario could win. Fierceness too short of a price for me personally. So.
And let's do something fun in the chat and for everybody here. Who heads up? Doesn't matter who wins, but who's going to finish in front? White Abario or Just a Touch? Put the numbers in the chat. 2 or 4. Doesn't have to win. Just who's finishing in front of who.
Yeah, as well.
Head.
As we have a bunch of new people, I'm assuming on the stream, if I can get you guys to hit the like button, we would really appreciate that. Helps us with the algorithm. Also, if you can hit the subscribe button as well as the bell for all notifications, you will notify you when we go live. All right, we're so it's 2 or 4 is what the question is. We're getting a lot of 4s here.
It was too early, and then 4's making a late run.
Hey guys, I know we got a big race coming up, but just so everyone, if people want to check on the side, Laurel coming up soon is a gold badge. I know it's a maiden claimant, but it's a 9-to-1 gold badge with square pace, top win percentage. So take a look at it. I just threw money on it. That's all I looked at quick, and I said, all right, I'm getting GSR increase, square pace, and 9-to-1 and a gold badge. I'll take it. So I just took a little shot there, but like I said, I just wanted to give someone, dropping in class.
And we'll come to that.
I don't know if we'll have time.
After.
Yeah.
All right. They
loading.
All right. Justin's going to get the sound up here, and that way I don't have to hold my computer like a pizza up to my webcam.
Up to your mouth? So, up to your mouth like a pizza?
All right. They're going in. You got the sound, Justin?
Yeah, he's not talking.
Yeah, he's trying to fool me here. Or they're having technical issues. So I can't imagine with one horse left to load.
I'm not hearing any sound on mine.
Yeah, me either.
I just tried a second device.
Yeah, it's not you, Justin. It's the feed.
Yeah. No, yeah.
And they're off.
Yeah.
So a lot of bump in between Fierceness and White Barrio.
Yeah, they're all trying to get a spot, but Raging Torrent just so quick get to the lead.
Raging Torrent on the lead, very reasonable pace.
Oldy, you going to make your call to be a race caller here? And
No, definitely not.
I think I'm the only official race caller that's in this chat.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Raging Torrent, who's currently away.
Saved by the bell.
Just a touch just inside of him, and Castle Chaos is at the back of the field. The half went in 46-4. Fierceness trying to Raging Torrent hanging tough. Fierceness alongside. White Barrio has plenty of work to do. Just a touch inside of him. They're at the top of the stretch. Raging Torrent and Fierceness on the outside. Raging Torrent just a touch. White Barrio in the center of the racetrack.
Come on, Raging Torrent.
Come on, Raging Torrent is right. Let's go.
Beat him.
Fierceness doing his best.
Beat him.
But
Let's go.
Torrent,
His head-to-head is going to be tight. Oh, inside, outside. I think the 4 is going to be. Boom. Nice call, everyone.
All of us who were on that. So since there were no pick 5s or pick 6s today, I just put 100 on Raging Torrent, so that's a nice little boom.
Boom. That was awesome. Oh, we went through it. I thought the analysis of that race was excellent. Just in terms of the way that the race was going to shake out from a pace standpoint, in terms of trips, as far as value. And the horse that was the value and sneaking away was the horse that was going to be controlling speed and said, come and catch me. And they did not. So that was awesome.
Going 1.5 to 2 turns on this track so far, nobody's been able to close. And, the second quarter was pretty fast, but that there was a relatively tame time, but I don't know why they had Fierceness or White Barrio running a 1.5 turn mile to begin with, other than the purse there.
I mean, you finished second. 20. You're getting 23 to 1 odds on the 5-1 exacta, so that's good.
Yeah,
that was a nice little payout.
I mean, the 4 beat the 2, Emily.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. It was like that's a good Vegas style heads up though, honestly, because they were pretty close. They were side by side the whole way. Yeah, the trip wasn't great on either of those 2 horses. I mean, Raging Torrent got the trip he was going to get. Fierceness, that was the big knock on him, is that he was just kind of compromised at that post, and he worked out a good trip. He's just not his day. But Just a Touch was wide early. White Barrio, he got bumped around between horses at the break, and then he was between horses chasing that pace. That's not his ideal. And I wonder too if that opening quarter is not a little bit faster officially. That seems too crazy that they went almost 24 and then went 46 and change. That seems kind of nuts.
Was it the 2, Derek, that you were talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
Here at Laurel, I'm going to get something in on that too, but nothing like
I said, this is a maiden claiming race at Laurel, though. So, low.
Yes, this is what David would term an entertainment play.
Yes.
But Emily, any thoughts here? I know we pretty much.
No, I'm not going to say anything. If you've got a strong angle at a 9-1 shot, I'm
out on your heels.
Let's go.
I mean, Derek, the rail's way out too, so the horse you should get similar like you just saw with Raging Torrent. I mean, as long as the horse break, it should be the fastest horse. It's sprinting on the turf with the rail at 70 feet. I mean,
Chris, I wasn't just the post alone. I'm not going to knock it up to. I see your comment right there. The post on his issue, no excuse. It was the combination of the post with the race dynamic, that combination. So I agree that it's not the post. I mean, his trip got Johnny Velasquez did an excellent job, gave that horse every chance. It was just the way that dynamic was with that post. That's probably not their ideal trip. And the times that Fierceness has been on the lead, it's been like
still back
really,
there.
really slow paces where he's been lone.
Rock Bullet, time
so
to 2.
Having to like push,
all fruits right.
Having to move off the inside and push it. Like Raging Torrent is more of a 1-turn sprinter.
Working with Spy
so having to run with that horse is not his ideal. If he was able to like sit, if he was drawn like outside where he could track, maybe that would have been a little bit better. But yeah, he was kind of forced a little.
All right, let's see what happens
Salvo
here.
Trigger, Matilda Burnham up. 5.5 furlongs, turf, second wire finish. And they're off. Berners Junction very fast out of the gate from All Fruits Ripe. The outside Warriors Notion stoking up early speed. Hot on your heels moves into 4th. Extreme outside Salvo Triggers on the move too. Furious George settles about 7 from the front. Royal Flush Hearts is next. Then Spy Wars 3-4 wide into the turn run. Moonlit Frost over to the rail, saving ground into the turn run. Back to Band Tour and Rock Bullet with a lot to do. Berners Junction the leader from Warriors Notion and second on the outside. It's 2 lengths back as Salvo Trigger aim from 3rd to position. All Fruits Ripe saving ground there from 4th as they swing in.
Don't open
and
the
next
rail
is
up.
Hot on your heels into the stretch, quarter of a mile left to go. And Warriors Notion on the outside trying to get by Berners Junction. And here's Salvo Trigger in between horses. All Fruits Ripe quickens up as well. Extreme outside, Hot on your heels. 4 across the track now, furlong left to go. Extreme outside there is Hot on your heels. Try to quicken up. Salvo Trigger narrow lead down to the inside. All Fruits Ripe second wire finish. Very close. Very close. Hot on your heels. All Fruits Ripe, and it's close for 3rd as well.
Oh, wow.
Worth a try.
Photo finish of the second line, 1:04.38.
I didn't think he was going to get pressured by the 8, which was interesting. But
yeah. All right, let's go to Woodbine here. Looks like that's coming up next. they're a little bit behind here, but Derek, why don't you take Woodbine
Sure.
race 7 here?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm on the square pace. I'm on the Scotty's second choice to 4. You're getting top win, top GSR, and you're getting the top pace. So all 3 of those together, you're getting 3-1 right now. I don't think it's bad. I would pair that horse with the 3 and the 8. So those are the 2 horses that I'm pairing underneath. I think if it stays at 3-1, I probably will make a win bet though, and then do just a small exacta with the 4-3-8, 4 with 3-8.
Yeah, the 4 just looks like it's been the speed of the speed here in its races. But any thoughts here, Emily?
Yeah, I mean the 4 is going to have to earn it because the 1 has as much early speed and it's drawn inside of them. They're going to go, and the 6 has speed as well. And then the 5 also, I have like a note on this horse that was a prep last out. And has won at this level in the past. The 6 furlongs could be a little bit tough. The 3 also has run some good races at this level. It just always comes up a little bit short, but should be dead fit because they're coming off a wide trip at this level last out. The 5 seems like they're pretty live. That horse is getting a lot of money in there. 6 looks a little bit below in terms of class. 7's a long shot that is definitely a horse that can get a share. Can this horse win? Maybe a tough task on the win end, but I would definitely use that horse in exotics for sure. And the 8 is stepping up in class off those 2 wins. Kind of a big rise for this horse. They ran at similar conditions last year, kind of got cooked a little bit. So I'm not crazy about that horse is the favorite. What the hell? Yeah, this is a good betting race now that I see that, because that horse should not be favored. I think that we're on kind of the right horses in here. 3, 4, 5, and then the 7 for underneath.
Yeah, and
no 8.
You'll notice I have a note on the 5 from when we were on the air at the NHC, as the Gulfstream race was a prep for Woodbine there. Because I was on that horse that day, and you actually made a good point that day there. I'm just a little concerned about that last race.
That race looked like a prep. They were wide that day, and just didn't take money. So there's that horse being a prep is second off. They're going to run better today.
Do we have any evidence of this Morley horse running on synthetic? No.
What's a Morley horse?
It was a Morley horse. It's no longer a Morley horse. I even missed that.
Yeah, that's a big GSR drop. And I couldn't get down with it. I'm not sure. I actually think that A probably run a really good race. I'm not actually sure that horse can win. The 4 could be really tough. But I don't know. I wasn't. There's a long shot, but
the 8. Listen, the 8 has a good race record. They've been running just the purses of those races. They ran at this level last August 10th. They had trouble at the start that day, but it was also took a lot of money. They dropped the horse down in class. Those are $40,000 races. The race for $7,500 that they won, $29,000 race. This is $114,000. It's different level of class. It's a good horse, but it makes a difference.
No, it's a big step up. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's a big step up.
But you're getting no price compensation with the step up, right?
I know.
The race is off. Race is off. So
I'm getting there. There we go.
Valentine.
Four got an
Pushing up
easy
front
lead.
for maximum 50.
Yeah, that's
Hasn't
what
been
you
tested
hope
and
with the
speeds
pace
off
for
again.
him, yeah.
Racing to the 3/8 maximum 50 by 3 lengths to Verdejo. Anamcara third, then came Spirit Bear. Reflexivity being passed by Society's Cat, still well behind them, Stolen. And My Sunny Valentine. Maximum 50 at the quarter. Leads the charge into the stretch by 3 lengths to Verdejo, Society's Cat, Anamcara, Spirit Bear, and Stolen
just be
well
gone.
ahead. Maximum 50.
Come on,
Where
Bree,
are
get
the
second.
challengers?
Get
Maximum
second, Bree.
50 inside the furlong, still out by 4 lengths. Trying to make some
With a
ground
7.
is on the outside.
Get up with this 7.
Verdejo
No, I played
coming
50 to
alive
win on
late
the,
is stolen up the rail, but
on the
down to
4.
the wire. Maximum 50 will win by a couple of lengths.
Hold for
Holding second,
second.
Society's
Boom.
Cat narrowly
Boom.
from Verdejo. On the
Oh.
rail, Stolen was a bit flat.
Very noisy crowd there too at Woodbine.
That was great. That was excellent.
Boom. That was a good win bet there.
I mean, if they're going to give us, essentially 8 to 5 on that 8, gave us better
So
pricing
crazy.
on there. It was a gift. And speaking of gifts, we have the Grand Poobah of EquinEdge and CEO Scotty
I can jump.
McKeever here. All right. But I can have Scotty say hi real fast here too as well, and Derek as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey,
Hey.
Scotty.
How's it going, Derek, Emily? What's up, Justin?
Just hit a nice 3-1 easy winner too. Very easy at Woodbine, so that was
Yeah.
great. That was a good call
Right
by
on.
EquinEdge. But
Horses don't come from behind there very often. You have to be near the pace at the top of the stretch.
the
Yeah, I
silver
mean-
silver badge worked out well.
Silver badge, square pace there, and just outclassed that field for Tiller, who is the same trainer, I believe, as Patches O'Houlihan, who dodges wrenches and wins races. I really, really, really appreciate Derek and Emily, you guys joining the show. We love having you. We, of course, would love to have you back. Been a fantastic opening to a very reduced Belmont day, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks for having
Yeah,
us.
thank
Thanks for having
you.
me.
Thank you for the invite. Absolutely.
All right,
All right.
keep up the winning, guys.
We will.
Right.
Thanks,
Good
Derek.
luck, Scotty, because we've been carrying it this far, so you got big shoes to fill.
You always do, Emily. You always do. Believe me. Why do you think I don't come on anymore?
Just let the kids' table take over.
Yeah, exactly. It's time.
All right,
I do our
awesome.
best, though, but thank you.
Appreciate
Good luck
it.
the rest of the
Again,
way. Bye,
thank you,
Chad.
everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. Bye-bye. What's up, everybody? Mike, Scott, Gary, Al. And what are you guys up to? How are you guys? How's everybody doing? I've been playing in this tournament. So I wasn't going to, and then I had nothing to do. I was going to go out to lunch with my daughter and breakfast and Alexis. And she said, Dad, I got to cancel. The baby was up. My granddaughter was up all night. And I'm like, all right. It gives me an excuse to play. And so I'm in the tournament right now. I don't know where I'm at right now. I was in the lead going after the 7th race, but the EquinEdge long shot just won, so I don't know where I'm at now.
Yeah, well, if you were listening to the show, Scotty, you would have been on Raging Torrent because Justin
really?
and myself and
Yeah.
Emily were all on Raging Torrent. I had 100 to win there at 8 to 1. Yeah,
That's what I get.
You didn't play your own long shot. It's a Scotty long shot.
No, you know what I had? I had $100 trifecta, 1 over 4-5 over 4-5. So that would have been a nice trifecta in the tournament.
For sure. I mean, that would have cooked. We should have gotten you to reverse that a little bit.
Yeah, so I did get past, but I'm still okay. I'm in third. I'm in third and 10th.
Yeah.
So but I'm in third by like $550. So that's okay. I'm okay with that. That's not bad. It could have been worse for me with that long shot winning. So yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. So where are we going? We're gonna go to Indiana?
We will go to Horseshoe. We have a quarter horse race, Justin. I know you love these end
Maiden
card
special.
quarter horse.
Hey, it's wet. So is it a wet track? Oldy, can you check the video?
It's wet fast is what it's listed as. We
No,
did a
no, I
race
saw that.
earlier, but it's not like wet,
oh,
like super sloppy.
Yeah. Let's watch the race sim real quick, Oldy.
All right. We got time that they typically post drag, and they are post dragging now.
They always do.
Yep.
I mean, that 10 has the speed and outside post. That's usually a good thing. It is also a silver badge. I mean, it ran first out and ran well. Was in the 4 post, weak and late. I mean, now stretching out, the GSR goes up. I mean, and then it's a state bred Indiana quarter horse. So,
yep.
I mean, the trainers, I don't know all of these. They're all, many of them seem to do well. I mean, you have jockeys. The 9 horse is the second pick, too. I mean, has that outside post, too.
Yeah. I like the 9, 10, and 8 better than the 3 on the inside, the first time starter, for the low percentage trainer who's never won with a first time starter.
Yes, that horse they do well. It was the favorite. It's the 10 just flipped to the favorite. That was pretty crazy. That 3 horse was taking a lot of money off a 15-1 morning line.
The 3's 2-1 right now, guys. And in fact, that 3 has a very suspiciously good work on April 11th, 4 of 56. That was a nice work. And with the new GSRs, the wet is winning around 28% wet dirt tracks, and that horse has the top GSR, and it's 16% win. It's an interesting horse, but the EquinEdge long shot didn't choose it. I would have liked that better, but and then you always have to worry about the EquinEdge long shot in a situation like this, the second time starter.
Yeah.
So this looks like a rough race on paper. It's just a matter of how you want to play it, but I think the 3 deserves a long look, and it's getting heavy action for low win percentage connections too.
Heavy action for low win percentage connections is usually, though, a way to set money on fire.
That's true. That's true. Well, we're about to find out.
8
It
broke
very
well.
That 3 horse is playing pinballs, but there goes the 8. 17-1. But here comes the 9. 8's going to be tough.
9 struggling to run straight. The 8 gone.
Yeah, look at that 3
was
guys.
Did that go 8-9?
Yeah, 8-9-3 And by the way, too, guys.
Boom! I had the exact box on that.
Nice. That's a nice
well
one.
done,
guys.
Yeah,
guys, look at the trip on the 3 horse. Look at the pinballs. Boom, boom.
Yeah,
that's the 4th one, and that horse galloped out like a champ. I will bet that horse next time out for sure. That horse is a runner.
Yeah,
the 8 horse Oldy broke. The 8 horse had by far the best trip, but kind of smoked him there. The 9 and 10 came on, but the 3 Scotty, your point, the 8 broke and just ran straight and beat him. I mean, that was big price.
Here we go. Here's that from the mirror. Let's see if our view was correct. I think the 3 got the bob here. Ooh, it's really close. Really, really close.
It looked like the 9 to me.
We got Gulfstream coming up. I don't want to cut Gulfstream up for the photo finish here. There's an inquiry too. I don't know if the inquiry is going to be on the 3.
It might be on the inside on the. I don't think the 3 did anything wrong, but I think the 3 was part of that all on the inside there.
Justin, did you like anything here at Gulfstream? I know you were.
I put a note up. I mean, I was 3, 7, 10 here. You know, and then the 8, like I thought it was a tough race. There's a lot of speed. The 3's taking a lot of money. That doesn't surprise me. So, but yeah. I thought the 7 though had a look for Safi. I mean, it's a rough kind of 5. I mean, it's a 10,000 claimer. I mean, they've all been running. So.
Yeah, I think the ticket generator has this pretty good
I mean, the
too.
3 is 3 to 5. I mean, it's just getting absolutely crushed. I mean, horse been popular. I mean, Carlos David he's been having a great meet. So not as hot as late though. He was on fire at the start.
Yeah, but he had a nice win today at Monmouth as well with first time Carlos David claim too at 9-2 on a race we covered. It did go 8-9-3. There is an inquiry. It's not saying on who. It doesn't look like it's on any of the finishers, by the way. All right, looks like we're going in the gate here.
Here's Dropkick Murphy coming up. Nick's Bro will be next.
And guys, if you can hit the like.
Ready for a fight coming up.
Subscribe and all
As
button
Neo
while we're
fight goes in. Ship Cadet.
watching Gulfstream load here.
4 to 5 favorite on the board.
You guys, I think the 3 horse goes gate to wire here. Especially if the 8 doesn't break through.
Yeah.
I think the 8 is the only horse. That's the only thing in the way of
coming up.
Is the 8?
I didn't expect the 3 to take so much money, Scotty. It's kind of surprised
Lunar
me.
Rocket
I was
in
like,
the white
whoa.
with the red cap.
I just wonder if they go fast.
Just waiting on Spitesburg, Comete, and High
we aren't
Limit
able
Room.
to show the Belmont Stakes live or any of the NYRA races. We don't have those simulcast approvals, unfortunately. Hopefully we will for next year, but at this time we
High
don't.
Limit Room comes up.
You
They're
can
in the gate.
listen to
But we'll
it,
talk about
Karen.
them a lot, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard, Karen.
And they're off in a very even start. From the inside, Dropkick Murphy
Wow, there's a
flashing
line of
early
them,
speed.
guys,
Nick's
fighting
Bro
for the
is right
lead.
there as
Usually,
well.
in a situation like
here's
this,
Jet Wings, and also
you
from the
see
far
like
outside,
these,
High Limit Room is flashing
you'll
early
see
speed.
like something crazy
They go into the
happen in a
far
race like
turn.
this.
Up
So
top,
the 8
it's Ship
did get
Cadet,
that
the
lead,
inside
and
Jet.
that really hurts the 3 horse. Of course, Karen. Anytime. We appreciate you tuning in.
Back to 4th. Neophyte
We will
moves
have the
up into
audio,
5th.
Karen, if that helps
And then we
you
come
at all.
back to Nick's
We
Bro
will turn
along
it
the
on. Yeah,
inside,
we will
moving
turn
through
it
the
on
field.
and turn it
Then
up.
comes ready for a
Absolutely.
fight, dropping back to the
you used
inside
to
with
ride?
Spitesburg Comete. The 2 at the back, Christensen and
we're
Lunar
able
Rocket.
to-
They come to the top of the lane. It's
I've
Jet
turned a few of my thoroughbred horses.
the
into
fence,
riding
High
horses.
Limit Room, 3 wide for the
Yes.
drive. They're off the turn.
Where's the
Jet Wings,
10?
Ship
Ten,
Cadet
this
tries
is
to
a
battle
perfect
back
trip.
towards the
Here
inside.
comes the
High Limit
7.
Room's up for a
Somebody's
short
gonna be
lead
coming.
though.
There's a
High
wall of
Limit
them
Room
coming.
tries
And
to
that
fend
is
off
what
Jet
we just
Wings.
talked
Coming
about,
down
right?
the center here
When
is
you have
ready
all
for a
those
fight.
horses
And
that
in
are like
between,
30 to
Nick's
1.
Bro is flying.
Look at
Nick's
that,
Bro ready
30 to
for a
1.
fight. Nick's Bro got it.
Yep.
Ready.
Boom. If somebody had that.
Nick's Bro. Hey guys, look at the race simulator. The race simulator has Nick's Bro coming in 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was going to go to a, and had I played this pick, I'd be out, but I luckily did not play this because I did not actually have time to handicap this. But yeah, the race sim, I thought when I looked at this earlier that this race was going to go to somebody coming from behind. I thought there was a lot of speed here.
Well, the thing is like the race simulator is like if everything goes perfect, but when you see, when you watch the 2 horse and you see it closing, like you have to give this horse a huge chance, especially if you think there's going to be any kind of duel up front. In retrospect, I didn't really have, I'm just looking at this race for the first time, but this is certainly a horse you could have used in all this, the spots, especially the exotics.
Scotty, I was in the coaching class and I was talking about that same thing on the race sim and like how you find those horses that will for sure hit in the exotics like that. The horse ended up, running absolutely amazing. It's like, but you can, to your point, you key them when you find them just on the race sim. It doesn't really show up anywhere else, right? But and it's crazy because you try to visualize that happening. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're running and the race simulator shows the horse, a horse is closing, and then and then you know that there's a ton of speed in the race. Like what's gonna, you got to figure some of these horses on the lead are going to back up. I mean, there was like 5 of them dueling for the lead there, and and then of course counter to that, you have to take good notes because sometimes the running lines don't really show what a horse went through in his prior race. That's why people that have time to watch videos, better to play less tracks and take the time to watch videos, because, you know, I've become really more of a trip player, you guys. I've always been a pace player, but I really like to look at a trip that a horse got prior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm always looking at trouble line, always looking at the trouble line.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you can take a couple notes in the note field on the trouble line, or horses that tend to get in trouble too, that repeat that behavior, those can be really useful in, you know, when a horse is getting over bet or an underlay and finding a long shot for sure.
Do we have parks today?
We do not have parks
You don't have
today.
parks
I did not, or I was going to be for like 2 races. It didn't seem like it was worth ordering.
The reason I was asking is there's a horse to watch, and it's a 7%. Yeah, it's a gold 7% positive ROI in the 2-horse Captain Weiner, and it also has a money bag. It's 32% top EquinEdge pick, and the horse is 7-2 right now. And the horse that's the favorite, the 4-horse Noisy on the Bay, this horse is 7-1 on the EE morning line and only 8% to win. So, I mean, I would imagine that one of the plays you could do is to, you know, maybe bet the 2 to win at that price, and then also maybe key it in the exacta or maybe even the trifecta. But and not only that, when you are the top win, top GSR, EE top pick, you're in the money 68% of the time. So might be the type of horse that you would use in all spots.
Yeah, and I will point out that because of the post changes at Saratoga, I keep wanting to say Sarasota, that they've everybody's changed their post times.
Yeah.
So Parks is actually
it's like 10 minutes
pretty
away.
early. Yeah, we're
10
minutes away there.
Well, I didn't even catch that. I was so confused, but that makes sense now. I'm like, why are all of these off?
Oh man, it's been terrible for the upcoming races. If you guys are wondering why the upcoming races are off, like it's getting changed constantly, and it makes it tough. So, and even if you were to go to, you know, to your ADW, you'll see that a lot as well. Oh, thank you, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. You've Jeff, one of the OGs. For
sure. And Justin, it looks like what we do have coming up is Emerald.
Oh, yeah.
Got an Emerald Downs race with a 6-horse, pretty decent sized field for Emerald. Their opening race on the card. Looks like they were nice enough to have not scheduled on top of everybody else, so we might as well take advantage of that.
Speaking of great handicappers, guys, like Chris Couples is really coming around. Yeah, I see Chris's name everywhere.
He's Scotty. He's an incredible handicapper for sure. Yeah.
Hi, Adarsh. How are you? I didn't see you up there. Hi, Adarsh.
We have a great group. Chris always comes by, you know, interacts with the chat, which I love, and tells me that I'm stupid when I'm making stupid plays too. So I always appreciate that, Chris.
Well, I'm glad it's somebody else besides me, Oldy.
Somebody's got to do it, right?
Somebody has to do it, yeah.
But you know, and Scotty, I don't know if you've seen this new feature, but I'm going to turn it on for a second.
Okay.
On StreamYard, where it just sometimes blocks a little bit of the race sim, so it depends on the race. But we have this chat flow thing that should start showing up pretty soon, where it flows onto the screen there, so you don't have to click it.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm having to. Well, usually I have 2 monitors, but right now I'm just on one. Sometimes when I do 2 monitors, for some reason it starts dying on me. My Wi-Fi can't handle it, so I switch from screen to screen.
And Justin, any thoughts here? Any chance to beat this 4 Maximum Sparkle, who wins the race sim pretty easily?
I think the Scotty picks have the race. Can you beat the 4? I mean, maybe. I mean, speed is so dangerous there. If the 2 gets the lead and the 4 gets caught in between, I mean, maybe, but the horse looks tough. I mean, Oldy, it's taking such a big drop. These are coming from Turf Paradise. The 6 been at Emerald, and then the 2 horse came from Turf Paradise. But that horse needs the lead. Like the 2 absolutely will have to have the lead.
Yeah.
So,
well,
I mean,
the 4 kind of looks like that
4,
type of horse as well,
I
right?
know.
Justin? The 4s
Yes.
burn a lot of money. You know what I
Yeah.
do in situations like this? I really try to look for first-time starters is what I do. And like a horse like the 1, the 5's kind of dead on the board. But I know the 1 only has 2%, but the 4's got such a big number. When that happens, I don't really look at the win percentages as much, guys. I would think like a horse like the 1 base hit would be one that you have to watch out for in here.
Has a really nice 1-21 work leading into this race too, Scotty.
Yeah. Do we have Emerald down?
We do, yes.
We do. Good.
You know, the weather here. I was at baseball practice this morning. It's absolutely incredible. It's like probably low 80s, pure sunshine. Looks amazing.
Volume on that as well, Oldy.
Yeah, we had some nice. Jeff and I had some nice interactions yesterday on Twitter as well with folks, because I pointed out to and warned everybody ahead of time to do what they could to take advantage of the fact that we knew turf races were going to come off yesterday, and we knew that it was probably going to happen mid-sequence.
Yeah.
So if you played it as such, you could potentially take advantage of either going narrow or going long, depending on whether you needed to avoid that there. And we did have a couple people win and send tickets through based on that advice too.
3 to 5 on the big favorite, and this horse could be in between horses early, guys, because the 2, 4, and 6 are very, very fast. It's going to be interesting if the 4 even hiccups.
The 6 might be the horse that wins.
Looks like the 4 broke good. Oh, the 6 did. Yeah, so 4's going to have to come from behind, guys.
To grab the lead, met quickly by Bella Chow
The
Chow,
3,
and she's right there now to converge. Moving through his base.
I still think the 6 might win this. 3 to 1.
Maximum Sparkle goes stride for stride as they sprint for the far turn. Gap of 4 back to Valid Gold. The girls have just over 3/8 of a mile to go. Bella Chow Chow is right there, delayed, not denied. From the outside to eye the leader.
Well, we're about to find out whether this 4 horse can rate or not. Seems to be running fine.
And coming on from between horses, there'll be 3 across as they hit the top of the stretch.
3 a big long shot, running a good race though, but the 4 is taking the lead pretty easily.
Yeah, 4's got it.
Now on the attack, a furlong away. Maximum
68%. Guys, I saw a horse the other day. I'd never seen such a high number in my life. 97%. Did you guys see that? A 3-horse race, 97%, and it lost.
Yeah.
3% of the time.
You know what I did? I disconnected all my social media. I turned off my phone.
And then today in the 3-horse race.
I was waiting for all this site sucks, and I was waiting for it.
So, guys, we're going to go to Monmouth next. Scotty, do you give a fighting chance to this 1 horse here that's the pace square and appears to be lone pace at 15 to 1?
You love horses like this. I know you. But there is a lot of speed in here, though. Even though it's got a good number, when you run the race simulator, there's a bunch of them right there. And I really do like the top 2 EquinEdge picks. They've got good win percentages, low EE morning lines, top 2 EquinEdge picks. There seems to be a lot of cheap speed in the race. The other contender, the EquinEdge long shot, is only 7% to win. I really do think that horses are coming from behind. The 4 horse, I would like the 5 a little bit more than the 4. 4 has just burned too much money for my liking at big win percentages, but does get a new trainer and does go to a lesser circuit. So maybe that's enough to get the horse home, give it another try. It seems to have a little bit more class than what the 5 horse does, but I do think it's those 2 horses to come from behind. I think you're going to see some closers. The 5 does get a weight break though, in 113 pounds.
Yeah, and the trainer's not great off first time off. It wasn't a claim, but first time moved to his barn. So I just think that you could see an upset here, whether it's the 1 or maybe the 7, Fierce Cat, the long shot, who's a second-time starter for Michael Denny here. Is the
Yeah,
place
that
to
was
go.
taking money and Marin rides.
And even the 3 real talented with Camacho aboard, been at this level at other tracks. Just missed last time out.
Yeah, it woke up last
quite a
time out.
bit.
I mean, I couldn't have predicted that last effort. You know what? The only thing I can think of is that it liked going 2 turns. It was sprinting in the prior 4 races. It does get 2 turns here. Yeah, absolutely. It's got only a 5% win chance, but maybe it's wanted 2 turns all along. And if you look at the GSR, it did go up from 45 to 57 in that race. So I think the 3 is a real contender in here. And the 3 doesn't need the lead. So yeah, maybe a 3, 4, 5 exacta box.
And I'm thinking, I don't like the 5 at all. So I'm going to go 1, 4, 3, 7. And I'm going to put the 7 on top, I think, in a trifecta.
Is the race delayed or
the
no?
5. No, it's coming up now. I'm bringing it up right now.
For the nightcap, Crosati goes into the gate. Real talented coming up to the starting gate as well. Very satisfactory. Post 4. Vino Vidivici.
Vino Vidivici.
Sounds like that's the people's horse today. There was a roar from the crowd as Vino Vidivici went into the gate. Classical
Mike Saletta likes the 3.
2 back. Fierce Cat, who's acting a little bit fierce behind the gate, playing around back.
Oh, it's Saratoga. No, the race isn't delayed, Cigar. The race, they spread the last 3 races. They really spread them apart far, is what they do.
Remember, folks, live racing
So
will resume
it's
tomorrow.
not delayed.
But they did change the post time, Scotty.
They changed the post times, yeah.
But
But it's still like 40 minutes to the next
Emerson,
race, right?
Go again.
No, the next race is at 5:16 Eastern.
7, who was acting up, and Vino Vidivici decided that he wanted to get away early and broke through the front of the gate. Didn't get very far. Good to see.
You still want the 5 there, Scotty?
Christian Mirage had a strong hold on him.
Did the 5 break out?
Scotty.
Fierce Cat.
Yeah, Scotty, do you always cancel your bet if that happens?
Back out.
I always cancel my bet if a horse breaks out.
You have.
Take a look
I
at
do
him.
the same thing. You have to do it every time. You just do it, and then you don't ever have to privacy the cheater.
In the meantime,
Yeah.
Vino Vidivici.
I think they might scratch the 7 too with the way they're.
They win.
Trotted along.
Listen, the horses that break out of the gate win.
Led back
But I take
I
my
know.
listen. I've had that happen in canceled bets, and they won and cost me a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I find that I save more money still just being consistent with it. I think you have to make a decision up front and go, no matter what, I'm canceling my bets, and I recognize that the horse could win.
But
I
I'm
don't
with
know how
you,
a win take it out of the horse. Think about how much pressure it takes to go out of that gate that doesn't
Of
open.
course,
Like
the safety
it's a lot.
and wellness of our equine and human athletes, the most important thing here at
I mean,
Monmouth
they
Park.
probably hit the gate.
I like the 4-3 here now.
Looking at Fierce Cat, and Fierce Cat gets the green light to compete in the race. 1 back, Vino Vidivici, who broke through the front of the gate right before the race. He's going to reload.
It's funny
here.
that their race graphic had the 5 in the lead after it broke through the gate.
Vino Vidivici, back in. Take 2. We're ready to go.
4 is 1 paced. Well, I mean, the 1 paced, this is a mile. So, I mean, if it gets a clean trip and clear trip, 1 pace won't hurt the 4.
In the nightcap. From the inside, Crosati put into
But
play.
yeah, I can see where the horse is 1 pace right now, but
in the mix.
there is some speed up front and the horse is inside.
The
So,
first turn run on the inside,
so far, I don't
Crosati
really think
leads
the
the
horse's
way.
style.
Crosati
is a
with
problem,
Classical
but it
Tail,
has
who's
burned a lot of
very
money.
headstrong today.
I
He
think
wants
that's the
to go,
biggest
and
problem.
he's a nose in front.
You
Crosati
guys, I didn't see the
holds the
5-horse
inside spot. He reclaims
in the
the lead.
handicapping
Classical
being so
Tail's
far
trying to
back
get out
early.
here,
So
approaching the backstretch badly. He's in about the 6th path here, and Emirates Honor into the
6
second
horses,
position.
not
Classical Tail way
well,
on the
48 to 1,
outside
but
there.
not running very
Maybe
good.
even
Yeah.
farther
4
off
is
the rail
moving
in the 6th
nicely. The
pass.
3
Now
seems
about
to be
6
running
pass
very easily.
over as he
I think the 3
straightens up
really
here, but
wants
he's
2
third.
turns.
Real Talented 4th, right in front of the gray. Very satisfactory. 2 back to Fierce Cat and Vino Vidi Vici, who is the trailer. Half mile to go. Crosati 2 ahead. He's clear. Emirates Honors 2nd. And he's about 2 lengths ahead of Real Talented. Classical Tail has dropped to the back, not being persevered with. Not his day today. In the meantime, very satisfactory under a hard ride with Real Talented.
5 is
Vino
done.
Vici
This race
trying
is
to get into
between the
race.
1, 3,
He's
and
7 or 8
4,
lengths behind and under
and
a
so
ride.
we'll see
Fierce
what
Cat, not his
happens
day
here.
today.
Hey,
Second
well, 8's not
last,
giving
and
up. 4
Classical
seems
Tail's
to have
been easy,
stalled a
coming to
little
the
bit.
top of the lane.
How are you going to
Crosati,
catch this 1
18 to
horse?
1,
Doesn't look like you're catching the
threatening to
1.
pull off the upset of the nightcap. He's 4
I think the
lengths
answer
ahead.
would
He's
be the
gotten
1
away.
stops, but
Emirates
I
Honors 2nd. Real Talented on
don't
the
see that
grandstand
happening.
side, and then very satisfactory. 1 furlong to go. Crosati, Melissa Iorio clear by 6, and they've got it. Crosati, the filly by Creative Cause, is
Look at
going
the
to
4
do it
horse,
as
another
the
second
longest
place
shot to win
finish.
It's
So
today.
going to
wow,
hang on
big,
for third.
Crosati
big
wins it by
price.
5. Very
Big
satisfactory
price.
2nd. Emirates Honor 3rd, and Real Talented was 4th.
See, you didn't like my my pace square horse there, but
Yep. That's your type of horse. Did you bet it?
I played a try. I didn't play a win bet,
Well,
but
see,
and I missed.
that's bad betting. That's
Yeah, it
bad
was.
betting. You at 18 to 1, put $5 to win. You have to put a win bet.
Yeah, I should have bet that, and I should have thrown the 8 at the end of that trifecta too,
Oh yeah,
just
you're
in
done. You're
case.
done, Mike. Oh, nice. Love that, Catherine.
All right, we got before we
Holy
go.
Psalm 91.
Before we talk to Saratoga here, we got 1 minute to post at San Anita,
Absolutely. Thank you, Catherine, for that.
the great race place.
Where are we going, San Anita?
San Anita, race 3.
San Anita it is. Race number 3. Okay.
Another
What do you-
pace square.
Let's see here. You've done well with those, Oldie.
It varies by the day. There are some days where it seems to just never win, and there are other days like today where the pace square is red hot.
The the late sequence at Santa Anita is really good. They're massive fields. Then there is that stakes race. I saw some scratches.
There's some. See, the 5 horse seems to need the lead for his best. That's what I see. 1 horse, same thing. 6 horse, same thing. So we're going to get some speed in here, and so I'm looking at a horse like the 4, ready to pounce, or even like the 2 or 7 to come from behind. 4 is somewhat tactical if it's good enough, but 2 is the only horse with a blue arrow on the race simulator guys closing. So I would look at the 2 and the 4. And maybe the EquinEdge long shot as well, who seems somewhat tactical and did well at this level last time out. So at least based on the SOR, and that was an optional claiming restricted starter allowance. So this is a claiming 16, so they're very similar. But this horse, the 7, the EquinEdge long shot certainly deserves a strong look. I would try to beat the favorite, the 5 horse, and maybe just do like a 4-2-7 exacta box.
All right. They're off.
Ready to pounce, racing a half in front of Manchild. At the rail goes Zimba Warrior, second last with 7 lengths to make up, and far back to Zayarat. The opening quarter was 22-4, and they passed the half mile in 46-2. Leia's Candy with a backstretch blitz to take the lead. Up on the outside, Contrary Chieftain is second. Nauvoo working overtime to hold ground in third. 2 back to Ready to Pounce, who's asked to quicken while racing in fourth.
The late money all went in on the 1
He just
there.
went by Manchild, and Zayarat is far back. They run around the far turn. Contrary Chieftain is up to challenge for control.
7
Leia's
looks like the
Candy
winner,
tries
though.
to find under pressure. 2 back to
Four's
Ready to
not
Pounce.
done,
He's
though.
now third. Zimba Warrior needs leads to giddy
I
up
don't know,
from
he's
there
asking pretty
as
hard right
Contrary
now.
Chieftain wheels for home on top. They're less than an eighth of a mile from home, and Contrary Chieftain works to the lead.
Seven looks
Leia's
like it's
Candy
struggling.
fights hard toward the rail, ready to pounce, tries to level off with his 16th to go. Contrary Chieftain, he's finally
I think the
kicking
4
off
is going to
range.
get up for
Up on the
second.
outside,
Yeah,
is
it
ready to
looks like
pounce. He's into
7-4.
second, but time has run out. It's Contrary Chieftain to give Kyle Frey a riding double.
Well, that's the
He
best
wins by
possible
lengths and a half
scenarios
over
for
ready
me.
to pounce in second.
Doing the
Leia's
2,
Candy
4,
was
7.
third.
7, 5 to 1 over the 4 at 3 to 1. That's not bad. That's a $28 exacta in a short field, guys.
Yeah. Let's see if Woodbine's gone off. Yeah, they just finished. So we got Gulfstream, 4 minutes to post, and then we have
Opening quarter
the
21 and 3, a half 43
next
and
stakes race
3.
at Saratoga.
Yeah, we got to talk about that, guys. I need some help on my tournament play on what to do. I haven't even handicapped the race.
All right, we got about 10 minutes to Saratoga, but let's talk about this for a second because this was a tough race off the turf here.
So where are we going to go, Gulfstream or Saratoga?
Let's go to Saratoga first, and then
Okay,
we'll find our way to Gulfstream before they go off.
Okay. Yeah,
run.
I need some help.
Let's run the race sim again. The same thing as I mentioned in the True North. Was that the Met Mile? In the Wilson Shoot here, you have to be, if you're not on the lead, you have to be in post 1, 2, or 3 to have a chance to win. It goes from about 25% to sub 8%. Let's call it 3%. If you're not on the lead there. So I wouldn't dismiss Mia Baggio, but Noble Confessor is going to have a tough time, I feel like, from the 5 posts there in the 6-horse race. So I might dismiss Noble Confessor.
What do you guys think about the 6-horse? Bulldoze.
I had a note after they came off the turf as a live long shot there because David asked me to take a couple of these races to help him out. And Nyquist typically love wet tracks is what I would say here, but it needs to show more speed.
Well, that's what I saw. Like, you know, if you throw out the last race, the horse had a ton of trouble, first time against winners, and great connections. So I thought the 6-horse was live. Now, Irad gets off of the 6, 9, and 10 to ride the 7-horse Mibaggio for Mark Cassie. He gets off the Pletcher horse even. So that's very interesting. And the horse has a lot of speed and has rated before as well. So is it going to need to rate in here, or is it going to have the lead early? And I think it's going to have the lead pretty easily.
Yeah, I think it's got to have the lead. And we just don't know how fast AP Kid the 2 is because really it's coming out of a maiden race on the turf. And the maiden race on the dirt that it didn't win was not good.
Yeah.
I would describe it as cheap speed on the dirt.
You see some high SORs for some of these horses, of course, but like the 7-horse Mibaggio, but that was on the turf. And so you really don't know if the horse is going to have the same class on a wet track. You just don't know. Like, this is a very, very difficult race to judge. Very difficult race on the new GSR, which we've been testing, which is better than current production of the on wet tracks. It's got the 2-horse AP Kid as the top GSR.
And 2 horses by Honor AP. You know, this horse does have some, the Dam did run some on the dirt, did break its maiden on the dirt. So, I mean, there is some dirt in that horse for sure.
Yeah.
You know, Mia Baggio did break its maiden on the dirt at Colonial. They threw it into the funny side here and then hasn't run on the dirt since, but I think has the breeding and pedigree to run there also. You know, that is the the 3 posts, so it should be okay in the Wilson chute. But if you're going to go wider than that 7 horse, those horses, I think, are going to have problems.
I think the 2 is going to save ground on the inside and be in second position behind the 7 horse. So it's just a matter of whether if the 7 likes the conditions, then it can win the race. It's obviously got a big win percentage and it'll win the race. But the 2, if it's good enough, and you're getting 3-1 odds right now, if it's good enough, it could be very tough to beat. 51% to win. It's the EquinEdge second pick. What do you guys make of the 9 horse Noble Confessor? This horse has burned some money. Was 52% to win last time out. The GSR drops big time on the slop here. I don't know. I don't trust the 9 Noble Confessor.
Yeah, I mean, my note on here on Noble Confessor, it was written originally before going off the turf, and then it went off the turf as I had just saved the note.
Yeah.
So I just added the off the turf there, and I think it's going to be too wide in the Wilson chute and doesn't have the speed there. For me, it's a total toss.
I just don't like the GSR drop, Scotty. And the horse didn't run on the dirt to start the career. Like if it would have broke its maiden, maybe I mean burn money, right?
Yeah, good point. For sure.
And like, but then hasn't been able to, like, I mean the horse is 0 for 5, and I'm like, gosh, are you really gonna get the mud? Is that how you're winning? In a grade 3? I don't know. I can't see it, but
yeah.
The 7 and 2 just seem classy enough to beat a horse like that.
It's a tough race. The 7 is definitely, well, when I don't think, I was saying this the other day in my coaching class, but I don't think enough people look at the SOR enough, right? Because the SOR is like, that's the class. And so, you really do need, so when you look at the 7 horse, by far the 7's been facing the best competition, and it's going to have the lead. It's the EquinEdge long shot. Like, it's a big player in here, no question about it. But it's just unproven on the wet track. That's all.
I'm going to give you guys a horse at Gulfstream real fast, because we're going to go out there and watch this race. This 5 horse, Starship Melody of Vekoma, going first time to the turf. GSR goes up there, and I think this horse has a nice long shot look.
I agree with you.
There's a lot of early pace here, and I didn't even see you have a note there. There we go.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. Like from the 5 was my long shot. I thought that I still like the 4 quite a bit. Well, the Starship Impulsive is a nice horse. I mean, Reyes Rise, won, and it's just been. These were nice wins. So, if this horse gets loose, it's just fast on the Gulfstream turf, could be long gone. The 1 is also, it's a witchcraft. I also thought had a big look, in all honesty. But I agree with you on the, not a bad exacta with the 4-1-5. So, Scotty, any thoughts? And they're off, so hold on.
I don't know why it's not coming up on the
second
screen.
Second is We See You there. Miss Marinelle is third. As they try the backstretch with It's Witchcraft, then racing in 4th. Up on the outside there comes Bella Veneno, who switched to the outside. 2 lengths clear of Starship Melody. La Quintera still has 6.5 to make up. And Olivia Valentina has trailed throughout. 3 furlongs from home. Starship Impulsive has a 1.5 lead to hold. Second still is Miss Marinelle up on the outside. We See You starts to get urged from the inside. Bella Veneno coming with a rally too, but is going to have to go 3 wide as they come to the top of the lane. It's Starship Impulsive who cuts the corner and opens up 4 coming to the 8th pole. Miss Marinelle, Bella Veneno down the center. Olivia Valentina trying to close, but it's all Starship Impulsive who's dominating the Martha Washington. Starship Impulsive going to win it by about 5 in the end. Miss Marinelle second, Olivia Valentina was third. It's Witchcraft finished 4th.
She looked really tough. She just, it went off at even money, which is kind of to be expected versus that group. She's just been beating so much better, and you get loose on the Gulfstream turf and you're like long gone.
Yeah.
It's so hard to catch. Mr. Dave Duncan, good to see you.
What's up, Dave?
Good to see you, Dave. Thank you for joining us. We have, let me look here and see how
Woodbine?
much we
Or
actually.
well, we have Saratoga. Do you want me?
Yeah.
I got the audio, Oldy.
Yeah, go for it, and maybe bring the race sim up. Looks like we're 2 minutes to post there. If you want, I can do it either way.
No, you're good. You can take a break from controlling. I got you.
Can sit back, relax.
Hey, seriously, I'm serious. Yeah. Go ahead.
But they're about 2 minutes from post here. I'd be pretty surprised if somebody outside the 1, 2, or 3 post wins here. Just based on going back to 2022, what the results from the Wilson shoot have been.
What about I think the 6 horse is the type of horse that's live as well to be in the money. Yeah. The horse is not broken well in the last couple of times. So I think Bulldoze is an interesting long shot. But Irad got off. Irad's not getting off of a Pletcher horse that he rode in all 3 tries. So, I mean, clearly thinks that the Mark Cassie horse is a better horse, clearly.
Yeah.
And Mi Baggio. Now, that being said, probably didn't plan for the race being off of the turf and on the mud. So that doesn't necessarily mean the 7. Like I said, this is a crazy race because of those reasonings. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Mi Baggio is going to be the better horse on a wet track. On the turf, I would assume that Mi Baggio was going to be big time the favorite to win. Right now, the EquinEdge morning line is 5-2 on the 2-horse AP Kid, which is lower than Mi Baggio.
The value is, Scotty, 100% on the 2, because if you multiply 3 to 1 times 51%, you get 150%. I mean, I just placed the win bet. I don't have a big opinion, but I'm gonna try. I mean, if I can get 3 to 1 versus 6 to 5, for
sure.
But I'll also tell you, so Scotty, Mi Baggio wasn't going to be the favorite on the turf. The favorite on the turf was going to be my best bet of the card, which was Zulu Kingdom. The 1 horse for Chad Brown, whose only loss was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and hit torch. Mi Baggio doesn't like wet turf, is what I would say as well.
Yeah. Well, we're about to find out. We don't know that for sure, but we're about to find out.
Wet dirt might be okay. Wet turf.
Oh, wet turf. Oh,
wet
yielding turf.
Turf where we had previous races to go off of.
Well, Mi Baggio was raced on a good track that was on 10.5 on the turf, sprinting. I mean, Mi Baggio is a very nice horse. When you can win on the synthetic, you can win sprinting. You can win, going 2 turns on the turf. I mean, the horse only lost by a length and 3/4 in the Grade 1 American turf last time out at Churchill Downs. Mi Baggio is a very nice horse, but this is a completely different race in the slop. And so horses like this often get overbet.
Yeah, Noble Confessor, I think, is getting overbet as well. The 9 horse here.
Matt disagrees. Matt says, "I'm with you, Noah. I like the 2 a little bit, but you can't. Noble Confessor by 3. I can't blame Matt for liking that horse at all.
Again, if you're not on the lead and you're not in the 1, 2, or 3 posts, which would be AP Kid, Bulldoze, and Mi Baggio, that you don't win in the Wilson shoot. So
last time out, Noble Confessor was wide, you guys, in both turns, but was 52% to win. Got second with 7 other horses, but it was off of a layoff. So maybe we're being too hard on the horse. But I mean, this horse in its second start was the big favorite at 7-5 and lost by 10 lengths. So it's just one of those ones that I don't trust. Irad, who's ridden the horse in 4 of its 5 lifetime starts, gets off to ride Mi Baggio, the 7 horse. So I think but it is the top EquinEdge pick. This is that kind of race, right? It's a tough one. Who's going to turn the race up? Anybody?
I got it.
Justin got it.
Okay.
But Scotty, just so
value,
you know,
go ahead.
Post 4 through 6. If you're more than a length back, it drops from 23% to 8%.
Wow.
And closers are only winning 5% of the time.
Yeah.
So for me, I can't use Noble Confessor on the win line in the Wilson shoot just because of those numbers. And again,
that's good information, by the way. That's really great information.
And I actually posted this and tweeted this out in advance of the meet on Thursday or Wednesday, whenever the meet opened. So I actually just went and pulled this up to look. So it's, you know, if you're like the 5-horse in the Met Mile was, if you have speed, it's almost the same as the post 1 through 3. But if you're anywhere off one length back, it's pretty much, and it's because of that weird tight first opening turn there when you come out of the gate.
Yeah. 7-2 right now on the 2-horse is pretty amazing, guys.
Yes, I'm with you, Scotty. That's what I was saying. The their sound still, like, they've had sound issues. Maybe I still have no sound. It's like I don't know what the deal is. So just FYI on that for everybody. Like,
isn't it amazing how it always happens on big days?
Yeah.
You know, I feel for them. I don't know what it is. It's crazy, but yeah. All right. Well, they're loaded into the gate, and they're about to break. 2-horse broke very good. 7 kind of broke outward a little bit, and the 8 broke on top. But there goes the 7. The 2 saving some ground on that inside too.
He's down at the rail in second. They're followed by Golden Channel, 2 lengths off the pace in third. Noble Confessor is fourth, 5 off the lead. Then comes Bulldoze, and 13 Colonies is at the back of the field.
That's exactly what we thought, guys. 7 Mibaggio at 6-5 is about 2-3 lengths in front of the 2-horse AP Kid who got off at 3-1. And Mibaggio seems to be well in hand.
Third, and then it's Bulldoze,
but so is AP Kid. AP Kid,
AP Kid
has a really nice stride.
13 Colonies. The half mile for me, Bago.
23-3 seems pretty fast to me.
4-length advantage and a 46-4 fraction. It's a Rad Ortiz Jr. and me, Bago. They've been clear throughout, maintaining that comfortable margin over AP Kid, who's called on, set down, along with Golden Channel in third. Another 4, Noble Confessor, hard ridden, as
nobody else is really coming, guys.
Nope. Me, Bago, AP Kid, 1-2 the
hand
whole
ride
way.
though, it looks like.
AP Kid,
come on, 2, get him.
Trying to get to him now. Angles out and takes aim at me, Bago.
There goes the 2.
Come on,
Kid,
get him.
John Velasquez right alongside.
Get
He's
him.
gonna win this race, guys. 3-1.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. 51%.
Wow.
There you go. That's a gift.
That is an absolute gift, guys. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
That's amazing.
Guys,
Like,
in the tournament, I put 700 to win on the 2.
yes, that's perfect.
Yeah,
yes, brother.
Good.
Well, let's give you an official boom here.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, how good's the E morning line too, Scotty? I mean,
Amazing.
you even got better. We got better value at 3-1, even from 5-2.
We talked about that. Like, look at 5-2 on the E morning line. 7-horse was 7-2. To 2-horse AP Kid's a very, very nice horse. Wow. I mean, what a nice run that was. And that was super impressive. And getting off at 3-1 or 7-2.
Yeah. And guys, I know there's a bunch of new people on the stream right now. If you can hit the like and the subscribe and the bell for all notifications, so you can be notified when we go live. We are one of the largest broadcasters of live racing legally on the internet. So, and a thanks to the first group, Horseshoe Indianapolis, Woodbine, Maryland Racing, who all allowed us to show live racing today as well. And I'll continue to thank them as we go through the show. and
Yeah.
we appreciate it. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
everybody. And
Well
we'll
said.
continue going here.
Well said. And thank you. Yeah, thank you all for watching as well. And we had in the Preakness, guys, we had over 30,000 views in the Preakness. That was so nice. It was incredible.
Yeah, and we're already at 12,000 views.
Wow.
And we're about, maybe a little over halfway through the show here. There is going to be a lot of time between races at Saratoga, unfortunately, especially with the cancellation of the races because they could not move the Belmont itself because of TV. So just letting everybody know that. We have coming up here, let's see, we have, if I'm looking here, we have, looks like Anita coming up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Well, there's kind of a little gap, which I don't know, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe they are spread out a little bit there on the screen.
Yeah, so Anita, maiden special weight on the turf. Justin, I think this is the first leg of, no, it's not quite the first leg of the pick six. Sorry.
No, it's the next race. The late pick 5 and the pick 6 for anybody tuning in at Santa Anita. If you want play some Saratoga, you can also play Santa Anita. It's incredible. Big fields. The State Bred maiden special Oldy on the turf.
Yeah.
They have a good card today. I was very impressed.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that last race was such a mess.
Yeah.
But I like the Baffert single. I have not gotten to see if it scratched yet, so I'll take a look in a minute here. But the race sim says the 7-1 horse, Curlin's Command, is going to be right there with the favorite, and actually wins the race sim. So that's something to take note of right now. Curlin's Command, the first pick, is currently sitting at 7-1. So if you think you can beat Miles Finch here, that seems like a place to go. And Miles Finch is kind of burnt money, it looks like. What do you think here, Scotty?
Well, Scotty, go ahead. No,
Oh,
Scotty.
go ahead.
I agree with you on the 7, but I actually only was looking at the 8 because the horse was getting back to the turf. It had the GSR arrow. I mean,
yeah,
it's working well, right? But if you look at those races to kick off the career at 6 furlongs, I mean, can't this horse win the race? I mean, why not when it gets back to the turf?
Well, it shouldn't be 18-1. That's ridiculous. Maybe it's the trainer move here. He's not great first time with horse, but the horse seems to be working well. Dan's got some positive comments on there. And I think the other one that has to be considered is the 5 for D'Amato, the first time starter. Getting back. Milk and cookies with Frazier aboard. Any strong opinion here, Scotty? And let me bring our friend Matt Miller in here. He's a couple minutes to the early side, but let's bring him in because we have a gap here, and this would be a great time to talk.
What's up, Matt?
Matt, how you doing? You're muted.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
Good, Matt. How are you doing?
I had to shake it off a little bit. Took a shower, changed clothes, but just went up in flames in that NYRA Bets Belmont tournament.
Scotty just crushed it, Matt. You missed it. We just crushed the 3-1 horse there. The 2.
It was fierceness that stung me. If you
yeah, no, that one hurt me too. That one hurt me too, Matt.
And someone was nice enough on Twitter. Look, I try to be a nice guy and explain with transparency what my thinking is, what my strategy is. Someone was nice enough to say something like, whoa, your big play was a 3-4 shot. And I'm trying to nicely say, look, I have a target of 35 grand at the end. I have 11. I'm trying to get to 17. This felt like the safest spot all day to me to make 5 or 6 grand. Obviously, I was wrong, but You tell me how many other super safe spots there were all day to do that. I mean, I felt like I dodged a whole bunch of landmines all day, but then stepped on a big one that obviously I didn't think was going to be one. But yeah, so that's what happened. And we'll see. So if journalism doesn't win the Belmont, it's all moot, because that's where this money was all going. It was going to be a full shove at that point. But that was the goal, was getting from my day's starting balance up to 17 to be able to shove that on journalism. And okay, we're just going to sit here and watch and see what would happen.
Well, sorry you didn't get that in, Matt. And you know how it is with other people. Everybody has an opinion with other people's money. In fact, I think Oldy and me and Justin were having a conversation about people criticizing other people's tickets. And I said, aside from people just, doing a $3,000 pick 5 or pick 4 and just covering everybody, I don't think that you can really criticize tickets. I really don't think that's a thing.
I could say, look, I don't think that's the most efficient way to do what you're trying to do. So, I think there's really nice ways to do that. But at the end of the day, to question the strategy of, so essentially I questioned that you wanted to try to win this tournament by making 2 moves, blah, blah. That's not really for someone else to say. And yet, at some point, there is a right and a wrong. And I wouldn't mind it if someone said, hey, you had a hole in your thinking. You could have done this if you did that. There's plenty of times that I'll agree and say, fair point. And there's other times where it's just a little snarky and, okay, I can deal with it.
Well, and I tried to stare everybody off just a touch. Nobody was listening to me, unfortunately. Matt, I had said it on the weekend preview show, and I said the same thing to David today, that you could just set.
I remember that. Well, and look, I'll make this even worse. And I had one cash hedge. One. I played a huge pick 3 with nitrogen, mulligan, and White Barrio and that winner, the 5 horse. And it was a huge pick 3. And so if mulligan had just won that race, I'd be sitting here, much taller up in my chair and with a much bigger size. So I didn't realize it at the time that, oh my gosh, it really all just went to what. And okay, it happens.
Yeah, I was with you, Matt. I had the exacta box, the 5-6, and I had it good. And in fact, that wager put me in the lead in the tournament. But if the 6 wins, I had money to win on the 6 as well. I got a little thrown off. It was the top EquinEdge pick, the 5, and the 6 was the second pick. But I thought Nakatomi was getting over bet. And then when the horse broke bad, I was feeling pretty good.
Yeah. Same here.
I personally haven't liked Nakatomi's performances since he won last year. And I just couldn't get behind that horse. And I was not surprised to see him break slow.
Guys, that's how you make your money. What I try to do when I'm betting win bets is look for a race where I really believe in my heart the favorite is vulnerable either by trip or whatever it is, horses that just get over bet. And we saw that in the last race here at Saratoga with the 7 getting so much action, and then we were able to get 3-1 on the 2 horse.
Well, and Scotty, I very much follow that same strategy. I might play it a little safer if I can eliminate the second choice. So I looked at White Barrio that way and said, if I can't believe I'm being this offensive with a horse that's good, but I look at him as a big takeout reducer in that race, which made fierceness for me feel like better value. If you can't throw out the favorite or one of the top picks, it doesn't always have to be the favorite, but it certainly helps. But yeah, I totally agree. You have to be able to throw somebody out of value to create value.
All right, we have our friends at Anita coming up here with a maiden special weight on the turf.
By the way, real quickly, Oldy, well, welcome NW. Join a coaching class for sure. It'll help a lot. If you go to EquinEdge.com, coaching is free. And Justin does a class on Wednesdays, at 1 p.m. Eastern. I do a class on Thursdays at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Alfredo does a class in Espanol, Spanish on. When does he do his show, guys? Do you know his class?
I think I do mine actually now at 3 Eastern on Wednesday.
3 Eastern, okay.
No, mine is. I think he still does his at 1 Eastern in Spanish. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And not to conduct business on the stream here, Scotty, but I did talk to Mike Saletta, and he would like to add a coaching class as well.
Mike and I were talking about that. Yeah.
Hey,
I did tell him to get in touch with you, but and we have the other gentleman we're talking to as well. So we're going to hopefully be expanding the coaching class inventory. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate that. I'm sure Scotty and Justin appreciate that.
Of course.
So I think the 9 is a toss here. I think it probably needs the lead here on the turf.
Oh, Miles Finch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who do you like?
I mean,
it's a
I
really tough race, and this horse could get carried a little bit wide for my liking. It's going to have to clear, and even if it does clear, it's stopped. Like, this is the type of horse it can definitely win, but for me, it's the horse that I try to beat, and then I'm looking for somebody else to close. I think the 7 horse Curlin Command at 5-1 is good value.
Yeah. Agreed, and I also think the 5, the first time starter, Milk and Cookies for D'Amato, with Frazier aboard on the turf, is another pretty smart play that you're getting a fair price on.
I agree. And if you're looking for a long shot, the 6 horse Subic Boy has been training really good for Jeff Mullins. Dan's got some works here, appeared eager during the breeze, and so back-to-back really good workouts. And I like that. And then horses often improve second time out. The horse was green in its first start, and the GSR goes up a little bit on the turf. So you might want to give that 6 horse. There's good value at 10-1 for sure, especially if you think the 9 horse is a little vulnerable. Then no reason not to take a little bit of a chance on a few long shots like the first time starter. I also thought the 2 horse Lord Dunmore drew the rail last time out. First race off of a little bit of a layoff. And I thought it might run decent in the money. I didn't think it could win, but you might want to key the horse in the money.
Yeah. Now 9-2 on the first time starter.
Favored, and he's now
5-7-11 for me. Playing those 3 going forward, dropping the favorite. We'll see.
The 8 is 19-1, blows my mind.
Subic Boy.
I'm just putting an entertainment play on the 5.
Draw on the outside, San Andreas.
Guys, Al is getting me hungry.
When is the last time you actually poured a glass of milk and dunked cookie? Like when you, I mean, it's been a long time.
Oreos, double stuffed Oreos for me, Matt.
And they're off. Good start for the first timer, seen by me, with the favorite Miles Finch moving out. Horizon Wildcat joins the top flight and speeding through at the inside. Lord Dunmore. It's a logjam for the early lead.
You see how wide the 9 is right now?
Command even joined the vanguard.
Running good though. Running good, but is wide. We'll see what happens here. There's the 2 horse I was talking about. But I mean, they're going pretty fast up front. But Miles Finch
the opening quarter
says, okay, that's enough.
22-1.
But they're going fast. We talked about that. Might want to look for the horse to come from behind. We'll see.
Lord Dunmore, who's back to
Five's got the tractor beam on the
toward the rail. Curlin Command is there 4th.
Yeah, it sure looks like it.
Seen by me. Then
There's somebody coming. That's a 6 or the 11 or both.
Behind, headed by Drop the Bit as they race for home. Still
Here
plenty
comes
of
the
hopes
7.
here, but the
I think
favorites
the 7's
in front.
really
Miles
motoring.
Finch through a 45-1 opening half mile. Seen
Come on, 7.
by me. Swung
Let's
to the
go.
center and finishing nicely.
There comes your 6, I think.
Here comes the 11, right? Or is that the? Yeah, the 11 as well.
Come on, somebody beat the 9.
Pick him up.
Get up.
Miles Fincher,
Get up, 11.
Get your.
Get up, oh, well, we had the long shots. Oh, man.
By almost a length with Curlin Command.
Yeah,
third.
11,
Boys
7.
fourth. Then Maxville.
11-9 would have been good. That 9 ran good. But you know, guys, too, that 9 had a perfect trip. Did you see that? Like, that makes a difference.
Yep.
Smart jockey move there to get out of that spot and just hit the gas a little bit, use up a little energy, but it's a winning move.
So,
well, guys, I'm actually in the lead in the tournament right now, just for an update.
Boom.
I have 5,630. The next closest to me is in second is Ronald Myris, who has 4,520. So, and then my second entry is in 12th right now for 2,200. But it's a good place to be with 2 races to go.
Especially having that second entry. I mean, depending on
exactly.
For me, I talk about it being a fullback for a running back, and I mean, you could really help yourself with that second one. That second one often ends up being the winner.
Exactly right, Matt. That's exactly what I'm thinking right now. I'm like, I still have, you have to make, let's see, I got 1, 2, 3, 4. You have to make 5 plays of $100 each. There's only 2 more races to go because the tournament ends in the Belmont Stakes. So I have 1 more to go. So I'm in a good position. Even if I don't like something, I put $100 to win on a horse or something like that, and at least I'm covered.
Question then for you, Scotty. Well, what's the prize for winning this tournament?
Okay, let's see what the prize is.
The important stuff.
Yeah, it looks, more importantly, a BCBC or an NHC berth, which either one would be my second. So of course I want 2, and then 15,000 to the winner. It looks like, plus of course the money you win you keep. So I guess there was 126 people that entered into this tournament. So
good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yep. Well, and also for me, more importantly as well, is tour points. I'm in the tour right now. I'm in second by 100 points, I think, or something like that. 150 points. Like, man, and it's, to be honest with you, more importantly for me, it's such a great. The handicappers are so good. Like people like Dylan Donnelly and like, oh my God, like and then so now I get my competitive juices going, guys. And I'm like, okay, before I wasn't even going to try, but when you're up there, you can't just give up now. So I'm like, okay. And so to win this event would give me a lot of tour points, which would be great. Yeah.
All right. So that would be amazing if you won this one. Let's talk a little bit about Gulfstream Race 10 here, which is on the dirt. The 4 to 5 favorite, Solomon's Gold, wins the race pretty easily. But the horse is. Go ahead, Justin.
No, keep going, Oldy.
I was going to say the horse has not been great at this distance.
I just thought you had to choose between the 8 and the 10 was my opinion in this race, and I chose the 10. I chose Amicio on the lead. He gets the scratches, which really help from that post. He's still outside, but the horse is the fastest horse, and I think he just send and be gone. I think that's what's going to happen. But I mean, the 8 fits. It's such a short price. You get a much better price on the 10, but good value. You're getting close to 100%. I think it's, the horse is dropping off the Tapeta, gets over to the dirt, and it hasn't been on the dirt much. And I think they just find a great spot. It's a bottom level claimer though. So
yeah.
One quick angle to point out, just back on that screen for a second, and this is from a simple EquinEdge user's perspective. Mm-hmm. I always like it a lot when you see a morning line of 15 to 1 and you're looking at a horse on the board at 4 to 1, scratching your head, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And you come on to EquinEdge and you see the column, the EEML column, the EquinEdge morning line. Mm-hmm. And when EquinEdge projects that to be about that, it's very confidence instilling for me that, okay, someone with, the smarts here saw this and, called that. And so it doesn't seem like such a fluke. It's almost, you have an ability to see it coming with this product. It's kind of helpful.
That's exactly right.
And I'll say the smarts is the computer itself. It's not the in defense of the track morning line is our morning line adjusts based on scratches. And
yeah, but we all scratch our heads when we're trying to figure out why that 15-1 shot is 4-1. And is it because it's smart money? Is it because the trainer made a bet? Is it because the morning line wasn't good? And when you see that EquinEdge says, no, this is actually about right. Okay, it doesn't mean you have to like the horse, but at least it explains something that was not well understood before.
Yeah, by the way, I just want to say hi to my friend Dan. Dan, it's been too long. It's really good to see you here on the chat. Hope you're doing well. Guys, real quickly on this horse, the 8 horse, it got claimed last time out, by D'Angelo, and he's really good with 17% with first-time claims. You know what I don't like about this, and maybe I'm overthinking this, and that is D'Angelo claims his horse for 62.5, and this horse just keeps on running amazing, and this horse does not move up in class. Why? Now, he could say, I got this horse for 62.5. The purse is 24,000. I'm going to get 15,000, 16,000 back. So what am I worried about? What am I trying to do? But you would think you would want to protect a horse like this, but it's been claimed in 1, 2, 3 of its last 4 races, and nobody moves this horse up in class. Like at some point, whatever this horse's issues are, they're going to rear their ugly head. I just want to throw a horse out there to be in the money, and that's the 4 horse Mayhem in the Palace. I think this horse, who drew outside last time out, which was not a good place to be, was wide. And it's one of the reasons why I don't like the 10 in this race, because being wide here on this track, but now the horse is going to have the lead, so maybe it won't matter. But the 8 is pretty fast as well, and maybe the 8's going to go fast early, and it has the ability to if it wants to. But I think the 4 horse is an interesting long shot, who also 2 back broke bad. So with a good break, the horse will be 3, 4, 5 lengths back. The horse might get in the money at a price.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the 4. I was also looking at the horse that seems to like the distance, who has not run well recently and is with a 0% trainer, the 7 Cross Haste. But I just couldn't find a way to that horse getting back to the form it was in previously.
Guys, what time is the Derby for Scene Snaps? What time is the Derby start?
7:02 Eastern.
7:02 Eastern time.
And I agree on Crudo. I think Crudo has a big shot there. Oh, let me get the sound down here.
For the front end, Madness is away in good order as well. Amor Lejano rolling on from the far outside as well.
8 got off
come
poorly.
Back to Mayhem in the Palace, and the
Gold
Gold is
there
racing
wide,
in 5th, just in front of the favorite Solomon's Gold, who's 6th
break
at this stage. And the distant trailer is Golden Skull. They charge up the backstretch. Cross Taste is up top by 1.5 lengths. Madness is racing in 2nd. Mayhem in the Palace towards the inside is 3rd. And then it's rolling on to the pink, who moves up into that 3rd spot. Solomon's Gold has advanced all the way into 4th. Amor Lejano's been shuffled back to 6th, still 3 in front of Golden Skull. 3 furlongs from home, it's Cross Ace up top, a 1/2 length to Madness. Rolling on is still 3rd. Solomon's Gold taking aim in 4th. It's 3.5 off the top.
Right,
and then it's Mayhem in the Palace, who's dropping back as they come to the quarter pole. It's Cross Ace with a narrow lead. Madness right up to the outside is rolling on, goes 3 wide. Solomon's Gold switches out 4 wide as they come to the top of the lane. Cross Ace, the one to reel in past the 3/16. And here's Solomon's Gold kicking it into high gear. Mayhem in the Palace tries to split those. Madness towards the fence. It's Solomon's Gold with the lead. Mayhem in the Palace towards the inside, but Cross Taste is still there. Cross Taste, Mayhem in the Palace. Here's the line. Cross Taste got it.
I guess the 7 was the one I talked about.
Mayhem in the Palace was 2nd. Photo for 3rd.
7 interfered with the 4. I think 7 is going to come down.
The 7's the one I talked about. Like all its wins have come at this distance.
Yeah, but that horse is coming down.
I wouldn't feel too good holding that ticket right now.
No, I don't have a ticket on it, but because I didn't think it would get back to that form.
The 4 got bet down to 5-1, so it took a little bit of late action. But all I did when I looked at that, guys, was just look at that outside post. The horse was wide, not a great place to be, just like the 10 in this last race. And Justin, you know this. We've talked about this for years, how you can't be wide even on one-turn races at Gulfstream very often and win. And then the race before that, the horse broke bad. So if you just look at the last couple of races, and then the 3rd race back, the horse won easily. So, and, you know, you can find some prices that way, and that's what we found there. But here's Emerald Downs, race number 3.
Good start for Chrome's Best Copy. Quick into stride, Grateful Attitude is right there at the rail as they make way to the Mount Rainier turn. And Chrome's Best Copy takes the lead a half. On the inside, Grateful Attitude settled into stride, racing next. Up on the outside, Poker Alice comes to join the lead beat. Shelby Gold is there from between horses, 2 back to Class Code, 4 away from the leader. Then Acclaimed Preacher and English Danger. They set sail for the backstretch run, 5/8 of a mile away. Opening fraction was 23.67, a good level pace here. Chrome's Best Copy brings them along by a half. Grateful Attitude is right there to the inside. Up along the outside, Poker Alice in contention, a snug third by a length and a half. Class Code right there in the mix. At the inside, Shelby
They
Gold
just let that
follows
horse sneak right up
Still
the
2
rail.
back to Acclaimed Preacher and English Danger side by side. Around the far turn
This
they
video
go.
looks like it's from
And
the
the tempo
70s.
quickens now. 47.38 went the half.
It's still better
And
than
out
what
front,
Delta used to put on, which
Grateful
looked like it was
Attitude is
Soviet
laid claim to the
technology.
lead now by a length and a half as they round the turn and run for home. Shelby Gold is in the chase. They head for home now, and Grateful Attitude takes them to the final furlong. On the inside, Shelby Gold is chasing in deep stretch, and Class Code back third. The race to the wire. Grateful Attitude's pulling away. Grateful Attitude to win it, 2.5 clear of Shelby Gold. Class Code followed that. English Danger to Acclaimed Preacher. Poker Alice second last, and Chrome's Best
Goldie,
Copy.
go back to Gulfstream Park, would you?
Yeah, let's see what
The
they're.
video and see.
Yep.
It must be an inquiry. Yep.
It's an
Oh,
objection.
it's an objection. Shocker that's not an inquiry. Shocker. Honestly, that's really, really bad.
I mean, it was obvious. I mean, we all saw it.
Yeah, that you have to call an inquiry there. Come on.
It's your job. I mean, it's the first thing. Immediately your hand goes up and says, "Look at this."
Yeah, I'm not saying there needs to be made a change, and that angle is a little bit tough, even that head on, because you don't know how clear the horse is. But you can, on the pan view, you can clearly see something happen, and for that not to be an inquiry is a little surprising.
Just look at it, right?
And you know, if you're enjoying the show, please hit the like, the subscribe button, and the all notifications as well. There's more live racing coming up, as well as we'll have coverage of the what race is coming up here at Saratoga. It's the
Belmont.
It is not the Belmont. It is the Woody Stevens, which features a lot of horses that may have thought they'd be running in the Belmont.
We covered a lot of these horses throughout the last year, Oldy.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to getting to talk about that. I can't imagine that 7 doesn't come down.
Well, look, I mean, you guys tell me. I'm not the expert on this stuff, but the fact that they didn't even ask for an inquiry, does that make it less likely?
Well, that's a really good question, Matt. Like, usually what you'd see in a situation like this is they go, okay, that was pretty serious, so let's add an inquiry to this objection. And they haven't done that yet, which is really interesting.
So it's like, are the stewards just going to humor them by listening? And but the stewards didn't really.
And the head-on's not helpful. The pan view, and maybe the pan view isn't as well. I'm going to, like, the 7 came out 2 paths. And in fact, the 7 didn't just affect the 4, it affected the 8.
Yeah.
He's got to come down. I can't imagine that.
Well, and the amount of time they're taking usually is because something's coming down.
Yeah, but how many times do you see objections come down? Almost never. And you know what they're going to say on the 8? Even though the 7 came out on the 8, and they probably would be correct in this, I don't think it affected the 8 all that much, because now if the 8 would have gotten 4th instead of 3rd, then that would have helped the case to take the 7 down.
I don't know. The 8 had a momentum and was about to go by, and the 4 bumped the 8 and prevented the 8 from going by.
That's what I think. It looked like he psyched them out into thinking he was about to get hit, and so he kind of hesitated a little bit.
Yeah, and I'll also say that horse racing is one of the few sports that doesn't have a central authority for something like this. You know, with
Ladies and gentlemen, upon steward's review here in race number 10, number 7, Cross Taste, has been disqualified.
Yeah.
For interference in the deep stretch under
call.
left-headed urging, did not have a clear path. Number 4, Mayhem in the Palace, has been put up to first. Number 7.
That was a nice explanation too. They actually gave you details as to why.
I like when they do that. Yep, absolutely.
All right, we have some time to talk about the Woody Stevens before our next race, which would be 9 minutes at Woodbine here. So let's.
We've got 10 minutes. We also have 10 minutes to Santa Anita.
Or we could go to Santa Anita either. But 10 minutes to Santa Anita might be more like 12 minutes would be my guess. And
actually, Santa Anita is always right on time.
Okay.
Always. So is Woodbine for that matter. But Santa Anita is always right on time.
We'll go to Santa Anita then. They're great partners. They have us on their Pick 5 show every week. So I feel like we should support them here.
Agreed.
The less time I have to see the name Patch Adams or Matic at work. It's tough. I'm turning away from the screen. Just any other race, please.
I'm a little surprised, guys, to see the 3. Well, first of all, the 2 horse, I'm surprised it's 9-2 on the EE morning line. A little surprised by that. Now, when you see a race like this that's seemingly wide open, but you see an 8-5 on the EE morning line, how many of these do you see win? So many of them, because like yesterday I saw it too. It's like they're sneaky. You'll like Matt was saying earlier, you'll see a horse that's like 5-1 even, and then all of a sudden on the EE morning line you'll see it at 8-5. It's like that means something because the system is saying the horse is going to go off at 8-5. Now it could mean one of 2 things: the horse is dead on the board, or people are missing it and the system has caught it.
So, Scotty, question for you before I run the race sim.
Yeah.
What is the new
Santa Anita race? Not the Saratoga race.
Oh, you're not on the Saratoga race. Okay.
Santa Anita, yeah.
So Mike Saletta, who's about to come in as well here, is our Santa Anita handicapper for the notes here. And he has a note on the 2, Flash That on the 3, Elsa Dudden, who's the second pick here. And is that horse that has 8-5 on the E morning line is currently sitting at 9-2.
Oldy, you can bring Mike in. I got to run to second baseball practice.
All right, you go to second baseball practice. Did you have any thoughts before we send you off on the Grade 1 Woody Stevens at Saratoga first?
Well, yeah, I mean, since you're gonna, were you going to Santa Anita? Or you're gonna go here real quick. Okay.
Well, let's go here quick so you have a chance to share this and your Belmont thought before you leave.
Yeah, I didn't have huge opinion here. I didn't love the GSR drop on Chancer McPatrick from way out there. You have these Baffert horses. You have Madacat Road, Citizen Bull, Patch Adams taking money. I thought this race was absolutely wide open. I put the 9 horse on top. Yeah, close. So that's what my pick was. I thought this was a brutal race in all reality. So I didn't have a huge opinion here, Oldie. I mean, the win percent show it. I mean, it's like literally. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't get more wide open than this in my seriously. So
for sure. How about the Belmont? What's your thoughts there?
Yeah, I talked about this the other day. I think journalism is a freak of a horse, really. Maybe not the freaks that we've seen recently, but I think journalism is such a nice horse. My biggest concern is that's so hard. That was such an incredible race that journalism won. I've never seen actually anything like it. And the whole time I've watched horse race, it was just absolutely incredible to see. And journalism, it just seems like such a smart horse. I think journalism could win. Absolutely could win the race. I just think it's better than all of these. I think the question mark for me in my kind of second pick was Sovereignty. I'm not necessarily on the Baeza. I think Baeza can win, but and I know they're both the short prices, but I just thought they were the 2 best horses, Oldie. I just am not sure that Sovereignty going to get the right perfect pace setup. I think my need is there going to be enough pace there, but I just had a little bit of a question mark on journalism, but I put journalism still on top. I just thought was better than these. I really do. So I'm journalism.
Did you guys see what journalism did in the Preakness? First of all, journalism had a ton of trouble in the Kentucky Derby, guys. And listen, journalism is going to win this race for fun as long as the first couple of races didn't take it out of him. Because, I mean, that effort in the Preakness was unbelievable. And if you go back and you really watch the Kentucky Derby, was absolutely the best horse in the race. And there was so much speed in the Kentucky Derby that set it up for Sovereignty. Sovereignty is a very nice horse, but do you know how far back Sovereignty is going to be in this race?
Yeah.
Journalism can be put anywhere he wants to be. As long as journalism is okay, journalism is going to win the race, and it's not even going to be close, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with you, Scotty, and I think he just seems like such a smart, quality horse that I've seen in many years. Like he almost seems like he's just better than them, you know, and so that's why that was so impressive for me. But to your point, that's tough to come back like that, you know, after a race like that for a horse that's been on that type of form coming out of Derby. But I'm with you. I'm on journalism, Oldy.
He's become the people's horse, but that ultimately may be his downfall. Is just being the good sport in running all three legs like you've always been supposed to. You know, is that going to cost him in the end? We'll see.
You know how many horses can do what he did in the Preakness and run like that? Like, the race looked over. In fact, I had the 9 in my tournament. In fact, I would have my second NHC entry if the 9 would have stayed up and won that. That was so impressive what journalism did. I mean, wow. I mean, I hope he goes and he wins. I really do. I'm going to be all over him, and we'll be hopefully after the race we're going to be saying, man, he was a bad trip away from winning the Triple Crown. Honestly, he seems like a very nice horse. He seems very.
Scotty, though, that's the thing about him is he has found, and I talked to Matt early in the week, so he knew I was already on journalism. But there's two things that are making me waver. Number one, journalism has found trip trouble 3 races in a row. And he just may have a nose and a knack for finding trip trouble. Number two is the data going back a pretty long way at 1.25 miles at Saratoga. If you're not near the lead turning for home, you're cooked.
No, but he can no, but that's why I don't like Sovereignty. You absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I told David,
journalism is fast enough. Journalism can be placed anywhere. Sovereignty, first of all, speed is dead over at Saratoga, and Sovereignty is going to be in dead last, and that's the main competition for in this race. There really isn't anybody else. Journalism is. I hope journalism goes off at 2-1. It's not happening. You know, maybe 8-5. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Yeah. Well, I'll say that I don't think Sovereignty is going to finish in the money. Based on what I've seen at 1.25 miles and 2 turns at Saratoga. And, you know, I said that on the weekend preview show. This is not a new statement from me. I would toss Sovereignty is going to be too far back. And I think Baeza, and I'll stand by this, Baeza's a maiden winner. Had a perfect trip in the Santa Anita Derby and wasn't good enough to beat journalism there. You know, if journalism has
a nice
even
horse, Oldy, and it's had some
but a
time.
maiden winner.
Yeah, I know, but he's a nice horse.
Secretariat was a maiden winner, and then went on to
right, but is a maiden winner that hasn't beaten the quality of horses that, and has been twice beaten by journalism in troubled trips from journalism. So, you know, Baeza's a nice horse, and maybe by the Travers might be that class, but hasn't shown that yet.
Yeah.
And it passed a lot of tired horses in the Derby and had a bunch of them taken out as well.
Justin, they haven't rested journalism, but they're certainly not. The horse is fit, so you're just letting the horse be happy, getting used to the track. So I mean, I don't know this for sure, but I'm sure they've just, you know, the horse is doing light work and just keeping the horse happy because the horse is plenty fit. So I'm sure, and it's been 2 weeks. I'm actually not worried about the third race in 6 weeks. Actually, personally, I'm not worried.
All right, Justin, we can let you go to practice.
See you all soon. Love you guys. Good luck.
Take care,
Yeah,
Justin, buddy.
Scotty, win it. Win it.
I'm
Win
gonna
it.
try.
Bring
Yes,
it
sir.
home.
Thank you, brother.
I'll see you guys. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Later.
Matt, to
All
your
right.
point in this next race, though, over at Saratoga, like I don't even need to I don't need to do anything with the other ticket, the one that's in the lead. You know, I do need to make $100 bet. Who's it going to be on? Actually, can we just go instead of Santa Anita, guys? Can we just go to Saratoga because it's like 6 minutes away?
Yeah, I'd love to do that. And as well, Scotty, my question for you is: are you better off just betting something to show, like Matt would do in the and just getting your minimum that way, the way he does it in the Twinspires tournaments, that makes people so aggravated?
Well, and it could be worse than that. You don't, when you say bet to show, people automatically just think they have to take one horse. What if you Dutch 3 horses in a show bet? Okay, I mean, for me, depending on what my goal is, I might just be trying to get back 85% of what I put in. And by Dutching, depending on the race, 2, 3, 4 horses, you should be able to get that. Yeah, it's not exactly, the most macho play I've ever made, but at the same time, if you're trying to just protect capital, Dutch and show bets is about as safe as it gets.
So Oldy, is there anything with Saratoga, like the 2 and the 3 are the fastest horses in the race? 3-horse Macho Music, do you give that horse a look? Chancellor McPatrick's going to be kind of wide, and I like that he's going 7 furlongs. I've been saying all along, Chancellor McPatrick is a sprint horse. This is a very nice sprint horse. I don't think he draws necessarily great, and he has to come from behind, but it is a sprint race. But I mean, he's probably the horse to beat on paper, and I like that they tried for some of the bigger races, guys. I don't blame them for trying, but I don't think this horse wants further than a mile.
Well, I'll say that so Macho Music, I think, has a shot, just by the fact that we don't know what Maddocky Road and Citizen Bull are going to do. There's 2 theories here in my mind. Either everybody goes and Chancer gets the perfect setup and just blows by everybody in the stretch. I think that's the most likely case here. And then the other setup here would be that only Macho Music goes and everybody else is expecting a hot pace, and Macho Music goes gate to wire, which is what happened in the slop at Churchill.
Yeah. Well, and I like that. I like the fact that this horse is proven on a sloppy track too.
Yeah.
And by the way, the horse has the top GSR on a wet track, on staging, on the new GSR. So I like that. Yeah.
That was going to be my question, actually, because Patch Adams has a big wet GSR in the current version, but Patch Adams is very difficult to trust. Been the favorite in every race he's ever been in.
It pains me that Chris Couples has to listen to us talk about Patch Adams at all. He feels my pain. This is so hard to listen to.
I mean, I was
a very hard horse to trust. Just take that personally. Yes.
Yeah, and I was on Patch Adams after that maiden win as well. I had a notes, which I'm not hiding from everybody, but I also had no excuse, didn't fire.
Well, and Maddocat Road is 3-1 in the EE morning line. It's 10-1 right now, and it is 16%. But all it did was break its maiden at 68% to win by a half of a length. And it's run decent, but it's been on the lead. Will it have an easy lead? I mean, it probably will have the lead early. I don't know. Maybe Macho Music is going to go. So maybe we're going to see a bunch of speed, and that sets it up for Chancellor McPatrick, who's 7-2 right now.
I mean, that's the only way Chancellor McPatrick wins the race, is if there's
those 2 duel.
Yeah. Well, let me say also that this was an old Baffert angle, Scotty, that you've talked about, but he's going blinkers off on Citizen Bull and planning on rating him.
You have a good memory, man. You have a really good memory. Yeah, he's really good with that move.
Well, let's bring Mike in here too.
And it might, but here's the thing though, like I don't know, Citizen Bull has never, we've talked about this. Like I was a Wig, I hated this horse in the Derby. The distance, the speed. This horse, and there's so much speed in here. I just don't see Citizen Bull at all. This horse is getting overbet at 9-2. Chancellor McPatrick on the cutback. You know what? You probably won't see 7-2 on this horse again as long as they keep this horse sprinting. So I'm going to take a chance and just put $100 to win on chance, or just show on Chancellor McPatrick. What I'm going to do.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a good shot he finishes in the money just based on his running style is to be running late when everybody else is tired. So
yeah, just to get my $100 bet in there so I can qualify, and then I can make a decision on what I want to do. Both of my entries now have I've done 5 races at $100 a piece, and so I'm gonna put that. So the $100 that I'm doing is on the ticket that has on the entry that has $5,630 that's in the lead right now. So then I go into the last race, depending on what happens here, hopefully in the lead.
So apparently the track is drying out. It's been harrowed, according to James, and I also see that on the screen here. It's now rated as good.
Okay.
So just,
it is not sloppy. That I'm definitely being told that.
Tony said that don't fall asleep on the 11 horse. What do you guys think of the 11?
I think it's funny that a horse named Gate to Wire has no speed.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't say how. I mean, they all go from gate to wire. So
I just don't. Flavian's not going to get off of that horse. I don't see it. It's but Dylan Davis and Pletcher are 28%, but I don't know. You never know.
It's a big ass.
Unfortunately unknown because of the NYRA Day and Fox. So this is one of the races we can't show, but we'll be showing other live racing throughout the day.
Guys, with Chancellor McPatrick, and we'll see, but I've said I felt like I've understood this horse. It's, the minute they put this horse 8.5 furlongs in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, like this horse does not want 2 turns at this level, not at this high level. This horse has been facing much better horses than this. So we'll see if what kind of trip the horse gets from that post. The horse doesn't have a lot of speed, but there does seem to be some speed in here. And who knows, maybe Citizen Bull will be up early to even help the speed. I hope so. That'll help Chancellor McPatrick some.
Mark points out in the chat that Patch Adams is favored in the double, but yeah, he and Chancer were pretty close, I'd say. I tend to look at, without getting too specific, I try and put horses into groups as I look at them in the will pays, and those two were kind of in their own group, and then there was another little grouping. So, okay, so yeah, I'd say the odds board is consistent with the double will pays.
So you guys had no love for Big Truz, the one? I know he's a recent maiden winner.
Yeah, I've been hearing people in the chat really talk about this horse. It drew wide last time. But hi, Mike, by the way.
Yeah.
Hi. At the broke its maiden easy. That's a tough one to call. I mean, you didn't win. Like, you're in a position. What I don't like, Mike, is you're in second position in the stretch by right there, and then you lose ground. I don't like that. Now all of a sudden you're going to face a grade 1 field, but it is the EquinEdge long shot, right? Is that what is it?
Yeah, he had a nice work. Yeah. Recent and then
the rail. I don't think the rail's a great place for this horse as well. With
that's the only worry. I wish he was further out. I do like the horse though. Justify.
So they're at the gate. They're at the gate. Well, Oldy, you want to turn the volume up so people can listen to the race?
Doing it right now. I just got to switch my microphone source here.
Okay, this is the Woody Stevens, and race number 11.
Any guesses as to whether Citizen Bull takes a left or a right turn, or does he go straight out this time?
Yeah, I hope.
I just hope he goes fast. I
sour
want to see
taste in my mouth.
I want to see a speed duel.
Patch Adams now 3-1. Chancer is 7-2. So those have both come down a tick.
5 had a lot of
Citizen
sweat
Bull.
on its left leg.
Cancer McPatrick.
All right, here we
And
go.
Gate to Wire. And they're
I took a
off in
shot
the
with
Woody
one.
Stevens presented by Mohegan Sun. It was a very even break. Neo Equos is the quickest. Citizen Bull
Call it, Oldy.
comes through. Patch Adams.
So much
Macho
for
Music
that.
takes the lead. Patch Adams now second. Madikit Road has moved up to claim third, now in the second spot. Just in behind them, T-Craft. Citizen Bull, who broke well, is 5 lengths off the lead. Neo Equos just outside of him. Then Gunmetal, Big Truz in a little bit tight along the inside. 3 clear of stretch running. Chancer McPatrick and Gate to Wire is at the back of the field. It's Macho Music taking him into the far turn in front of Madikit Road by a length and a half. On the inside, T-Craft is in third. Patch Adams, hard-ridden, has to get closer with less than 3 furlongs to go. In behind him comes Citizen Bull, 7 lengths off the lead. Then comes Gunmetal along the rail. Chancer McPatrick has 10 to make up as they reach the top of the stretch. Macho Music, Madikit Road means business alongside. And in the
Come on,
center,
one, get through.
Patch Adams is finding his best stride with a furlong left to go. Here comes Patch Adams, and he goes by Madikit Road. 3 lengths clear of Citizen Bull in third. Luis Saez and Patch Adams are home free in the Woody Stevens. Patch Adams
There you go.
scores by 3.
There you go, Chris.
Well, in just this show.
Photo for third.
Nice call on Patch Adams. Patch Adams wins the race. Who got second, guys?
You?
I couldn't tell.
It's like he
I
didn't
think it's-
ask me what I had for lunch. No idea already.
I think it was the 2. But here comes the finish, so we should be able to see here.
Yeah,
Yep,
it was the 2.
Madikit.
Madikit Road.
It was the 2 horse.
And then my 1 horse came in third.
So that 2 crushed me in the Pat Day Mile. And
So maybe make a note. Patch Adams 2-0 on wet tracks.
Son of a gun.
And that was kind of the note that I had put in the system about him, is that he may just be the one that likes the wet track there. But and I'm going to follow my own instructions if I can type and talk at the same time, and put the note in there myself.
so what happened to Chancer? Just too far back?
Didn't really have the best
Yeah,
trip. Was
great.
back.
Yeah.
But I don't know that there was really any excuses. I also don't think you're coming from behind at Saratoga today, at least.
No.
Yeah. All right,
Not
we've got
anymore.
the last at Gulfstream coming up. Here we're about a minute to post, guys, and we got a while till the Belmont now. We have about 45 minutes here. So
I'm ready for a discussion on breeding and all sorts of details like that.
yes, I'm sure that's right up your alley.
Yes, that would be perfect.
In the meantime, while we still have a bunch of you on the stream here, let me just run this real fast. If I can find it. So please hit the subscribe button there for us, and we appreciate it. And well as hit the like, it helps us in the YouTube algorithm, and will help you find us in the future, and also helps our track partners who allow us to show live racing. So all those things are important to us. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
And also buy Matt's book.
Yeah, today I'd call that a worse way of thinking. On other days, it's a better way of thinking.
Most days, Matt.
You almost got Madikit Road there, Hot Rod. Harrod was on Mattakit Road for the Derby season. I was thinking of him, sure. But let's talk this Gulfstream race real fast before they go off. They're still mulling around, getting that super high five money in there. Mike, do you have any thoughts here?
I was looking at it real quick. Oh my gosh, this is a wild one. It looks like there's a bit of a pace up front.
Yeah.
With the 7, and I think the 4 might be forwardly placed as well. Maybe even the 11. So I'm looking for somebody off the pace. That Mr. Brizzle is taking money. A lot of second places, it looks like, and then last out as a beaten favorite under a new conditioner with Coy. I'm not familiar with that trainer. I was actually looking at the Ricky Henderson horse, number 8, Stealing Bases. This is the top pick from Mark Cassie. Seems to be a closing type. 1-3 back at 7.5 and cutting back from 8.5. I like to see the cutbacks too. And against 48s and 52s the last 2. So been facing tougher. That was my quick 2-minute exercise.
Yeah, and I think maybe, I don't know if the 7 can hang on there for a piece, but maybe the 11 can rate a little bit and could get a piece there.
Looks like Justin agrees with me. I just saw his note.
Yeah. Let's show Justin's note real fast on the Cassie horse Stealing Bases. All right, so Stealing Bases has the ability to stalk and finish with interest. The 40 SOR not drops from prior tougher efforts. Field lacking proven form, he fits well here and could get the right trip sitting off the pace. A player against this group. We also have positive works on this horse from Bluegrass Dam.
Yeah, it looks like the only horse. I mean, the 5 has shown the ability to close a bit, make up ground, but I've only seen one instance of that. I'm looking through this real quick to see if there's anybody else that really can make up ground, and honestly, 8's the only one I'm seeing. The 11 can rate.
It might be, so maybe an 8-11 exacta here.
Yeah, the 11 can rate, so.
Only this is the part where I love to argue with you guys. And when you look at that finish on the simulator and you see like 6 horses within millimeters of each other, all that tells me is this one's a mess.
Yeah.
You know, if there's a strong favorite, there's a good reason to try to beat him, but otherwise, I don't know. I mean, this looks like a pretty tough one when you go back to that.
It is.
Scotty, any thoughts here?
I like the 8 to win the race, but a long shot in here, the race simulator, if there is some speed, which seems to be in here, the 3 will save ground on the inside and didn't run a bad race last time out at 4%. Like, one of the things that I do is I look at the win percentage of a horse to see, and then if they outrun that win percentage, I give it more of a look. Now, I know it's only 3% here, but I think this horse could be in the money. And the horse is 23 to 1 right now. But I think the 8 horse is the horse to beat.
All right, so you're on the 8 as well. I do think it's worth maybe playing an all-E pick exacta here as well.
Son of a Slew goes in. Here's the gray Stealing Bases to the outside.
It's also tough to close from an inside post at Gulfstream.
Legal Maneuver coming up
on the turf.
Here comes Gray Shadow to gate number 5. Sugar Buzz comes up, just waiting on American Wind. American Win comes up.
You know I like that.
They're ready for the nightcap. And they're off. And a good start for all the runners. Bandula is out with some early speed here. Stealing bases coming to join. Son of a Sleu's hustled from the inside. And here from the far outside, American Win tries to cross over for a share of this lead. And then for the inside there is Mr. Brizel. Stealing bases is in between. American Win is 3 wide in third. Down towards the inside there comes Son of a Sleu, who's racing in fourth. Gray Shadow splits those in the middle. And then on the outside there comes Sugar Buzz. 3 lengths clear then of Sentenza. Similar gap back to Legal Maneuver. And then it's Bandula, who's second last today. Just on the inside there races
the Will Pace.
Paxton. And the trailer up the backstretch is Strength and Guidance.
Admit,
the opening quarter mile was 23 3/5 seconds. It's Mr. Brizel leading the charge. Towards the inside there comes Stealing Bases. Up on the outside is American Wind. And then it's Sugar Buzz, who's racing in fourth. Gray Shadows all the way up into fifth. And then down towards the inside comes Son of a Sleu. Half's up in 46 and 3 as they round the far turn. It's still Mr. Brizel with the lead, but American Wind's coming to him, and Stealing Bases has got all the room up the inside. Stealing Bases up for a joint share of the lead coming to the quarter pole. Sugar Buzz also looking for room up the fence as they come to the top of the lane. Sugar Buzz has the lead. Stealing Bases tries to battle back. Son of a Sleu's trying to rally as well. There's a furlong left to go. Sugar Buzz still up top. Stealing Bases trying to get to him. Son of a Sleu closing from the back is Sentenza, but they're all running out of time to catch Sugar Buzz, who wins the nightcap.
There you go.
Second was Son of a Sleu. Stealing Bases were third.
Wow.
Photo for fourth and 135.
What a finish. What a finish.
Yep. That's the first race I've seen on the turf today there that hasn't been won on the lead. It's been all speed. All right, we have 12 minutes to Sanita. I'm going to move Sanita up here in the order.
That's your 4 minutes.
And we have the owner of the week, John Parker at Emerald Downs. But we'll have Sanita coming up in 10 minutes here. And, you know, we can have some more Belmont talk. So maybe some, I think, pretty interesting tournament strategy talk as well. I know I'm definitely learning from hearing the two of you talk tournament strategy. And I know Mike's a great tournament player as well. So I have some good people to learn from here in terms of tournament strategy. So you're going to be, I'm guessing, Scotty, and I'm just going to take a guess that you're going all in on journalism.
I am.
And that's what Matt would have done too. So that seems like the strategy. I mean, that those are, you don't get much more expert. If David agreed, that then we'd really have the expert pool there. So
I'm just waiting for the results or for the update in the tournament to see if I'm still in the lead. And if I am, what I will probably do is not play the ticket that's in the lead and then take the other one that has $2,300 and go all in on journalism.
And guys as well, I want to bug the 400 and some odd people of you who are at 473 of you who are currently on the stream. We need 14 more subscribers to get to 6,000. So if we can get 14 of you to hit the subscribe and the all notifications button, we'd really appreciate that. I'm gonna keep.
Well, you'll get notifications of our shows when we're doing shows. So it's nothing else. You don't get bombarded with anything. It'll give you notifications when we're doing shows. That's it.
Yeah, Chris Couples that's correct. I've seen him. He's an actual robot, not a person. And as well, guys, thank you. I personally cannot thank not only the people who helped me with the show, Scotty, Justin, Mike, Matt, Emily, Derek, David, of course, has been so generous with his time to be able to do this and be able to put shows on and live racing and for people to want to hear me talk about stuff too, it's just insane. And thank you, everybody. I'm grateful that you're here. So grateful that Scotty's giving away free EquinEdge. So scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner.
That's right.
And you can get free EquinEdge, 3 free races a day.
There we go. Except for you, Matt.
Except for Matt, yes. That in the business is what they call a transition, right?
I'm still sitting here with all my old Arlington crap. So,
so Matt, did you buy one of the benches and put it in your house?
It's my gym bag. It's the little tote bag that they gave you their gifts at the tournament. I carry that thing with pride. It's a piece of garbage.
That's nice.
All right. As well, guys, we're going to go down the hill. And who
All right,
doesn't love
down
a trip down the hill at Anita?
That's always fun.
And we're also entering the late pick 5 here. If you want to play a pick 5 here, and our friends at Anita have a graded stakes race coming in the next as well. Looks like it's very pace loaded.
With a 47% win percentage horse that caught my eye immediately.
Yes.
And a 1-5 morning line.
Cash call for Bobby Baffert there. He told me I could call him Bobby too, but so if you like cash call there, that might be a place to single. The other real speed here had the 1 in the 6 had scratched out of this race. But as well, I thought that if you're playing the turf pick 3 or the pick 5, you have to spread in this last leg, which is just an absolute mess. Grab bag. But Mike, you're our main Anita guy, so
yeah, thanks.
So and, drop some knowledge.
Yeah. So of course they start the late pick 3 or the turf pick 3 with a downhill with 12 horses. Looks like the full field, right? Or 11.
Yeah.
So some of you might know, there is kind of a slight right hand and then a left hand turn. Or do I have that right? Yeah. Left hand and then another left hand turn, I should say. But you're going to get pinched off on the right hand. So those outside horses don't always have a very nice, they're going to have to either lay up or go as fast as they can to get in front. So it's kind of a weird.
I find it affects
scenario.
the inside horses more.
Both.
I find like the one post can many times not really get the best trip.
Yeah, because they're going to get sandwiched because the outside guys are also trying to cut in too. So I always prefer to find somebody in the middle, 10 post to like 4 post. And that's kind of where I landed on. Catman Sue was the one I was looking at mainly. So the other thing I do for angles with this is I like to find horses that have run on this track before, 6.5 down the hill, and have had experience. And Catman Sue is one of those, and has raced against others in here at the 6.5 furlong, finished 3rd, 2 lengths back, 2 races back down the hill, and seems to be tactical enough. But my concern is he doesn't finish all on a consistent basis, right? He seems to be all over the map, but his last 2 races he has closed. So that was the interest. Plus I like the 4 post coming down the hill. That's who I landed on. I think I had a couple others in here. Was the Shalala was another one I was looking at. Doesn't have experience at this 6.5 downhill. Is cutting back from 8, and I do like to cut back. And then the only concern is that no, the thing is that I saw that it got a GSR is fine for this distance, so I was fine with the cutback, and that was the other horse I was looking at. So I was looking at a 4-1 exacta.
4-1 exacta. What about a single for the turf pick 3?
Oh gosh.
No pressure.
a single. It sure as heck wouldn't be in this race. Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong shillelagh. There's another shillelagh in the second leg in race 8. So I know there are 2 damn shillelaghs. I just recognized that. I'm like, wait a minute. I like the shillelagh horse.
It's like the
So,
other
yeah, now I'm
Chad.
off
It's
course.
the other
You got the
shillelagh.
shillelagh is the one in this race, and then you got Jewel shillelagh. I don't know if they're related. Maybe they are. Come from the same sire. Damn, I don't know. I didn't look at it. But Jewel shillelagh is the horse that I did like in the 8th. Do I think that he is a single? I don't know. Coming off a layoff, short layoff, does have that win at the same distance against the same company, similar SOR group. That's the one I landed on. The last work was excellent. So if I was going to pick a single, this would be the one out of the sequence.
I'm going to tell you, I like the Jewel Shillelagh was on my list, but I like the 7 King of Clubs for Glatt getting back to the turf here. Lightly raced, well bred for the distance, and is 2-0 in the turf and 0-2 on the dirt. And really coming back by Clubhouse Ride, a good state bred sire for California breds as well, even though this is a Kentucky bred. And, in that last race, let me ask you what you like there then. It's a mess. I'm not being fair to you.
You're killing me.
Asking for your opinion in this race, because you could go all here.
These last races, you got to pick half the field, and I'm not kidding. And I would not even, whatever the favorite is, do not bet it, because I don't think a favorite has won the last race in Santa Anita all meet. I'm going off of memory. Don't quote me on it, or you have to look at the statistics to back me up there. But I'm pretty darn close that not many, if any, favorites have won the last race. So if you're going to eliminate anybody and not doing all, eliminate probably the top 2 favorites, right? And there aren't many. The Church Lady's what, 3-1? That's not a convincing favorite, right?
Well, as the Church Lady would say, well, isn't that special? I broke
special.
Matt again.
But if I
love an impression, I'd love to see.
I actually like the 2 ante, as well as the 11 Edge of Molly, because I'm just assuming that the GSR is off.
So you know how crazy.
11.
I'll tell you what, Oldy, though. Again, if I was going to pick a horse in here and he's coming off a long layoff, it's the 5 for Arrogate. Kimura, for some reason, is winning those last races on the turf at Santa Anita on bombs. And if you look at, I think their stats are 30% with Thomas combined. And when I have no idea and it's just kind of anybody's race here, I start looking at trainer angles, who's been hot, who's been doing what on the turf on these last races, and Kimura's been pretty hot in the last, cutting back from 8.5 to the mile.
I'm just going to use the 11 and the 2 in the last and see if I can get that home.
But it just dawned on me. I think you're fine. I mean, you're as insane as I am with the last pick I just made. And the fact that I didn't realize there's 2 shillelaghs and
it's always the other shillelagh that gets you.
You're right. I'm going to pick the Jewel shillelagh, and the shillelagh is going to win the race.
Anybody looking forward to the new Belmont Park?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the Breeders' Cup, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, but I have to say I'm looking forward to the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland, because that's a Breeders' Cup hopefully we can all get together at.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
I just worry about the weather. I'm glad they give the Breeders' Cup to Belmont. Don't get me wrong, but I just worry about the weather. You know, the turf races. You know, that's.
I know certain people hate this idea, but I still have like the idea of having a split Breeders' Cup.
Mio Bambino.
Where you have the dirt races at Oak Lawn and the turf races at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, you can't split up those jockeys, though. The best jockeys in the world. You know,
well, Ryan Moore is not going to be on the dirt, most likely.
So that's one guy.
You got William Buick.
Causeway, who's put right on the early advantage up on the outside, and speed from Mio Bambino. Into the top flight goes Papa Loves Vegas. Papa Loves Vegas to the top. Piper's Causeway is now second up to the outside. Shirona's Wild Boy, and from between horses and non. Freysu has Sir Rocket positioned toward the inside.
Aaron, I wish we could.
As they come
we
down
would
the
get
hill.
copyrighted. In fact, a few years back, they closed our channel for, how long was it, Oldy? A month and a half? A month, something like that?
About a month, yeah.
22 seconds flat. They move
it's a pretty slow time down the hill, guys.
Down the hill on the hillside
course
at Santa Anita. Papa Loves Vegas a length and a quarter. Piper's Causeway is second. Sir Rocket poised to strike. He's had a good trip third. Shirona's Wild Boy.
The 9 horse is price. Well, got bet down late. This horse is
and they're on their way home.
EquinEdge second
Trying
pick.
to slingshot off the
Somebody's
inside.
coming from
Sir
behind.
Rocket with an inside passage, but he's tightened up for
close.
racing room. From the outside,
Here
it's
comes
Piper's
is that
Causeway.
the 7 horse?
Vegas is next.
Who's that?
Boarding mission and switching to the outside. Sir Rocket, final eighth of a mile, still there.
I guess that's 2 front runners.
The 11's going to come down, so.
Surging to him, Piper's Causeway. Sir Rocket is
9?
out of time to the wire. It's
wow.
Papa.
Doesn't the 9 have to win that race based on the fact that the 11 seemed to slam the door in an inappropriate manner on the 2 on the rail? 2 wins that race easily if he gets through.
Yeah, for sure. The 11 horse over the 9, those are the top speed horses, and those the 11 horse was 8-1 on the E morning line, went off at 14-1.
Wow.
That 2 came down 2 full ticks at the last, during the race or at the last second. That's on the
Yeah, he did, sure did.
I was 111.9 there in my original handicapping. But I think the 9 hung on for second, I'm hoping.
It's funny,
Because I
he's
think
still
the 11's
5-1 on my screen, which hasn't updated.
All right, guys, I need your opinion, Matt. I need your opinion as well. And so I'm in second place, barely right now in the tournament. I have, the leader, Patrick McGooey, has $6,500. I have $5,530. Dylan Rossi is on my butt. He's got $5,500. And there's, Tony Zhao's right there. I mean, this is an absolute grab bag going into the last race. And so if I want to win, I think I have to play both of my tickets, I think. And I'm not opposed to being aggressive, but I'm just curious, Matt, what are your thoughts?
All right, so give me 1 second. I'm pulling up.
Unfortunately, we can't show the race here live. We would love to show it, but we don't have approval to do simulcast from any of the NYRA tracks, unfortunately.
All right, so.
But we will turn it up and you'll be able to hear it for sure.
And we are one of the leading broadcasters in terms of minutes of and hours of live legal racing on the internet.
And there are many tracks, as you can see. We have approvals, I would say, from 70% of the tracks in North America, but NYRA, not one of them.
Well, maybe we can show it because somebody's showing it on their feed.
No, yeah, we're not taking that chance.
All right, let me just take that off there. That is the Gulfstream feed, I want to say.
Yeah, no, don't show that.
Yeah, I just took that down.
Yeah.
That was kind of surprising to me. No, that they're not great. I mean, that they're especially when
protecting the brand.
Yeah, and it's also Fox Sports, and protecting the TV.
Yeah, but you know what, guys? Listen, I have mixed feelings about it. Because, look, what their contention is that if they open it up to people to show all over, then people aren't going to watch Fox or watch NYRA's channel. But imagine if you do open it up. You open it up to so many more people that like people that are on our show right now. So imagine. I think it's a tough decision, but I would open. I think I would make that call to open it up because Fox is going to get their viewers no matter what. I don't think anything we do is going to take away from Fox.
No, we're more the hardcore gambler, hardcore horse player, I should say.
Right.
And as well, we are able to broadcast the Preakness live. And I didn't hear any complaining from the networks about that. We got great numbers. They did record numbers as well for themselves. So I think it's win-win, and that the handle was amazing. So it's all good for the tracks.
Yeah.
All right, Scotty, I got your answer, and you're not going to like it very much.
Oh shit. Okay.
It to me is and I'm not, just to preface this, and this isn't going to take forever either. There's lots of good and right answers. I'm not pretending this is one or the only one, but you asked the question, this is what I would do. A full all-in win bet on journalism is likely to be the largest win bet made on journalism.
Really?
I don't know Patrick McGoey very well, but the fact that I don't, and I'm not trying to sound rude or judgmental, most horse players don't shove $6,700 at the end. So I'm just going to guess that he won't do that. So you would have the largest win bet on journalism if you chose to do that.
Yeah.
But realistically, what are the people behind you going to be doing? Well, they know what you're doing. And so these are going to be people that are going to shorten up, and they're going to say, all right, so instead, I'm going to take 2 or 3 horses and Dutch them in exactas. And you're going to be at major risk if this thing comes in, journalism sovereignty, that someone far behind you in the leaderboard will have had a $2,800 exacta, and you're toast. And that's that. And
I agree with you, by the way. Everything you're saying is what is on my mind right now, Matt. And that is even an exacta box, sovereignty and journalism. I'm looking to see what that's paying right now.
So hear me out, because I don't necessarily think you need to get away from journalism. What I would be doing, and I'm going to just pretend this is your opinion for a second. We can do the analysis on you in a second. But if I was in your spot, the horses that I would want to cover in the exacta are Sovereignty, Baeza, and Hill Road. And so it is likely I would take your smaller entry and do an all-in exacta of journalism over Hill Road. I would then take your big entry and split it up with the 2 other exactas. So one of your entries is going to die for sure.
Yeah.
But the hope is you've got, a $2,800 exacta on the 2 cheaper ones, and you can Dutch the math and all that. And, no joke, this is the exact moment that I pick up the phone and call Brad Anderson or Drew Coatney. They're just really good with the math, and they're just very quick to say, just tell me the will pays, and I'll tell you the amounts you need to bet to equalize the payouts. They've all got spreadsheets for that stuff. But I would be, instead of making a win bet here, because my guess is you are very at risk to losing to someone with a bigger exacta. And so I would come in with guerrilla exactas, and knowing what they're going to do, I would just do it bigger. So I would pick 3 of them, like I said.
What do you guys think of Rodriguez, by the way? Like is this a horse I should be considering?
What does the new GSR say?
Let's see here.
I don't think he can get the distance, but I am curious about his new GSR.
It's okay. It's up there. It's with him. Nobody really seems to have that big of an advantage.
Is it like? But his is very low on the old GSR. What?
Yeah. No, it drops here, and it's kind of in the middle on the other one. So, journalism has the top GSR on both with Sovereignty. They both do. Now, again, I'm not on Sovereignty at all to win. I know for sure that anything I do is not going to have Sovereignty winning. I can't do it. Even though I think the 3, Rodriguez, and the 5 horse Crudo are going to be dueling up front, I still think journalism, that only helps journalism to sit, instead of sit 2 or 3 back, and sit 3 or 4 back behind those horses. So I think journalism for sure gets first run. And then I think Sovereignty is going to be coming. Guys, Baeza didn't have the best trip. The horse was 9 wide in the Kentucky Derby. I know, and this horse is not getting ignored. It's 7-2 right now. And Pratt gets off of Crudo to ride here, right? So not Crudo, I'm sorry, but gets off of Hill Road, right? So I think Baeza is an absolute contender in here. And Speed has not been doing well at all at this track today. So I'm not sure why we would like a horse like Sovereignty, who got 44 and change in the Kentucky Derby, why we would like this horse here.
Yeah, and I'll just say at 10 furlongs at Saratoga, I don't know what's wrong with me all of a sudden, brain cramp, but that you don't win if you're not around that lead.
Yeah.
And Sovereignty is going to be too far back. Baeza maybe sits a better trip, but I don't like the risk priced in at 7-2. I think the horse should be 10-1.
Yeah.
There, I think, if Rodriguez can get the distance, I think he's dangerous. And obviously, journalism is your favorite, but I think journalism could be vulnerable here just based on if he finds trip trouble again and is not there turning for home, he's going to have trouble getting up.
Yeah, there's 8 horses in the race, and a few of these are going to be so far back. I just don't see this horse having trip trouble. Personally, I think the horse is going to get a good trip. So if it loses, I don't think is going to be because of trip.
I agree,
and I'll
Scotty.
just add that he found trip trouble in a 4-horse race or 5-horse race at
Yeah,
Santa Anita.
that was an extremely sloppy track. Remember, got in between horses. It wasn't a great ride, but he was saving ground on the inside in that race. So hopefully, I just, with this post position and this race, I just don't see it.
I can get your odds on journalism up to 6-1 if you are willing to take 3 exactas, or 4-1 if you want 4 exactas.
What about a double into an all-in double into the next race?
No, you can't. It doesn't.
It ends.
It ends. This is the last race in the tournament.
It was worth a shot.
Yeah, I like your thinking, Matt. That's what I'd do too.
Well, the question, but ultimately the opinion is Scotty's in terms of how confident do I feel? So first of all, you got to pick your winner, but then how confident do I feel that one of these 4 is going to get second? It would just be the most god-awful feeling in the world to watch journalism win and not have the exacta. And so if you can't get confident on that exacta approach, then I think you're back to betting to win. But maybe you can. I mean, it's up to your opinion.
No. Well, for me, I think what I do is I put a win bet on Sovereignty on the biggest ticket I have, all of it, and then on the other ticket I do journalism, and then I come back on the other ticket, the one that has $2,200, and I do I split the exacta 7, or what I could do is I could come back and put journalism for first and second. So what I couldn't do is come back and do an exacta 6 and 2 over the 7. That's one thing I could do as well. So then if one of those tickets maybe gives me a chance of winning.
All right, just give me a sec.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
What's the number you're going for, Scotty?
So I could bet journalism to win with one of my entries. And then with the other one, I could go Baeza and Sovereignty. Although, God, I just don't believe in my heart Sovereignty can come from that far back on this track and win against horses like Baeza and journalism. I really don't. But I could do an exacta Baeza and Sovereignty just to protect, just in case, as a saver. And sometimes these savers actually are the ones that win. to journalism. So journalism would have to come in first or second.
They pay 8 and 11 to 1 with him coming in second.
There we go.
And guys, so there's 800 live people on the stream right now, at least I'm assuming.
Hi, everybody.
So, well, let's talk for a second here about EquinEdge. Scotty, if I can bug you to talk a little bit about the product, as well as Matt, if I can bug you to talk a little bit about your book.
Wow, you're putting me on the spot. Matt, you go first.
Gosh, I don't know what to say. Okay, yes, actually I do. It's a better way of thinking. I give credit to my my sister-in-law, who came up with the idea of taking 2 books I wanted to write and collapsing them into one. It's as much about life and business lessons as it is about gambling. And this isn't a handicapping book. This is about strategy, approach, some of what you just heard me and Scotty talking about in terms of end game and the game theory that goes into these tournaments. Okay, I'm 53 years old. I was 52 when I wrote this, and I would say 50 seconds of this book talks about all the mistakes I used to make, all the things that I used to be really bad at. The last 5 years, okay, it's a bit more of a flex. I still make mistakes and whatever, but my game did turn around, and I'm acutely aware of kind of how that was and when that was. And so this is a book for horse players to say, here's a better way to do this. Here's what I've learned. Here's the lessons I've learned. And here's an approach that I found that has worked well in the cash game, in the tournament game. I'm told it's pretty entertaining. It's actually sold a couple thousand copies to horse players already. So check it out. A Better Way of Thinking. You can find it on Amazon, a better way of thinking.com, or just message me and I'll get you one. Okay, talk about EquinEdge now.
Well, I started EquinEdge about 6 years ago. It was an idea that I had years ago, and the idea is that when I was known as a pick six player. I hit a lot of pick sixes in my life, and I had the idea of creating EquinEdge and a faster. I knew algorithms were the key, because to process some of the statistics, guys, as we know, can take a long time, and algorithms, they're quick, obviously, and they can retain a lot more than we can. It doesn't eliminate the handicapping process, which is great, because we don't want that anyways. If everybody knew the same horse to bet, then there would be no odds. That's what makes it great. It's a challenge. We're competitive, and plus we enjoy handicapping, but it's a lot better handicapping. It's more accurate handicapping. It's faster handicapping, because I would spend 13, 15 hours a day handicapping, and it was just draining and hurting my eyes, all of it. And now I just enjoy handicapping so much more. Initially, I was just going to create this for myself, and then I decided to open it up and share it, and that's what we've done.
Wonderful, thank you. And everybody, if you can hit the like and subscribe, and I will run the video real fast again to remind people. You can also get free EquinEdge by scanning the QR code, and then we'll get back to talking about horses here.
Yeah, I'll jump in for a second talking about EquinEdge and just say, as someone that was new to this, I don't know, I don't remember when you guys brought me in, but maybe like a year ago, something like that. This is not something I was particularly interested in or open to. I mean, I think most of us have our methods and the people we listen to. This thing was really easy to pick up. These coaching classes are helpful. You can ask personal questions. They'll give you, I'm not trying to commit you guys to anything, but they'll give you their email and you can contact them with questions. It's very simple. And this is like a Cliff Notes. I mean, there's a lot of ways to use this, but for someone looking to process through a lot of information very quickly, this is just an unbelievably strong service where, I can just flip, screen after screen looking at a card and very, very quickly start to isolate my spots by doing minimal work and just seeing certain key data points that I look for on each screen. So I would say, especially for those handicappers like me that are a little bit on the lazy side and they're a little bit more eager to get some help or listen to experts, This is a terrific source. It does not, and they'll tell you how to do it, but you don't just blindly follow the Scotty picks 1-2. I mean, it's not how it works.
Yeah.
But you'll find your way of using this. And I think universally, if you talk to EquinEdge users, we've all got slightly different ways of using it. It's a tool. We all use the tool differently, but I, for one, I never thought I'd be able to live without a racing form. And at this point, it's this thing that's replaced that completely.
Same here, Matt. Well said. Thank you.
100%.
Thank you, Matt. And let me run this video real fast and we'll get back to horse. So if you can do that and click the like for us, we'd appreciate it. Now let's get back to the important thing here, which is talking horses and talking the Belmont. And we still have 5 minutes to post here. We will definitely have sound. I wish I could put the Gulfstream stream up, which is showing the race right now, but I apologize that we can't.
Well, then, Matt, you're going to give your best Trevor Denman, right?
I love calling races. I absolutely love it. It does not sound the way it's supposed to. These are very selfish. I have buddies that are nuts and will close their eyes and say, just tell me what's happening. And I call the race just for their horse. So I don't care about anyone else. I'm just talking about our horse. And so, yeah, I can do that if you want to, but I don't, unless everyone's on journalism, this isn't going to be very fun.
Guys, I have a funny story. Sorry, Oldy. When I was working for TVG as a broadcaster, I worked there for 4 years, and I was just a nervous wreck initially. I mean, I never thought I would do something like that. But one time, I was only maybe 3 weeks into my broadcasting career. And of course, we've got what's called an IFB in our ear. We can hear the producer. And there was no sound on one of the races. And he's like, you need to call the race. And I'm like, I mean, and my face, is on the screen. He's like, and I'm like, yeah, you should have seen. I was like, you got to be kidding me right now. Yeah, I did my best, but I'm sure it was unlistenable, but it was, I remember that moment for sure.
That would be terrorizing. You can do it for comedy and you can do it for fun. Right, but if you're really trying to do it seriously, it's hard. It's really hard. And by the way, just a random, I know we're starting to run on time. Were you guys listening to the feed? There was a race. So I know that Frank Miramati's obviously calling the races there.
Yeah.
He was on a hot mic.
I heard that today.
Did you hear he didn't do anything wrong, by the way.
No,
so
thank God.
Criticism, but apparently there was some confusion when they were on Fox as to whether or not he was calling the race into the right microphone. And it sounded like some assistant in the booth, physically touched his headset to take it off. And he says to me, he doesn't say to me, I can hear him say it at the end of the race. He's turning to the guy like, what the hell are you touching my headset for in the middle of a grade 1? So it was really interesting. He's a class guy. He did nothing wrong. I can't imagine having the guts to touch the headset of the race caller during the race.
Speaking of class guys, there's Bluegrass Dan, who's been with us from day one. And Dan is the one that puts the notes on the workouts. You'll usually see it for Gulfstream Park, Santa Anita, but Dan is the one that does that. So say hello to Dan, you guys. And I haven't talked to you in a while, Dan. Missed you. Hope you're well.
Yeah, we're nearing post time here. It's actually the time they had originally given for post time, but we're still showing 2 minutes to post here. We will have the sound on like we've had for every race so far. Scotty,
did you get your picks in?
What did you end up? Are you going to share once they go
I'll
off?
just say it's what we talk. I'll just say it's what we talked about.
I just feel like you have to have one of those for either the 3 or the 5 potentially hanging on for a piece, even if they don't win.
Yeah, I'm. You know me. I'm not afraid to go all in. I mean, my stomach's. Yeah. I got the good nerves right now for sure. But I've been a journalism fan from day one, and so I'm not going to go away from it now. So I think that, like Matt and I were talking about earlier, I'm in a good position that I have got 2 entries and I have enough money in the second one to cover myself. And if journalism doesn't come in first or second, then hey, that's the way it is.
Yeah.
I personally hope journalism wins, and if he does, I think I have a big chance of winning.
Well, hopefully it's an investigative piece that wins an award here, maybe a Pulitzer.
I doubt it. Do they have one for horse racing?
I don't see why there shouldn't be.
I know.
It's called the Beanie.
The Beanie Awards.
Yeah, the
Yep.
Beanie, right?
That's the best we have.
Yep.
Yeah, and I have it all. I have the sound all ready to go, so we're good.
Nice.
And I am putting at least this group of, it's always strange, Oldie, when you talk about how many people are watching. I feel like I'm just sitting here talking with 3 friends,
Right.
with a bunch of people that I know in the chat. Beth is going to be standing outside of this door in exactly 11 minutes, ready to kill me. So I told her, even if the horses are eating each other on the track, I will get up and go. I promise.
Hey, you got so lucky, Matt. The timing is unbelievable.
Got lucky.
Yeah, you got really lucky.
I mean, Matt, you have to admit we talked earlier in the week, and this is really no different than a regular conversation we would have.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
This is exactly what it's like. And right, bring in a random other person, just like we have sitting at our tables from time to time. We become fast friends, and yeah, it's easy.
And I'll also
very
say
easy.
less wrestling references today.
That's true. And there's UFC tonight, so I'm pretty psyched for that. But yeah, just
You know what? I'm actually looking forward to that as well. Like, actually, I have nothing going on tonight, which is a first for me in a long time, and I am just going to relax and watch some of that MMA.
So I'll make you a little jealous. I was in Vegas and I went to the Apex last week with my kiddo. There's like 50 seats in the whole place. It was the coolest thing. The fights were, there was actually a couple good fights, but the experience, it's kind of like watching any NBA game with floor seats. It's like such a different experience. So, I love the T-Mobile huge arena thing, but that Apex experience was wild. Very fun. Tonight's fights are way better.
Thank you, Dan, very much. Thank you, Dan.
The wife and I have a classy dinner planned at Texas Roadhouse tonight.
Nice.
Barbecue, huh?
Yeah, I mean, cheap steaks and.
Oh, Texas Roadhouse is not a barbecue place. It's a steak
No,
place.
No,
it's
steak
a
place.
Oh, okay.
It's like a upscale Outback.
Okay. That reminds me of Sizzler back in the day. Does anybody remember Sizzler?
Yeah.
You know what I remember it from? It was from Happy Gilmore. That and Red Lobster.
Yeah.
Ponderosa, there's a good one, Sylvie. Yeah. Totally.
Ponderosa. What was the ones where you throw peanut shells on the floor?
That's the ground round. And
ground round, yeah.
You're like, for real? I can just throw it on the floor? Like,
yeah, and they had the silent movies.
Yep.
By the way, if I don't get a chance, this has been such a wonderful chat, hasn't it? Like it's been
it's
been
great.
so nice. Like it's just going. Everybody's like positive, and it's been very nice.
It's always great. We've got some nice folks on the chats on Thursday afternoons with David and I too, and it's always nice to interact with the folks in the chat too, because David and I, like just the two of us, and you've got other people to chat with. It does help make the racing go better and smoother and more eventful. And
Guys, I'm not going to lie. They're going into the gate, and I'm nervous. I am nervous.
I would be too.
Yeah.
First time?
I am nervous. Oh, yeah.
I've been nervous lots of times.
Yeah, I've got those nerves going right now.
Don't worry, we're counting on you.
We're counting on you. Journalism.
Paged walking up to the gate. Long shot, heart of honor to the outside.
Good luck, Scotty.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Good luck,
Let's
Scotty.
go.
In smoothly.
Let's just have a very good Belmont Stakes.
They're in the gate.
For the audience, no, he has not yet bought me a truck.
They're off.
Journalism stumbles, guys.
Stakes. And as
Finds
expected,
trouble every time.
Rodriguez bounces out very quickly. Uncaged has plenty of early interest, as does Crudo, who sprints up alongside Rodriguez. Journalism secures the fourth spot. Baeza's a little bit keen.
right.
He is in between horses and 4 lengths off the lead. Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty cruises up 5, and then in the second position, Hill Road to last, and Heart of Honor field 7 lengths them through an opening 3 and 2 seconds. Longs alongside.
Guys, can you believe how close
Strongly right
that
next to his
Sovereignty
rival,
is?
Journalism.
No.
I was
Journalism
hoping.
puts his
Yeah, I'm
head
surprised.
into third. Does that Preakness winner. A length and a half behind them comes Uncaged. Baeza is 5 or 6 lengths off the lead, Hill Road and Heart of Honor. They're heading toward the half-mile pole. Hall of Famer Mike Smith and Rodriguez carved out that half in 47 3/5 seconds. Crudo a length and a half behind him in second. Journalism in the clear, getting a good trip. Uncaged at the rails. Sovereignty in between those two is 5th down, 4 lengths off the lead. Baeza has asked for a bit more at this stage. He's hard
Come on,
ridden,
man.
6 lengths off the pace.
Come on, man. That's my race call.
One.
There goes journalism. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
And he takes command of the Belmont Stakes. Sovereignty angles out to try and run him down. It's a rematch of the Kentucky Derby as they come to the 8th pole. And here comes Sovereignty.
Oh, my gosh.
Sovereignty goes right by Journalism once again, leaving absolutely no doubt
Done.
for the best 3 in the world.
Blew him away.
So do they now regret not winning the Triple Crown? Potentially?
Yeah.
Well, that settles that. Holy cow.
Wow, that was impressive.
That settles that.
Us.
Good race call, too. All right, so
Well,
Scotty,
guys, I've got the exacta.
You got it, right?
I have the exacta on the lower ticket, so we'll see what happens here. Matt, what does the exacta pay for 2-7?
Give me 1 second. I saw that question coming, and I'm working on it. I'll bet you someone in the chat's going to beat me.
6-1, Scotty.
6-1.
Yeah.
Again, thank you everybody for tuning in with us too.
It got
Guys, I
back
think
down a
that
little bit.
that would give me. Let's see here, 7. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be enough. It just depends on what people had. But I had. Let's see what my exacta was. I was hoping it was a little bit bigger, but I did a $1,250 exacta. So we'll see.
What did the leader have?
That's right? He was
Yeah,
just a little...
but it just depends. I mean, other people had bets as well, so
yeah.
So I really don't know. I would have preferred journalism win, to be honest with you, but we'll see.
Wow, great race. These races, all 3 of these just really delivered. All of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even if you didn't want to see that end that way, at least that answers the question of 3-year-old of the year right now. I mean, there's no doubt about it. So, I mean, for him to do it again the same way he just did in the Derby, like, I'll be darned. Journalism got the jump and everything.
He definitely was more forwardly placed than we all expected. Anybody probably expected him to be. So that made a difference, in my opinion, for sure.
And as well, let me say, a lot of times when horses that are closers are more forwardly placed, they don't have the kick that he just showed there.
Oh, yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, that's true, Oldy.
All right, so Scotty, you got this painful wait now. I mean, they got to make it official.
No,
I know, it stinks.
Yeah.
And then, of course, express bets will take 25 minutes to...
That's what I mean. I mean, it's
always.
People have no sympathy for winners, but trust me, winners are people too. and when you're sitting here like over and over and over, like hitting reload,
refresh.
It's painful.
And Scotty, now I'm going to have to listen to Alfredo because he was all over Sovereignty
Oh, he was.
Yeah, he's gonna get me like he got you on Mage.
Of course, of course.
I hear the troops forming in the
There
other
you go.
room, so I'm gonna take my out here.
Matt.
Oldy, do me a favor, please. Text me, or Scotty, you got my phone as well. I want to know how you finish. So let me know how the tournament goes.
All right. You got it, Matt.
Best of luck.
Thank
This
you.
was super fun, guys.
All right, Matt Miller, everybody.
Take care, Matt.
Love
Good
it,
to
Matt.
see you.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll
Thanks,
see
guys.
you. Brent, it came in 2-7. Sovereignty won the race over
Right there.
journalism. And
It finished the same as the Derby. Yeah, same finish as the Derby.
Same
and
as the
paid
betting.
660, guys. So I'm going to end up with like, I don't know, probably what, $7,500, $8,000?
I was trying to. I thought eight would do it, Scotty. To be honest with you,
It's going to be close. Like, I don't know what anybody else did. I'm nervous.
Yeah,
I
82. How much did you bet? It was 1250. You said.
Yeah, let's see here. I'll tell you right now.
82.50.
0 on that. And let's see here.
Yeah. Neil, I agree. Not the test of champions at 1 1/4 miles versus 1.5 miles at Belmont. But also, I want to say thank you. What a great chat you guys have been today.
Amazing. 74.25. It seems.
Really, that seems low.
No, what? No, that can't be right. It's showing 74.25, but let's see, 250 times what? Oh yeah, no, that's right. So it's 70. Yeah. So 74.25.
It'll be depends on what everyone else did, obviously. But I was thinking $8,000 based off of what I saw everybody was at would probably take it. But I'm always on the high side, Scotty. So hopefully it's lower than what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, that was pretty predictable. I imagine, maybe some of the lower people, like Matt was saying, they're certainly probably not playing the chalk like that.
No,
right?
they would not.
No.
Yeah.
Or they probably wouldn't have the guts to. They may not have the guts to go all in either.
Yeah.
They may have just wanted
that's
to take
actually
their
a good
money.
point. Yeah. I'm assuming that'll be the case with probably a lot of the top people as well. It's like you're up there. I'm the only nuts crazy person. So
I did it at the Derby.
Yeah. But I had
Baeza on top.
Baeza disappointed. I mean, the horse came in third, but I don't know. The horse was never in contention.
Yeah.
I mean, early on, but not late. Not late, anyways. The trifecta didn't pay all that much, actually. So anybody that hit it didn't pay all that much.
No, I didn't think so.
Right. So
yeah.
Also, kudos to Oldy for being a trooper today, man. That's a long day, buddy.
Long day. Yeah.
And being in charge of it all and all that stuff, it's a lot of work. Scotty, you know this, right? And I'm experiencing it. It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work.
And then be, articulate and be engaging and coordinate everything. It's a lot of work, and kudos to Oldy.
It is.
Excellent job today, Oldy.
Absolutely. And all the pre-work that Oldie does too, Oldie. We love you and I appreciate you very much. Neil, thank you so much for your
kind
words. We appreciate that very much. Well, guys, I don't know. We're going to wrap it up. They're going to be a half hour. It's going to be 20 minutes before I have any idea how I did. And Matt's great.
I'm keeping an eye on it.
Yeah.
Yep. And everybody that contributed in the chat today, thank you. Please like the show if you haven't liked it so far. And if you want, please follow us here. Click on the bell, and then you click on the all. Right, Oldie, is what you do.
Yes, you click on the all, and we're doing roughly 15 to 20 hours of live racing a week here, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We have Mike with EquinEdge Live. Scotty has the Road to the NHC on Friday. And then we'll be back on Saturday for the stretch run, which is Saturdays, typically around 2 Eastern or so, depending on the racing, but you'll get notified. We appreciate it. We want to, for sure, as I wrap up here, thank Derek, Emily from Optics and Club Hawthorne, 2022 NHC champion and all around great guy, David Harrison, Justin, my longtime co-host and friend, Scotty, my longtime friend and sometimes co-host, Mike, of course, you've been amazing.
Yeah,
and of course, Matt Miller, who's so generous with his time as well for these big days. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to our track partners, the Stronach in the first group, Maryland Racing, the folks at Woodbine, and as well as Emerald Downs and Horseshoe today for allowing us to show their live racing. We are extremely appreciative, and without you, none of this stuff is possible. So thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah,
Happy Triple Crown and not Triple Crown winner, but Triple Crown season. And we will see you next week, hopefully.
Yep.
Hey,
We'll see you next week, everybody.
And LP, no way, buddy. You know how to reach me. I'm always here for you, buddy.